Along the banks of the Nile, buried beneath desert sands and crumbling temples, lie traces of a civilization that still leaves many of its secrets unexplained. Ancient Egypt left behind towering monuments and weathered artifacts that have survived for thousands of years, forming a picture of a culture that mastered engineering, chemistry, medicine, and astronomy. However, much of the knowledge behind these achievements has been lost. Thousands of years later, we are left with only fragments of how advanced their society truly was. What remains is a history filled with gaps, unanswered questions, and mysteries that continue to challenge historians and archaeologists today. And in this documentary, we'll explore 50 of the most fascinating mysteries, uncovering the strange, the unexplained, and the forgotten pieces of Egypt's past. So, if that sounds like something you'd enjoy, you're in the right place. And as always with our videos, the visuals are there for added context, but they aren't essential to enjoy the video. So whether you're working, relaxing, or listening in the background as you go about your day, you can still follow along every step of the way. Now with that, let us begin. About 5 miles south of the Giza Plateau lies a restricted military zone that hides one of the most significant engineering anomalies in the Nile Valley. Known as the Northern Pyramid of Zawyet el-Aryan, this site does not feature the towering limestone peaks associated with the 4th dynasty. Instead, it is defined by a massive subterranean excavation that descends deep into the bedrock, revealing a level of stonework that seems out of place even for the pyramid builders. For decades, this site has remained off-limits to the public and most researchers, leaving us to rely on the meticulous excavation records of Italian archaeologist Alessandro Barsanti from the early 1900s. The most striking feature of the site is a gigantic T-shaped trench cut directly into the limestone plateau. This trench leads to a central chamber located 21 meters below the surface. The floor of this chamber is not made of local limestone, but is paved with enormous blocks of rose granite transported from Aswan, hundreds of miles to the south. These blocks were fitted together with such precision that Barsanti noted they formed a surface as smooth as a mirror. The scale of the floor is significant, with some individual stones weighing several tons, all placed at the bottom of a deep pit that was likely intended to be the foundation of a massive step pyramid. At the center of this granite floor sits a unique oval-shaped sarcophagus, which was found sunken into the pavement. Unlike the rectangular boxes found in other Old Kingdom pyramids, this vessel was carved from a single block of granite and featured a lid that was still sealed with lime plaster when Barsanti discovered it. Upon opening the sarcophagus, the excavation team expected to find the remains of a pharaoh, likely King Nebka or Baka of the 4th dynasty. However, the vessel was entirely empty. There were no traces of a mummy or funerary goods, yet the seal remained intact, suggesting that the burial was completed without a body ever being placed inside. The engineering required to create the Zawyet el-Aryan complex involves a specific level of logistics that remains a subject of study. To pave the floor, the builders had to lower dozens of granite blocks down a steep, narrow ramp into a pit that was over 20 meters deep. The clearance between the blocks and the walls of the trench was minimal, requiring a highly organized system of pulleys or sledges that could operate in a confined space. Furthermore, the granite was polished to a degree that is rarely seen in subterranean foundations, where the stone is typically left in a rougher state because it would eventually be covered by the pyramid's superstructure. Archaeological context suggests that the project was abandoned suddenly. Surrounding the main trench, Barsanti found piles of limestone debris and unused granite blocks scattered across the plateau, as if the workers had simply walked away from their tools. There are several theories regarding why such a massive undertaking was halted. Some historians point to the short reign of the pharaoh responsible for the site, which may not have lasted long enough to see the construction move above ground level. Others suggest that structural flaws in the bedrock might have made it dangerous to continue building a heavy stone pyramid over such a deep excavation. The mystery of the site is deepened by the presence of red ochre graffiti found on the granite blocks. These inscriptions include the name of a king that is still debated by Egyptologists, as the hieroglyphs are stylized in a way that makes them difficult to assign to a specific ruler in the established timeline. Some read the name as Nebka, while others believe it refers to Abaka, a son of King Jedefre. These marks were likely left by the work gangs to track the delivery of the stones, providing a rare glimpse into the administrative side of the construction process. Since the mid-20th century, the site has been used by the Egyptian military, preventing any modern high-tech analysis. We lack modern ground-penetrating radar data or high-resolution 3D scans that could tell us if there are further chambers hidden beneath the polished granite floor. The only available photographs are grainy black and white images from the 1900s, which show a site that looks more like a modern industrial excavation than an ancient tomb. The sheer vertical walls of the trench and the flat, machine-like finish of the pavement continue to fuel discussions about the true capabilities of Old Kingdom engineers. The void left by the lack of physical access has allowed various theories to circulate regarding the purpose of the pit. While the presence of a sarcophagus points toward a funerary function, the oval shape and the lack of a body suggest a symbolic or ritual use that differed from the standard burials at Giza or Saqqara. Some researchers have noted that the site's dimensions and alignment closely mirror the Great Pyramids, suggesting it was part of a larger territorial plan that was never realized. Until the military restrictions are lifted and modern archaeology can return to the site, Zawyet el-Aryan remains a closed chapter in the history of Egyptian engineering. In 1848, a Croatian official named Mihajlo Baric was traveling through Alexandria when he decided to purchase a female mummy as a souvenir. After returning to his home in Zagreb, he kept the artifact on display, eventually removing the linen bandages and placing them in a separate glass case. It was only years later, once the fabric reached the Archaeological Museum in Zagreb, that experts noticed the cloth was covered in a mysterious script. This discovery turned out to be the Liber Linteus Zagrebiensis, or the Linen Book of Zagreb. It is the longest text ever found in the Etruscan language, yet it was recovered thousands of miles away from the Etruscan homeland in modern-day Italy. The artifact is made from a single piece of linen that was originally over 3 meters long. At some point in antiquity, it was cut into 12 strips to be used as bandages for a mummified woman, a process that unintentionally saved the ink from the elements. When researchers reconstructed the strips, they found over 1,300 words of Etruscan text written in a style from the 3rd or 2nd century BC. This was an era when the Greek Ptolemies ruled Egypt, and the Roman Republic was beginning to take over the last Etruscan cities. Seeing such a complex, specialized document in Egypt shows us how much cultural mixing was really happening across the Mediterranean. Translating the text has been a slow process because Etruscan is a language with no living relatives. However, by comparing the symbols with smaller inscriptions and known bilingual records, linguists have identified the Liber Linteus as a ritual calendar. It contains a list of various deities and provides specific instructions for sacrifices and ceremonies to be performed on certain days of the year. The mention of gods like Uni, the equivalent of Juno, and Nethans, the god of the sea, confirms that this was a sacred manual. It wasn't a casual letter or a business record, but a specialized liturgical guide used by a priest or someone deeply involved in Etruscan religious life. The identity of the woman who was wrapped in these bandages adds another layer to the mystery. Modern forensic analysis identified her as an Egyptian woman of relatively high status. A small papyrus found with her body named her as Nessi Hensu, the wife of a tailor. There is nothing in her burial style or titles to suggest she had any Italian or Etruscan heritage. This raises the question of why a typical Egyptian burial would use a rare foreign religious text as its primary wrapping material. One theory is that the Etruscan community in Egypt had largely faded away by the 2nd century BC. In bustling trade hubs like Alexandria, second-hand linen was a valuable commodity and was frequently sold to embalmers who needed large amounts of fabric for their work. It is possible that the sacred book of a closed Etruscan temple or a deceased priest was sold as scrap material. The embalmers, likely unable to read the foreign script, would have just seen a long roll of high-quality linen. If this is true, it means the most important literary record of a lost European civilization survived only because it was treated as industrial waste in an Egyptian workshop. Another possibility is that Etruscan families who moved to Egypt during the Hellenistic period brought their religious books with them. We know that mercenaries and merchants from the Italian peninsula often settled in the Nile Valley. A family might have kept their ancestral texts to maintain their traditions in a foreign land. If that family lineage eventually ended, their belongings could have been repurposed or sold. This would explain how the book got to Egypt, even if its use as a shroud still seems like a strange coincidence. The historical context of the 3rd century BC was a time of massive migration. As Rome expanded, many Etruscans left their homes and took their knowledge of rituals and oracles with them. Some of these individuals found work in foreign courts as advisors. The Liber Lenteus represents a specific branch of knowledge called the Etrusca Disciplina, which the Romans respected so much they continued to consult Etruscan priests for hundreds of years. Finding this text in Egypt provides a physical record of how these specialized religious practices moved across the ancient world. The scientific study of the Zagreb strips has relied on infrared photography and multispectral imaging to read text that faded long ago. These tools have allowed scholars to rebuild the calendar with nearly 80% accuracy, revealing the names of months and festivals that were lost to history. Despite this progress, about a third of the vocabulary still hasn't been translated. The grammar is unique and lacks a clear modern descendant, which makes the Liber Lenteus the most important source we have for understanding how the Etruscans viewed time and the divine. The survival of the linen book is a major archaeological fluke. If this document had stayed in the damp climate of Italy, the linen would have rotted away in a matter of decades. It was only the dry, stable environment of an Egyptian tomb that allowed the fibers and the ink to last for over 2,000 years. It is a rare case where the burial customs of one culture provided a protective vault for the history of another. The Zagreb mummy remains a central piece of evidence for researchers, looking at the deep connections between the civilizations of the ancient Mediterranean. Long before the invention of modern chemistry, the artisans of the Old Kingdom were performing industrial-scale molecular synthesis. While many ancient civilizations used naturally occurring minerals like ochre or malachite for their art, the Egyptians found these pigments were often unstable or difficult to source in large quantities. Their solution was to invent the world's first synthetic pigment, known today as Egyptian blue. This was not a simple mixture of ground-up stones, but a complex chemical compound created through a multi-stage heating process that required precise temperature control. For thousands of years, the recipe for this pigment was one of the most closely guarded secrets of the Egyptian state, essential for the decoration of temples, tombs, and royal jewelry. The discovery of Egyptian blue dates back to at least the 4th dynasty, around 2500 BC. The pigment is chemically identified as calcium copper silicate, and its creation involved heating a specific mixture of silica, lime, copper, and an alkali like natron. To achieve the correct crystalline structure, the furnace had to be kept at a consistent temperature between 850 and 1000 degrees Celsius for several hours. If the heat dropped too low, the chemical reaction would not complete. If it rose too high, the mixture would turn into a useless brown glass. This indicates that the Egyptians possessed a sophisticated understanding of thermodynamics and chemistry long before these were established as formal sciences. The visual impact of this discovery was significant because blue was a rare and highly symbolic color in the ancient world. It represented the Nile, the sky, and the heavens. Yet natural blue pigments like lapis lazuli were incredibly expensive and had to be imported from as far away as modern-day Afghanistan. By synthesizing their own blue, the Egyptians were able to democratize the use of the color in their state-sponsored art. The pigment was remarkably durable, resistant to both sunlight and chemical erosion, which is why the blue accents on statues and wall paintings still appear vibrant 4,000 years later. One of the most intriguing aspects of Egyptian blue is its unique physical properties that were only discovered by modern scientists in the 21st century. When exposed to certain types of light, the pigment exhibits strong near-infrared luminescence. This means it absorbs visible light and re-emits it in the infrared spectrum, a characteristic that is highly unusual for ancient materials. Modern researchers have explored using this property for security inks and biomedical imaging, finding that the ancient Egyptian formula is in some ways superior to modern synthetic alternatives. This level of technical sophistication suggests that the original inventors may have been looking for more than just a specific aesthetic color. The archaeological record shows that the production of Egyptian blue was a massive operation. Large industrial kilns have been found at sites like Amarna and Memphis, containing hundreds of specialized ceramic crucibles used to fire the mixture. The raw materials, specifically the copper, were often sourced from mining expeditions in the Sinai Peninsula, while the natron was harvested from dry lake beds. The logistical effort required to gather these ingredients and maintain high-temperature furnaces across the empire suggests that the pigment trade was a state-controlled monopoly, managed by the same guilds that oversaw the construction of the pyramids. The exact method for producing the highest quality Egyptian blue eventually became a lost art. Following the Roman conquest of Egypt, the production of the pigment began to decline as cheaper, natural alternatives were introduced from other parts of the empire. By the 4th century AD, the specific chemical formula and the temperature-sensitive firing techniques had largely disappeared from the historical record. It wasn't until the early 19th century, during the Napoleonic expeditions, that European scientists began to analyze the chemical composition of the blue paint found on ancient monuments, eventually relearning the ancient recipe through trial and error in modern laboratories. Recent studies have focused on the glassy phase of the pigment, which occurs when the chemical reaction is perfectly balanced. This phase gives the pigment a shimmering quality that mimics the appearance of precious gemstones. Some researchers believe that Egyptian blue was originally developed as a synthetic substitute for lapis lazuli, which was often referred to as the stone of the gods. By creating a man-made version of this rare material, the Egyptians could produce large-scale architectural features that looked like they were carved from solid gemstone, a feat that would have been financially and logistically impossible using imported minerals. The mystery surrounding Egyptian blue continues to evolve, as new technology allows us to see the pigment in ways the ancients never could. Forensic analysis of artifacts has shown that the pigment was often used as a base layer for other colors to enhance their depth and longevity. The fact that the Egyptians were manipulating matter at a molecular level to create a specific technical outcome remains one of the most impressive achievements of their civilization. It serves as a reminder that the magic described in ancient texts was often a highly advanced form of applied science that functioned with industrial consistency across millennia. In 1936, Egyptologist Walter Bryan Emery was excavating the necropolis of Saqqara when he entered the tomb of Prince Sabu, a high-ranking official from the First Dynasty. Among the expected pottery and stone vessels was an object that looked entirely out of place for a burial dating to roughly 3000 BC. It was a circular plate made of metasilt stone, commonly known as schist, measuring about 60 centimeters in diameter. This artifact, now famously known as the Sabu Disk, featured three thin, curved lobes that folded inward toward a central hub. Its design was so precisely executed and looked so modern that it was initially mistaken for a contemporary piece of hardware. The context of the find is what makes the object a significant archaeological puzzle. The First Dynasty was a period of early unification, a time before the construction of the Great Pyramids, and, crucially, before the wheel was widely used in Egypt. While the Egyptians were masters of masonry, their tools at this stage were primarily made of copper, wood, and stone. Yet the Sabu Disk is carved from a very brittle material that flakes easily. To achieve its thin, uniform edges and the complex geometry of the three lobes, without shattering the stone, would require a level of skill and patience that is difficult to quantify. When the disk was first analyzed, many scholars categorized it as a ceremonial bowl or an ornamental centerpiece. The logic was that since the technology for gears or propellers did not exist in the Bronze Age, the object must be decorative. However, the shape is functionally strange for a vessel. If used as a bowl, the three folded lobes would make it incredibly difficult to hold or pour liquids, and the central hub suggests it was meant to be mounted on a spindle or an axle. This has led a generation of researchers and engineers to look beyond the ritual object label to find a more practical mechanical purpose. One of the most discussed theories involves the disk's potential role in fluid dynamics. Some contemporary engineers have noted that the curved lobes are remarkably similar to those found in modern industrial mixers or impellers used to move large volumes of water or air. In an agricultural society like Egypt, which relied heavily on the management of the Nile's floodwaters, a device that could effectively move water would have been invaluable. Experiments with three-dimensionally printed replicas of the disk have shown that when spun in a fluid, the lobes create a specific vortex that is highly efficient for aeration or mixing. This leads to the possibility that the Sabu Disk was a stone prototype for a more common wooden or metal tool that has not survived the ages. Another perspective focuses on the possibility that the disk was part of an early manufacturing process. Some have suggested it could be a specialized component for a potter's wheel or a flax spinning device. The central hub is perfectly sized to receive a wooden shaft, and the symmetry of the lobes would allow for a stable, balanced rotation at high speeds. If the Sabu Disk was indeed a mechanical component, it would suggest that the early Egyptians were experimenting with rotational physics long before the standard historical timeline credits them with such innovations. The material itself, schist, presents a mystery in terms of manufacturing. It is a metamorphic rock with a layered structure that makes it prone to splitting when subjected to impact. Carving the delicate paper-thin lobes of the disk would have required an abrasive process rather than a traditional chiseling method. This likely involved the use of copper saws and drills combined with a slurry of quartz sand to slowly wear away the stone into the desired shape. The time required to produce a single disk would have been immense, marking it as an object of extreme value that only royalty like Prince Sabu could afford. Despite its technical brilliance, the Sabu Disk appears to be a solitary find. No other objects like it have been discovered in subsequent First Dynasty burials, which suggests it may have been a one-off experiment or part of a specialized tradition that was lost shortly after it began. The sudden disappearance of this specific design from the archaeological record is common in the history of technology, where highly complex tools are sometimes abandoned because they are too difficult to maintain, or because the specific knowledge required to make them dies with a single master craftsman. Modern studies of the disk continue to utilize high-resolution scans to determine if there are any microscopic wear patterns on the central hub that would prove it was used for rotation. So far, the results have been inconclusive due to the restoration work done when the disk was first recovered. While the academic community largely leans toward the theory of a ritual vessel, the mechanical precision and aerodynamic profile of the artifact remain a point of fascination for those who believe the early dynastic period was a time of greater technical experimentation than we often acknowledge. The Sabu Disk sits in the Cairo Museum as proof of a level of craftsmanship that was reached at the very dawn of Egyptian civilization, and then, for reasons we still don't understand, never repeated. While the Sabu Disk left us with an unknown archaeological marvel, archaeologists working at the Abusir necropolis uncovered a technical feature within the funerary complex of Pharaoh Sahure that fundamentally changed the understanding of 5th Dynasty engineering. While excavating the mortuary temple and the causeway leading to the pyramid, the team discovered a highly sophisticated drainage system composed of copper piping. This was not a primitive stone trench or a simple mud brick canal, but a specialized metal plumbing network that spanned over 400 meters. The existence of such an extensive metal infrastructure, dating back approximately 4,500 years, indicates that the Old Kingdom possessed a mastery of hydraulics and metallurgy that was effectively unmatched for several millennia. The layout of the system was integrated directly into the stone foundations of the temple. The architects had carved deep channels into the limestone pavement to house the pipes, which were then covered with stone slabs to keep them hidden and protected. These pipes were created by hammering thin sheets of copper into cylindrical shapes, which were then joined together to form a continuous line. The joints were overlapping and sealed with a lead-based solder, or a thick resin, to ensure they remained watertight under pressure. This level of craftsmanship suggests that the builders understood the principles of fluid transport and the necessity of preventing leaks within a permanent stone structure. One of the most remarkable aspects of the Sahure system is the scale and the material cost. Copper was an incredibly valuable resource in the Bronze Age, typically reserved for high-status tools, weapons, and jewelry. To dedicate nearly half a kilometer of the metal to a subterranean drainage system represents a massive state investment. This implies that the function of the pipes was considered vital to the religious or structural integrity of the pyramid complex. The network was designed to collect rainwater and ritual liquids from various parts of the temple and funnel them away from the holy sanctuaries toward the desert floor, preventing the erosion of the limestone foundations. Archaeologists also found that the system featured specialized collection basins made of solid basalt. These basins were carved with precise drainage holes that aligned perfectly with the copper inlets. The transition from the stone basins to the metal pipes shows a clear understanding of material compatibility and the need for a durable interface between different components. In some areas, the pipes had to negotiate sharp corners and changes in elevation, requiring the smiths to create custom-angled joints that maintained a steady flow without creating bottlenecks or blockages. The mystery of the Sahure plumbing involves the long-term survival of the copper itself. Despite the passage of 4,000 years in a sandy, abrasive environment, large sections of the piping were found in relatively good condition. Chemical analysis of the metal revealed a high level of purity, which likely contributed to its resistance to corrosion. Furthermore, the decision to use copper instead of the more common ceramic piping, seen in later civilizations, suggests a specific preference for durability and perhaps a ritual significance associated with the metal. The technical knowledge required to manufacture, install, and maintain such a system implies the existence of a specialized class of royal plumbers and metalworkers who worked in tandem with the pyramid architects. As the excavation progressed, it became clear that Sahure's temple was a prototype for advanced water management. Similar systems have been found in other 5th Dynasty sites, such as the Sun temples at Abu Gorab, but none reach the sheer complexity or length of the network at Abusir. This era appears to have been a peak for Egyptian hydraulic engineering. After the collapse of the Old Kingdom, the use of extensive metal plumbing systems became much rarer, with later dynasties often reverting to stone or clay channels. The shift away from copper infrastructure might have been driven by the rising cost of the metal or a loss of the specific technical guilds that specialized in large-scale metalwork. The specific purpose of the water being drained has also been a subject of debate among researchers. While some argue the system was purely for managing the occasional heavy rainfall that can occur in the desert, others suggest it was used for ritual purification ceremonies involving large volumes of water. The presence of several copper-lined basins in the most private areas of the temple supports the idea that water played a central role in the daily operations of the mortuary cult. Regardless of the specific use, the engineering required to move that volume of liquid through a concealed metal network shows that the Egyptians viewed water management as a challenge worthy of their most advanced technology. Today, the remains of the Sahure drainage system provide a rare look at the industrial capabilities of the 4th and 5th dynasties. Most of the copper has since been removed by tomb robbers or repurposed by later generations, but the stone channels and the fragments that remain allow us to reconstruct the original plan. It serves as a reminder that the pyramid builders were not just focused on vertical height and massive stone blocks, but were also perfecting the invisible infrastructure required to make their monuments endure. The Sahure pipes remain a primary example of how ancient engineers solved complex environmental problems using high-cost materials and sophisticated chemical knowledge long before the Roman aqueducts were even a concept. While the golden treasures of Giza often dominate the historical narrative, a discovery in the marshy wetlands of the Nile Delta would reveal a burial that challenged the established understanding of Egyptian wealth. In 1939, French archaeologist Pierre Montet was excavating at Tanis when he broke through the limestone walls of a tomb belonging to Psusennes I. To his surprise, he found a burial that had remained entirely untouched by looters for nearly 3,000 years. Inside the chamber sat a sarcophagus made not of gold or stone, but of solid silver, a material that was significantly rarer and more valuable than gold during the 21st dynasty. The presence of a silver coffin is a major archaeological anomaly that points to a shift in the economic reality of the Third Intermediate Period. Because silver had to be imported from long-distance sources like the Anatolian Plateau or the Iberian Peninsula, it was often considered more precious than the gold found in the eastern deserts of Egypt. The craftsmanship of the coffin is remarkably fine, featuring the pharaoh depicted as Osiris, with intricate engravings that have survived the humid conditions of the delta. Finding such a high concentration of this rare metal in a single burial suggests that even during a period of perceived political decline, the royal workshops maintained a high level of metallurgical skill. When Montet opened the silver sarcophagus, he discovered that it contained a second golden coffin inside, along with a stunning funerary mask made of solid gold and lapis lazuli. The burial of Psusennes I was as wealthy as that of Tutankhamun, yet he was a pharaoh of the late period, a time often characterized as one of poverty and chaos. The mystery for historians is how a ruler from a fractured Egypt managed to amass such a hoard of precious metals and why he chose to use silver as the primary protective layer. This choice might have had a specific religious meaning, as the Egyptians believed that the bones of the gods were made of silver, while their flesh was made of gold. The technical difficulty of preserving an intact tomb in the delta is another factor that makes this discovery unique. Unlike the dry, arid conditions of the Valley of the Kings, the high water table at Tanis meant that most tombs were quickly destroyed by moisture and salt. Psusennes I was buried in a stone-built chamber that managed to keep the interior dry enough to preserve the metals, although most of the wood and organic materials had rotted away. This survival provided archaeologists with a rare look at the jewelry, amulets, and ritual vessels of a period that was previously known only through fragmentary inscriptions. Despite the historical significance of the find, the silver pharaoh remained relatively unknown because the discovery coincided with the outbreak of the Second World War. As the world's attention shifted to the conflict in Europe, the news of an unlooted royal tomb was buried in the headlines. Scientific analysis of the artifacts has since shown that the silver used in the tomb was of a very high purity, requiring advanced refining techniques to remove lead and other impurities. The logistics of importing such large quantities of silver during a time of regional instability, suggests that the trade networks of the 21st dynasty were far more robust than once thought. Archaeologists also found that several items in the tomb were repurposed from earlier dynasties, including the granite outer sarcophagus, which originally belonged to Merneptah, a pharaoh of the 19th dynasty. This practice of recycling monumental stone was common in the Third Intermediate period, but the combination of ancient stone and contemporary silver creates a strange stylistic blend. It shows a ruler who was deeply conscious of his heritage, literally wrapping himself in the history of the new kingdom while utilizing the most expensive materials of his own age. The tomb remains the only unlooted royal burial from this era ever discovered. The research at Tanis continues to yield new information about the health and life of Susenes I. Forensic studies of his remains revealed that he was an elderly man when he died, suffering from severe arthritis and dental issues that likely caused him chronic pain. His long reign of nearly 50 years provided the stability needed to construct the great temple of Amun at Tanis and to organize the massive wealth found in his burial. The silver sarcophagus stands as a physical record of a time when the pharaohs of the north were struggling to maintain their divine status in a rapidly changing world. The legacy of the Silver Pharaoh serves as a reminder that the most significant archaeological treasures are not always found in the most famous locations. By choosing to build his tomb in the difficult terrain of the Delta, Susenes I managed to protect his final resting place from the professional grave robbers who had emptied nearly every tomb in Luxor. The discovery provides a vital link between the end of the Bronze Age and the rise of the Iron Age, showing a civilization that was still capable of producing extraordinary technical work during a time of transition. When looking at the surgical kits recovered from ancient Egyptian tombs, the bronze scalpels and copper needles suggest a society that was performing invasive procedures with significant frequency. These artifacts reflect a medical culture that was highly structured, operating out of institutions known as the Houses of Life. Within the medical papyri that have survived the millennia, researchers have identified a recurring reference to a specific mineral found near the ancient capital of Memphis. This substance, often called the Stone of Memphis or Lapis Memphiticus, was documented as a vital component in surgical preparation because of its reported ability to dull pain when applied to the skin. The use of the Stone of Memphis represents a specific branch of Egyptian pharmacology that relied on chemical reactions to achieve a medical outcome. According to accounts from ancient observers like Pliny the Elder, who recorded older Egyptian traditions, the stone was a small, variegated mineral about the size of a pebble. The medical protocol involved grinding this stone into a fine powder and mixing it with vinegar to create a topical paste. When this mixture was applied to a specific area of the body, the patient reportedly felt a localized numbing sensation that allowed the physician to perform minor surgeries or cauterizations without the patient feeling the full intensity of the blade or the heat. The medical practitioners of the time, known as Sunu, operated within a healthcare system that was surprisingly modern in its specialization. There were doctors who focused solely on the eyes, the teeth, or internal medicine. For those specializing in physical trauma and surgery, managing patient comfort was a practical necessity. The Edwin Smith Papyrus, a document dating to roughly 1600 BC, outlines 48 specific cases of trauma and the treatments for each. While many of these cases involve setting bones or bandaging wounds, the use of a topical anesthetic like the Stone of Memphis suggests that the Egyptians were trying to find a balance between surgical precision and patient stability. From a scientific perspective, the reaction between the stone and the vinegar provides a logical explanation for its effects. Many geologists believe the Stone of Memphis was a form of limestone or marble, primarily composed of calcium carbonate. When mixed with the acetic acid and vinegar, this combination produces a chemical reaction that releases carbon dioxide gas. This reaction causes the paste to bubble and fizz, which creates a significant cooling effect on the skin. This rapid drop in temperature, combined with the release of carbon dioxide, may have acted as a distraction for the nerves, or provided a mild local anesthesia, similar to the way modern doctors use cold sprays to numb an area before an injection. In the daily life of an Egyptian medical clinic, the application of this stone paste was likely a routine part of preparing for a procedure. A doctor would have a dedicated assistant, responsible for grinding the minerals and measuring the correct amount of vinegar. The clinical environment was often located within temple complexes, where cleanliness was maintained as a religious requirement. Surgeons utilized flint or bronze knives, which were sharpened to a fine edge, and the use of the stone of Memphis would have helped the patient remain still, ensuring the doctor could work with the necessary accuracy. The broader context of Egyptian medicine also included a wide array of other pain management techniques. They utilized the juice of the blue lotus for its sedative properties and incorporated poppy extracts into various recipes. However, the stone of Memphis was unique because it was a localized, non-narcotic solution. This prevented the patient from becoming fully incapacitated or suffering from the systemic side effects of stronger drugs. It allowed the surgeon to address a specific site on the body, such as a cyst or a shallow wound, while the patient remained conscious and alert. Archaeological evidence for the trade and preparation of such minerals is found in the remains of ancient workshops near Memphis. These sites contain various mortars and pestles, with traces of mineral dust, and storage jars that were used to hold acidic liquids like wine or vinegar. The logistics of the medical trade required a steady supply of these minerals from specific quarries, showing that the medical community was supported by a robust commercial network. The stone of Memphis was not just a local remedy, but a standardized pharmaceutical product used across the Nile Valley. As the centuries progressed, the specific knowledge of which mineral made up the true stone of Memphis began to fade. By the time of the Roman occupation, many of the old Egyptian medical guilds had been disbanded or absorbed into broader Mediterranean traditions. Later writers struggled to identify the exact rock mentioned in the older papyri, leading some to suggest it was a type of selenite or even a specific variety of hematite. Despite this loss of the exact recipe, the historical record of its use stands as evidence of an ancient culture that viewed the management of pain as a technical challenge that could be solved through chemistry. On the west bank of the Nile, near the ancient city of Dendera, stands the Temple of Hathor, one of the best preserved religious complexes in Egypt. Most of the structure was built during the late Ptolemaic and early Roman periods, between roughly 50 BC and 50 AD. Hathor was a major goddess associated with fertility, healing, music, and protection, and her temple was an important center for ritual activity. The walls are covered in reliefs showing offerings, divine figures, and scenes tied to creation myths. Hidden beneath the main floors are narrow underground crypts, spaces reserved only for priests. Inside these chambers are carvings that look unlike anything else found in Egyptian temples. The most unusual reliefs show long oval shapes with a serpent inside each one. These objects appear to rise from lotus flowers and connect to tall pillar-like structures with segmented bases. The scenes are carved in stone and stretch across multiple crypt walls, suggesting they were part of a larger ritual narrative. Unlike the public temple reliefs above, these images were meant for restricted ceremonial use. The chambers were sealed, dark, and difficult to access even in ancient times. Whatever these scenes represented, they were not intended for general worshippers to see. The serpent inside the oval shape is identified in temple texts as a form of the god Harsamptis, a deity associated with rebirth and solar energy. The lotus flower was a long-standing symbol of creation and the rising sun. The pillar shown beside the figure resembles the Djed column, a symbol connected to stability and the god Osiris. In Egyptian religious art, these elements often appeared together in scenes related to cosmic renewal. The reliefs at Dendera appear to show a divine force emerging from the lotus, supported by the Djed pillar. This interpretation fits with known creation myths recorded in other temples across Egypt. However, when the reliefs became widely known in the 20th century, many observers noticed something else. The oval shapes looked similar to large glass bulbs. The serpent inside resembled a glowing filament. The pillar structure appeared similar to a supporting base. To some, the entire scene looked less like a religious symbol and more like a technical device. This led to speculation that the reliefs might show an ancient form of artificial lighting. Supporters of this idea pointed to several features that seemed unusual. Some underground chambers in Egypt show limited soot from torches. The Egyptians were skilled in working with copper, chemicals, and stone. They understood basic electrical phenomena such as static electricity, even if only in simple forms. From this perspective, the Dendera reliefs were seen as diagrams of a lighting system used in sealed temple spaces. The serpent represented energy flow, the lotus acted as a power source, and the pillar stabilized the structure. Others have suggested that the scenes may represent symbolic knowledge encoded in a visual form. Rather than showing a literal device, the reliefs could describe natural forces such as light, energy, or creation through artistic imagery. Egyptian priests often used visual metaphors to express ideas that could not be easily described in words. In this view, the carvings may reflect advanced understanding of natural processes rather than mechanical technology. The fact that the scenes were hidden in crypts suggests they were connected to specialized religious knowledge. The crypt inscriptions provide additional context, but do not fully resolve the mystery. The texts describe the serpent as a divine force associated with creation and renewal. They reference ritual ceremonies involving sacred objects stored in the chambers. However, the language is symbolic and open to interpretation. Egyptian religious texts often used layered meanings rather than direct explanations. This leaves room for different readings of the same imagery. The location of the reliefs adds to their mystery. The crypts were designed to protect sacred knowledge and ritual equipment. They were not decorative spaces. Everything carved inside them served a specific religious function. The unusual imagery suggests that the priests who used these chambers followed rituals that were not practiced in public temples. The carvings may reflect teachings that were passed down only within the priesthood. The period when the reliefs were carved was also a time of religious change. Egyptian traditions were blending with Greek and Roman influences. Art styles became more complex, and religious symbolism grew more detailed. New interpretations of older myths were introduced. The Dendera reliefs may reflect this evolving belief system, combining traditional symbols in unfamiliar ways. While modern researchers disagree on how the reliefs should be interpreted, their unusual appearance continues to raise questions. The scenes do not match common temple art. Their location suggests restricted use. Their form invites comparison with modern technology, even if the meaning remains uncertain. This combination has kept the Dendera light reliefs at the center of ongoing debate. The Temple of Hathor itself remains an important archaeological site. Its reliefs provide valuable insight into late Egyptian religion, priestly rituals, and symbolic art. The crypts, though closed to most visitors, continue to be studied through documentation and imaging. Each carving adds another piece to the puzzle of how Egyptian priests understood creation and divine power. If you were to walk into a medical center in ancient Egypt, you might expect to see a collection of strange herbs and ritual masks. But one of the most effective tools in their medical kit was actually found in the local granary. Within the pages of the Berlin Papyrus and the Carlsberg Papyrus, we find a set of instructions that sounds like a simple gardening project. To determine if a woman was expecting a child, doctors instructed her to provide a sample of her urine to be poured over 2 separate bags of grain. One bag was filled with barley, and the other was filled with emmer wheat. The medical practitioners of the time looked at this as a natural way to see if the woman's internal energy was interacting with the fertility of the earth. The woman would check on these bags every morning to see if anything was growing. If the grain sprouted, it was considered a positive result. If neither bag grew, it was concluded that she was not pregnant. There was even a belief that the type of grain that grew first could tell you the sex of the baby. If the barley grew, it was a boy, and if the emmer wheat grew, it was a girl. While the part about predicting the baby's gender hasn't quite held up under modern testing, the test itself is incredibly accurate for its time. In the 20th century, researchers decided to put this ancient method to the test in a laboratory. They found that the urine of a pregnant woman caused the grain to sprout about 70% of the time. This happens because the elevated levels of estrogen in a pregnant woman's body act as a natural growth stimulant for the seeds. It is a remarkable example of how the Egyptians identified a biological trigger thousands of years before we understood the science of hormones. This discovery wasn't just a lucky guess. It suggests that the houses of life, the Egyptian centers of medical learning, were places of deep observation. Midwives and healers likely spent generations watching how different substances affected their crops. By narrowing down which grains responded most consistently to a woman's body, they turned a common agricultural staple into a reliable diagnostic tool. It shows a culture that was constantly experimenting with the world around them to solve the practical mysteries of human life. In the daily life of a village along the Nile, this test would have been a private and accessible way for women to manage their health. Since emmer and barley were used every day for bread and beer, every household had the necessary supplies. The medical papyri show that the Egyptians were very focused on women's health, with entire sections dedicated to fertility and labor. Having a standardized test like this meant that families could prepare for a new arrival much earlier, ensuring the mother received the right food and rest. Healthcare back then was a mix of this practical science and spiritual tradition. While a woman waited for the grain to sprout, she might also offer a prayer to Hathor, the goddess of motherhood. The test usually took place in a shaded corner of the home or garden where the grain could stay cool and damp away from the harsh desert sun. This blend of the domestic and the medical made healthcare a natural part of life, rather than something that only happened in a distant hospital. Archaeologists have even found small, specialized jars in the ruins of ancient homes that may have been used specifically for these types of tests. These small objects, combined with the written records, paint a picture of a society that was highly attuned to the early stages of life. From the royal palace to the smallest farm, the barley and emmer test was a trusted method that everyone understood. It was a decentralized system that worked because it relied on materials that were part of everyone's daily routine. What is perhaps most impressive is how long this knowledge lasted. This specific grain test didn't just stay in Egypt. It was adopted by Greek doctors and eventually made its way into European medical books. People were still using versions of this barley and wheat method as late as the 17th century. While the religious reasons behind it changed over time, the core observation that a pregnant woman's body can stimulate plant growth remained a staple of medical wisdom for millennia. In the early 1990s, a discovery in a German laboratory turned the traditional timeline of ancient history upside down. A toxicologist named Svetla Balabanova was performing routine chemical analysis on the remains of a woman named Henut Taui, a priestess who lived in Thebes over 3,000 years ago. Balabanova was looking for traces of medications or toxins, but what she found was far more confusing. The hair and tissue samples tested positive for high concentrations of nicotine and cocaine. While these chemicals are common today, their presence in an ancient Egyptian mummy creates a significant archaeological problem. Tobacco and coca, the plants these substances come from, are native to the Americas, and were not thought to have reached the Nile Valley until after the voyages of Christopher Columbus in the late 15th century. The context of Henut Taui's life makes this even more puzzling. She was a singer of Amun during the 21st dynasty, a member of the religious elite in a society that kept meticulous records of its trade and resources. The Egyptians were known for their vast maritime expeditions to mysterious lands like Punt to collect incense, gold, and exotic animals. However, there is no mention in any historical text or mural of a journey across the Atlantic Ocean. The discovery suggests that either the Egyptians had access to a trade network that stretched much farther than we realized, or there is another explanation for these chemicals that we haven't yet identified. When the results were first published, the scientific community was extremely skeptical. Many researchers suggested that the mummies might be modern fakes, or that the samples had been contaminated by the heavy smoking habits of 19th century archaeologists who first handled the remains. To rule this out, Balabanova and her team tested dozens of other mummies from various periods and locations across Egypt. To their surprise, many of these also tested positive for nicotine. Furthermore, they found that the chemicals were not just on the surface of the hair, where contamination would settle, but were embedded deep within the hair shafts and skin tissues. This indicates that the substances were consumed or inhaled while the individuals were still alive. The mystery of how these substances reached Egypt has led to several different theories. One possibility is that a variety of tobacco or coca plant once grew in Africa or the Middle East and has since gone extinct. Some botanists have pointed to a species of wild celery or certain nightshades that contain low levels of nicotine, but these do not account for the high concentrations found in the mummies, nor do they explain the presence of cocaine. Cocaine is chemically very specific to the Erythroxylum genus found in the Andes Mountains of South America. If an African version of this plant existed, it has left no botanical trace in the archaeological record. Archaeology typically relies on finding physical evidence, such as seeds, leaves, or specialized pipes, to prove the use of a plant. In the case of ancient Egypt, no physical remains of tobacco or coca have ever been found in a tomb. This lack of botanical evidence is the primary argument against the theory of transoceanic trade. Usually, when a society uses a stimulant on a scale that shows up in the general population, it leaves behind a massive amount of agricultural waste and storage vessels. In Egypt, we have plenty of evidence for the use of the blue lotus in wine, but the American plants are completely invisible in the soil. Despite the lack of physical plant remains, the chemical data remains a primary piece of evidence. Modern hair analysis is a very accurate way of tracking a person's diet and environment over several months. Because hair grows at a steady rate, it acts like a biological tape recorder. The fact that multiple laboratories using advanced technology have confirmed Balabanova's original findings means the presence of these chemicals is a physical fact that cannot be easily dismissed. It forces us to reconsider the possibility that ancient mariners were far more capable of navigating open oceans than our history books currently suggest. The logistics of such a journey would have been a massive undertaking. To reach South America from Egypt, ships would have to navigate the coast of Africa and cross the Atlantic, a distance of thousands of miles. While the Egyptians were skilled at coastal sailing, their ships were largely designed for the calmer waters of the Nile and the Red Sea. However, some experimental archaeologists have demonstrated that reed boats and wooden vessels based on ancient designs are capable of making the crossing. If such a route existed, it was likely a highly guarded secret, used to bring back rare and powerful substances for the priestly class to use in their rituals. In the open desert between Giza and Saqqara, a few miles from the famous Step Pyramid, there is a site that looks less like a tomb and more like an expansive open-air laboratory. This is Abu Gorab, the location of the Sun Temple built by Pharaoh Nusere-ini during the 5th dynasty. While the Great Pyramids of the 4th dynasty focus on vertical height and monumental scale, Abu Gorab is defined by its strange precision and unusual stone artifacts. The most prominent features of this site are 9 massive quartz basins that sit in the temple's central courtyard. These objects have intrigued researchers for over a century due to the specific technical markings on their surfaces and a level of finish that suggests a very different approach to stoneworking than we typically associate with the Old Kingdom. The temple was constructed as a place of worship for the sun god, Ra. Unlike the dark, enclosed funerary temples of the era, the Sun Temple was designed to be flooded with light, featuring a massive stone obelisk at its center. The 9 quartz basins are arranged in a row near the entrance. Each basin is carved from a single block of Egyptian alabaster, a variety of calcite or quartz, and measures about 1 meter in height. The most striking visual aspect of these basins is their shape. They feature a thick outer rim, with 3 large circular holes carved into the sides, giving them a physical appearance that many observers have compared to massive stone gears or mechanical components. When German archaeologist Ludwig Borchardt excavated the site in the late 1800s, he initially theorized that these were sacrificial basins. He suggested that animals were slaughtered on the temple's raised limestone altar, and their blood was collected in these large bowls. However, later analysis of the site has raised several questions regarding this theory. There are no drainage holes in the bottom of the basins to allow for the removal of liquids, and chemical tests on the stone have found no traces of hemoglobin or organic residue. Furthermore, the basins are located in a clean, open courtyard where such a messy process would be out of place in a ritual setting focused on the purity of sunlight. The real mystery of the Abu Gorab basins lies in the technical details of their construction. Quartz is a very hard material, ranking at a 7 on the Mohs scale. The tools available to 5th Dynasty workers were primarily made of copper and wood, which are much softer than the stone they were carving. To hollow out the center of these basins and create the perfectly circular holes on the sides, the builders would have needed to use a highly effective abrasive. Standard archaeological theory suggests they used copper saws and drills combined with quartz sand, but the finish on these basins is remarkably smooth. In some areas, the stone has a glassy, vitrified appearance that is usually the result of extreme friction or high temperatures. Looking at the tool marks on the interior of the basins, researchers have identified concentric, circular grooves that are perfectly even. These marks suggest the use of a rotary tool that was applied with a consistent amount of pressure and speed. In a manual process using sand and copper, the grooves would likely be more irregular. The precision of these markings has led some engineers to investigate whether the Egyptians were using a form of high-speed drilling or a lathe-like system to shape the quartz. The effort required to produce 9 identical basins with this level of accuracy suggests a specialized industrial process that was unique to the Sun Temples of this era. The physical properties of the stone itself may also provide a clue to the basin's purpose. Quartz is known for its piezoelectric properties, meaning it can generate an electrical charge when subjected to mechanical stress. It is also highly effective at conducting and amplifying sound. Some researchers have moved away from the sacrifice theory, suggesting instead that the basins were part of a ritual acoustic system. The temple's design, with its large open spaces and hard stone surfaces, would have been an ideal environment for the use of sound. The basins might have been filled with water and used to create specific resonances during the chanting of the sun priests. Or perhaps they served a role in observing the heavens by reflecting the stars in their polished surfaces. The logistics of the Abu Gorab site also indicate a high degree of planning. The quartz blocks had to be quarried and transported to the site before being worked by master craftsmen. The fact that these basins were placed in a sun temple rather than a tomb suggests their function was tied to the living world and the daily cycle of the sun. The temple complex also includes a massive limestone altar carved in the shape of the Hotep hieroglyph, which translates to offering or peace. The alignment of the basins with this altar and the central obelisk points to a highly organized ritual space where every stone was placed with a specific mathematical intention. As the 5th Dynasty came to an end, the construction of these elaborate sun temples ceased. While later pharaohs continued to worship Ra, they did not replicate the specific architectural or technical features found at Abu Gorab. This has left the quartz basins as a unique technological peak in the archaeological record. They represent a moment in history when Egyptian engineers were experimenting with the physical limits of hard stone, achieving a level of polish and precision that would not be seen again for centuries. Without the tools themselves, we are left to reconstruct their methods from the marks they left behind on the quartz. Today, the site of Abu Gorab remains relatively quiet compared to the bustling tourist areas of Giza. The 9 basins sit in the sun, their glassy surfaces slowly being worn away by the desert wind. Walking through the halls of any major museum with an Egyptian collection, you might notice a recurring trend among the stone figures. Whether it is a towering limestone pharaoh or a small bronze deity, a significant number of these statues are missing their noses. For a long time, historians attributed this to the natural wear and tear of thousands of years, assuming that because the nose is a protruding part of the face, it was simply the first piece to break off if a statue fell over. However, a closer look at the tool marks on these broken surfaces has revealed a much more intentional and systematic practice. It appears that for the ancient Egyptians, breaking the nose was a calculated act of ritual deactivation. To understand why someone would take a hammer and chisel to a beautiful work of art, we have to look at how the Egyptians viewed the relationship between a statue and the person it represented. They believed that a statue was not just a piece of carved stone, but a physical vessel that could house the ka, or the vital life force, of a god or a deceased ancestor. Through a ceremony called the opening of the mouth, priests would ritually animate the statue, allowing the spirit to enter the stone. Once this was done, the statue was considered a living entity that could receive offerings, hear prayers, and even act in the physical world. Because these statues were seen as living beings, they were also seen as being vulnerable. If a person wanted to harm a rival, or if a later pharaoh wanted to erase the power of a predecessor, they didn't always need to destroy the entire monument. The most effective way to neutralize the spirit was to cut off its source of life. By striking off the nose, the attacker was symbolically suffocating the spirit. Without a nose, the ka inside the statue could no longer breathe the breath of life, effectively rendering the spirit powerless and trapping it within the stone. This pattern of damage is found across every period of Egyptian history, from the Old Kingdom to the Roman era. When researchers analyzed statues from the tomb of Tutankhamun and the temples of Ramses II, they found that the damage to the noses was often very precise. In many cases, the rest of the face remains perfectly intact, which suggests that the person responsible was not just an angry rioter or a careless looter. They were someone who knew exactly where to strike to achieve a specific religious result. This was a targeted strike against the spiritual functioning of the object. The ritual of breaking the nose was often part of a larger campaign of damnatio memoriae, or the erasing of a person's memory from history. This is most famously seen in the monuments of the female pharaoh Hatshepsut. After her death, many of her statues were systematically dismantled, and their noses were removed to ensure that her spirit could not inhabit the temple and continue to exert its influence over the kingdom. It was a way for the new administration to reclaim the religious space and remove the presence of the previous ruler without having to grind every single statue into dust. Beyond the nose, other parts of the body were also targeted for specific reasons. If an attacker wanted to prevent a spirit from receiving offerings, they would chop off the statue's right arm, which was the arm typically used to reach for food. If they wanted to stop the spirit from hearing the prayers of the living, they would chisel away the ears. Each act of vandalism was a logical step in a ritual intended to disable a specific faculty of the depicted person. These statues weren't just being vandalized, they were being surgically altered to change their spiritual properties. In some cases, this practice was even applied to the hieroglyphs on the walls. In certain tombs, you can see images of dangerous animals like lions or crocodiles that have been cut in half or had their legs removed. The builders were afraid that these magical images might come to life and harm the deceased person inside the tomb, so they killed the images before sealing the chamber. This shows that the fear of animated stone and ink was a very real part of the Egyptian worldview, affecting everything from massive public monuments to the smallest details of a burial. When we look at these broken noses today, we are seeing the physical remains of a theological conflict. The people who committed these acts were not trying to destroy art. They were trying to protect themselves or their leaders from the perceived power of the past. The mystery of the broken noses reminds us that for the Egyptians, there was no clear line between the physical object and the spiritual reality it represented. A statue was a living member of society, and like any living thing, it could be silenced. Today, conservators and archaeologists use specialized lighting and 3D scanning to study the impact points of these strikes. By looking at the direction and force of the blows, they can tell if the damage was done by a professional stonemason or a casual passerby. Most of the time, the evidence points to a professional. The ritual of the broken nose was a formal part of the state's religious landscape, a way of managing the spirits of the dead and the gods to ensure the stability of the living world. For over 1,000 years, the pharaohs of Egypt spoke of a distant and wealthy land that they called Punt. It was described in temple inscriptions and depicted in elaborate wall reliefs as a place of immense riches, where the Egyptians traded linen, grain, and tools for exotic goods that could not be found anywhere else. This land of the god was the primary source of high-quality incense, gold, ebony, and live animals like baboons and giraffes. Despite these detailed accounts and the physical evidence of the goods brought back from these journeys, the actual location of Punt remains one of the most enduring mysteries in the history of archaeology. The most famous record of an expedition to Punt is found on the walls of the temple of Queen Hatshepsut at Deir el-Bahari, dating to roughly 1400 BC. The reliefs show 5 large Egyptian trade ships arriving at a foreign coast, where they were met by the king and queen of Punt. The artwork is incredibly detailed, showing the houses of the Puntites built on stilts over the water and a lush landscape filled with incense trees. The Egyptians were so thorough in their documentation that they even depicted the specific species of fish swimming beneath the ships, which has provided modern researchers with vital clues about the route the sailors might have taken. For decades, the search for Punt has focused on the coastlines of the Red Sea. Because the trade included items like frankincense and myrrh, many historians originally looked toward the southern Arabian Peninsula, in modern-day Yemen or Oman. However, the Egyptian depictions also include African animals like cheetahs and rhinoceroses, which suggests the land was likely located on the African continent. This has led the majority of current researchers to focus on the Horn of Africa, specifically the regions of modern-day Eritrea, Ethiopia, or Eastern Sudan. The challenge is that while the goods were African, the archaeological record in these areas has yet to reveal a single city or port that can be definitively identified as the capital of Punt. In 2010, a breakthrough occurred not through the study of stone, but through the study of biology. A team of scientists performed a chemical analysis on the mummified remains of 2 baboons that had been brought back from Punt and buried in the Valley of the Kings. By analyzing the oxygen isotopes in the animal's hair, the researchers could determine the environment where the baboons grew up. The results showed that the animals were not native to Egypt, but came from a region that matches the modern-day border between Eritrea and Ethiopia. This provides the strongest evidence to date that Punt was located in this specific area of East Africa, yet the physical ruins of the civilization itself still remain elusive. The logistics of getting to Punt were a massive undertaking for the ancient Egyptians. To reach the Red Sea from the Nile, sailors had to dismantle their ships and carry the wooden planks across the desert for over 100 miles. Once they reached the coast at sites like Mersa Gawasis, they would reassemble the ships and sail south for several weeks. This was not a simple coastal hop. It was a full-scale maritime operation that required thousands of workers, soldiers, and navigators. The fact that the Egyptians were willing to go to such lengths shows how essential the trade with Punt was for their economy and their religious rituals. Archaeologists working at the ancient port of Vases have found actual wooden crates and shipping labels that mention the wonderful things of Punt. These artifacts prove that the trade was a physical reality, yet the destination itself seems to have left no permanent mark on the landscape. One theory for this lack of ruins is that the Puntites lived in a society that did not build with stone. If their cities were made of wood, reed, and mud, the humid and changing environment of East Africa would have reclaimed them long ago. Unlike the Egyptians, who built for eternity, the people of Punt may have left behind a footprint that was purely organic. Another intriguing aspect of the Punt mystery is the depiction of the Queen of Punt, known as Ati. In the Egyptian reliefs, she is shown with a unique physical appearance that researchers have debated for over a century. Some suggest her shape represents a specific medical condition, while others believe it was a stylistic way for the Egyptians to show her immense wealth and high status. This detail highlights how the Egyptians viewed the people of Punt as exotic and different, yet they treated them as equal trading partners rather than subjects to be conquered. The trade with Punt eventually declined and disappeared as the Egyptian New Kingdom collapsed. By the time of the later dynasties, the land of Punt had passed into the realm of legend, becoming a semi-mythical place mentioned in stories rather than a practical trade destination. This transition from a real place to a myth is likely why its location was lost to history. Without a continuous presence in the Mediterranean trade network, the specific sailing routes and landmarks were forgotten, leaving only the carvings in stone to remind us that such a wealthy kingdom once existed. Today, the search for Punt continues through satellite imagery and underwater archaeology along the Red Sea coast. We are looking for the remains of ancient harbors or stone anchors that might point the way to the final destination of Hatshepsut's fleet. While we may now have a general idea of the region, the specific heart of the land of Punt remains hidden. When we look at the treasures of Tutankhamun, the gold and gemstones often grab our attention, but some of the most unusual items in the tomb are much harder to categorize. Tucked away among the royal furniture were two strange objects that look like something out of a ritualistic folk tale. They consisted of a headless animal skin, often a feline or a bull, which had been stuffed with linen and attached to a golden pole. This pole was then mounted into a heavy stone base. Known as the Imiut Fetish, this object was a staple of Egyptian funerary art for thousands of years, yet its exact function remains one of the more obscure corners of Egyptian religious practice. The history of the Imiut goes back to the very beginning of the First Dynasty. In the earliest tombs, archaeologists found depictions of this stuffed skin on pottery and stone labels, often standing near the king or a high-ranking official. It was clearly an object of great importance, linked to the concept of the Anubis fetish. The name itself, Imiut, roughly translates to "he who is in the wrappings," which provides a direct link to the process of mummification. For the Egyptians, the fetish was not just a decoration. It was a physical manifestation of the god Anubis, the protector of the dead and the master of the embalming tent. In the context of a royal burial, the Imiut was placed in the tomb to serve as a bridge between the world of the living and the realm of the dead. Its physical form, a skin without a head, is thought to represent a state of transition. By removing the head and stuffing the body with linen, the Egyptians were mimicking the early stages of mummification, where the physical shell is preserved while the spirit prepares to depart. This object acted as a silent guardian, overseeing the transformation of the deceased pharaoh into an eternal being. It was almost like a spiritual battery, intended to help the king navigate the difficult journey through the underworld. The mystery of the Imiut lies in the specific choice of materials. While most ritual objects were made of wood, stone, or precious metals, the fetish required a real animal skin. This suggests that the object had a visceral, biological connection to the rites it was part of. Some scholars believe the skin was originally a vessel for the blood of sacrificed animals, used in very early ceremonies that predated the written word. Over time, the blood was replaced by linen, and the object became a symbolic representation of those ancient rituals. Despite this shift to symbolism, the physical presence of the skin remained a requirement for the fetish to be considered active. When we look at the tomb of Tutankhamun, we see that the two Imiut fetishes were placed in the treasury, guarding the entrance to the room containing the king's organs. This placement supports the idea that the fetish was a protective device. In the myth of Osiris, Anubis used the skin of a defeated enemy of the gods to wrap the remains of Osiris, protecting him from further harm. By placing the Imiut in the tomb, the priests were reenacting this myth, ensuring that the king's body remained safe and whole under the watchful eye of the embalmer god. The construction of these fetishes involved a surprising level of technical detail. The skin had to be carefully tanned to prevent decay, and the linen stuffing was often treated with resins to maintain its shape. The pole was usually made of wood, but could be covered in gold leaf, and the base was often carved from a single piece of heavy stone like alabaster to ensure the object remained upright. This indicates that the Imiut was a standardized liturgical tool, manufactured in royal workshops following a set of strict religious guidelines. As the centuries passed, the Imiut began to appear more frequently in temple carvings and on the walls of private tombs. It became an essential part of the opening of the mouth ceremony, where a priest would use a specialized tool to touch the face of a statue or a mummy to restore its senses. The Imiut stood nearby as a witness to this process, representing the authority of Anubis. It served as a reminder that the dead were not truly gone, but were instead undergoing a complex chemical and spiritual change that would eventually lead them to the stars. The archaeological record shows that the use of the Imiut continued well into the Roman period, showing its lasting power in the Egyptian mind. Even as other gods and traditions shifted, the headless skin on a pole remained a constant fixture of the burial landscape. It tells us that the Egyptians were not just focused on the beauty of their monuments, but were also deeply concerned with the physical mechanics of the afterlife. They used every tool at their disposal, including these strange, stuffed skins, to ensure that the soul had every possible advantage in the next world. The Imiut fetishes from Tutankhamun's tomb remain some of the most fragile items ever recovered from the site. They represent a side of the ancient world that can feel alien to modern eyes, a world where the boundary between the animal and the divine was constantly being crossed. The mystery of why a headless skin became one of the most sacred objects in history is still being debated, but its presence in the most famous tomb in the world confirms that it was a vital piece of the puzzle that was the ancient Egyptian journey through death. When the British archaeologist Flinders Petrie began his work at the Step Pyramid of Saqqara, he encountered a discovery that challenged the standard timeline of Egyptian technological development. Within the subterranean galleries of the pyramid, his team found an estimated 40,000 stone vessels. While the volume alone was staggering, the quality of the objects was even more perplexing. These were not just limestone or soft alabaster bowls. Many were carved from exceptionally hard stones like granite, basalt, and diorite. Some of these vessels were fashioned with walls as thin as a few millimeters, featuring necks so narrow that a human hand could not fit inside to hollow them out. The era in which these vases were created predates the construction of the Great Pyramids by centuries. These are artifacts of the Pre-Dynastic and early dynastic periods, a time when the Egyptians were supposedly limited to using simple copper chisels and stone hammers. Despite this, the surface of these vessels shows a level of symmetry and smoothness that suggests the use of a rotational tool. When engineers have analyzed these vases using modern metrology equipment, they have found that many are perfectly balanced and circular to within a fraction of a millimeter. This level of precision is difficult to achieve by hand, yet the archaeological record has not yet provided evidence of a mechanical lathe from this period. The logistics of hollowing out a granite vase through a narrow opening involves a specific technical hurdle. To create the interior cavity, the craftsman would have to use a tool that could expand once inside the vessel. Traditional theories suggest the use of a crank drill, a wooden shaft with a weighted top and a forked bottom that held copper blades or stones. By adding an abrasive like quartz sand or emery, the worker could slowly wear away the hard rock. However, this method requires an immense amount of time and physical effort. The existence of tens of thousands of these vases suggests a production capacity that was industrial in scale rather than just the work of a few isolated craftsmen. In the workshops of the First and Second Dynasties, the master stonemasons clearly had access to a specific type of abrasive that allowed them to treat granite like soft wood. Modern studies have looked at the feed rate of the tools used to cut these stones by examining the microscopic grooves left on the surface. Some researchers have noted that the grooves are very deep and consistent, which often happens when a tool is moving with high speed and high pressure. If the Egyptians were using simple hand drills, the grooves would likely be more shallow and irregular. This discrepancy remains a central point of debate among those who study ancient manufacturing techniques. The choice of materials also adds to the mystery. Diorite and granite are significantly harder than the copper tools the Egyptians possessed at the time. While copper cannot cut these stones on its own, it can act as a carrier for abrasive sand. But even with the best abrasives, carving a diorite vase into a delicate, translucent shape is a high-risk operation. One wrong move or too much pressure would shatter the brittle stone. The fact that so many of these vessels survived intact suggests that the builders had perfected a method that minimized vibration and allowed for extreme control over the thickness of the stone walls. Many of these vases were discovered in the Great Pit beneath the Step Pyramid, where they had been stored as ancestral treasures by King Djoser. By the time the Third Dynasty began, the art of making these incredibly thin, hard stone vessels was already starting to decline. Later dynasties continued to make stone jars, but they often moved towards softer materials like calcite, which was much easier to work. The pre-dynastic vases represent a unique peak in stoneworking that appeared very early in Egyptian history and then slowly transitioned into different, less demanding forms of manufacturing. Researchers have recently used 3D laser scanning to look for lathe centers, small indentations at the bottom and top of the vases that would indicate they were mounted on a spinning machine. While some vessels show these markings, others are so smooth that any trace of the manufacturing process has been polished away. This has led to the theory that the Egyptians may have used a primitive form of a vertical lathe or a weighted flywheel system that allowed for consistent rotation. If such a machine existed, it would be the earliest known example of complex mechanical engineering in the world. The sheer quantity of these vases found at Saqqara suggests they were part of a state-controlled industry that supplied the royal courts and the afterlife needs of the elite. Each vase was a masterpiece of physics and patience, created at a time when the civilization was just beginning to find its footing. These vessels remain some of the most refined objects ever pulled from the Egyptian soil, serving as physical proof that the earliest generations of Egyptians were already master engineers. They had figured out how to tame the hardest stones of the desert, turning them into delicate works of art that have lasted for over 5,000 years. In the early 20th century, archaeologists working in the upper Egyptian city of Coptos discovered a series of limestone stelae that offered a rare glimpse into a civilization on the brink of structural failure. These inscriptions, now known as the Coptos Decrees, were issued by several pharaohs of the 8th dynasty toward the end of the Old Kingdom. Unlike the confident proclamations of the pyramid builders, these texts are administrative survival guides. They were written during the first intermediate period, a time when the centralized power of Memphis was dissolving and the nation was fracturing into local territories governed by competing warlords. The context of these decrees is a society struggling with a total breakdown of the legal and social order. For centuries, the pharaoh was the absolute source of law, but by the 8th dynasty, the royal court had lost its ability to enforce its will across the Nile Valley. The Coptos Decrees represent a desperate attempt by the central government to maintain its most sacred duty, the protection of the temples and the tombs of the elite. These were not mere suggestions. They were binding legal orders that granted extraordinary, almost absolute powers to the local governors of Coptos to arrest, try, and punish anyone who threatened the sanctity of the religious estates. The mystery of these documents lies in what they reveal about the level of corruption and desperation during this dark age. One specific decree describes a situation where the Temple of Min at Coptos had been infiltrated by people who were stealing the temple's resources and desecrating the sacred grounds. The pharaoh's response was to bypass the traditional courts entirely, giving the local governor the right to execute offenders on the spot and strip their families of all titles and property. This shift from a structured, bureaucratic legal system to a state of emergency law suggests that the standard tools of government had completely failed to keep the peace. Historians have noted that the language used in the Coptos Decrees is unusually harsh and defensive. The texts frequently mention rebels and those who act against the king, indicating that the pharaoh was no longer viewed as an unshakable god-king, but as a vulnerable ruler trying to hold on to a crumbling throne. The decrees were set up in the temple courtyards to serve as a public warning, but the fact that so many of them had to be issued in such a short period suggests the warnings were often ignored. It was a time when the physical security of a tomb was more important than the theological promises of the afterlife. The archaeology of Coptos provides evidence of why this specific city was so important during this crisis. Coptos was the gateway to the Wadi Hammamat, the primary trade route leading to the gold mines of the Eastern Desert and the Red Sea. If the central government lost control of Coptos, it lost its access to the wealth needed to pay its soldiers and maintain its temples. By issuing these decrees, the 8th dynasty pharaohs were essentially trying to secure their last remaining economic lifeline. They were trading political authority for local loyalty, a move that would eventually lead to the rise of independent regional powers. Another intriguing aspect of the Coptos Decrees is the mention of a family of powerful officials known as the House of Shimei. Several of the decrees are specifically addressed to Shimei and his son, granting them hereditary control over Upper Egypt. This was a radical departure from Old Kingdom tradition, where the king appointed officials based on merit or royal connection. Here, we see the birth of a feudal system where local families were given permanent control over vast regions in exchange for their military support of the king. The decrees act as the birth certificates of a new type of Egyptian politics that would define the centuries to come. The technical study of the stones themselves reveals how the administration functioned even during a collapse. Despite the political chaos, the scribes and stonemasons still adhered to high standards of literacy and carving. The hieroglyphs are clear and follow the classical grammar of the Old Kingdom, showing that the House of Life, the center of education, was still operating. This creates a strange contrast between the refined professional appearance of the decrees and the violent, chaotic reality they describe. It suggests that even as the state was falling apart, the bureaucracy was determined to maintain the outward appearance of a functioning empire. Researchers continue to look for more of these stones in the layers of debris surrounding the Temple of Min. Each new find provides another piece of the puzzle regarding how the Old Kingdom ended and how the Middle Kingdom was eventually born from the ruins. The Coptos Decrees remain one of the most important primary sources for understanding the transition from a unified state to a fractured landscape. They are a record of a civilization that was forced to reinvent its laws and its leadership in order to survive a period of total instability. When we think of the great monuments of the Egyptian desert, we usually look toward the limestone peaks of Giza. However, deep in the Nubian desert, about 100 miles west of Abu Simbel, lies a site that predates the first pharaohs by several thousand years. This is Nabta Playa, a collection of standing stones and ritual structures that served as a central gathering place for nomadic cattle herders as far back as 7000 BC. Long before the invention of the Egyptian writing system or the building of the Great Pyramid, the people of this region were already manipulating massive stones to track the movements of the heavens. The history of Nabta Playa is tied to a time when the Sahara was a much wetter and more hospitable environment. Thousands of years ago, seasonal monsoons transformed this desert basin into a lush lake, attracting groups of people who migrated from the south with their herds. These nomadic tribes were among the first to domesticate cattle in Africa, and the archaeology of the site shows that they viewed their animals with a level of reverence that would later become a hallmark of Egyptian religion. They buried their cattle in elaborate stone-lined tombs, a practice that mirrors the way the later Egyptians would treat their own sacred animals. The most famous feature of the site is a small stone circle measuring only about 4 meters in diameter. Despite its modest size, it represents a sophisticated understanding of astronomy. The circle consists of several upright sandstone slabs, some of which are arranged to form sightlines. When researchers analyzed the orientation of these stones in the late 20th century, they discovered that one set of slabs aligns perfectly with the rising sun on the summer solstice. This was a critical date for the nomadic people, as it signaled the arrival of the summer rains that would replenish the lake and provide water for their cattle. The precision of Nabta Playa extends beyond the sun. Investigations by astrophysicists have suggested that other stones in the circle were positioned to track the stars of the belt of Orion and the bright star Sirius. These celestial bodies were deeply important to later Egyptian mythology, but Nabta Playa shows that their significance was established thousands of years earlier in the deep desert. The ability of these nomadic people to calculate the shifts in the night sky over generations suggests a high level of mathematical thinking and a culture that valued the preservation of data through physical architecture. In addition to the stone circle, the plateau is dotted with megalithic complexes, groups of massive stones, some weighing several tons, that were hauled from distant quarries and set into the ground. Many of these stones were shaped to resemble cattle or other symbolic forms. Below these stones, archaeologists found deep pits that contained nothing but sterile sand or the remains of sacrificed animals. This indicates that the stones were not markers for human burials, but were likely part of a landscape-scale ritual system intended to ensure the continued fertility of the land and the return of the seasonal waters. The logistics of building such a monument in a remote basin required a high degree of social organization. Even though they were nomads, these people could coordinate their movements to arrive at Nabta Playa at the exact same time every year to perform their ceremonies and add to the stone structures. This type of large-scale cooperation is often seen as the foundation of a complex state. The structures at Nabta Playa are effectively the cultural ancestors of the pyramids, showing that the organizational skills required to build the monuments of the Nile Valley were being perfected in the Sahara long before the first dynasty began. The mystery of Nabta Playa is also a story of a changing climate. As the Sahara began to dry out around 5,000 years ago, the seasonal monsoons failed to reach the basin, and the lush grasslands turned back into desert. The people were forced to migrate toward the Nile Valley, carrying their astronomical knowledge and their cattle-worshipping traditions with them. Many historians believe that the elite culture that emerged in the early Egyptian state was directly descended from these desert nomads. The symbols found at Nabta Playa, such as the cow-headed goddess and the focus on the summer solstice, would eventually reappear in the iconography of the pharaohs. The site remained hidden by the desert sands for millennia, until it was rediscovered in the 1970s by a team of archaeologists using satellite photography to find ancient water sources. Because the stones are made of local sandstone, they blend in perfectly with the surrounding landscape, making them difficult to spot from the ground. Since its discovery, the most important stones have been moved to the Nubian Museum in Aswan to protect them from vandals and the elements, where they continue to be studied by researchers interested in the roots of African science. On the island of Sahel, located in the middle of the Nile just south of Aswan, a massive granite boulder sits among the rocks of the first cataract. Carved into its surface is a lengthy hieroglyphic text that tells a story of national crisis and divine intervention. This inscription, known as the Famine Stela, describes a terrifying 7-year period where the Nile failed to flood, leading to a total collapse of the Egyptian food supply. While the story is set in the 3rd dynasty, during the reign of King Djoser, the style of the writing and the historical context suggest the stone was actually carved over 2,000 years later, during the Ptolemaic period. The narrative of the stela begins with King Djoser in a state of deep despair. He writes to Imhotep, his famous architect and high priest, explaining that the grain has withered, the storehouses are empty, and the people are in such a state of starvation that they have lost all sense of social order. According to the text, the Nile had not reached its proper height for 7 consecutive years. Djoser asks Imhotep to investigate the source of the Nile's waters to understand why the god Khnum, the ram-headed creator deity who controlled the flood from the nearby island of Elephantine, had turned his back on Egypt. The history of the Nile flood was central to Egyptian survival. Every year, the river was expected to rise and deposit nutrient-rich silt onto the fields, allowing for the massive agricultural output that supported the empire. A failure of the flood for 1 year was a manageable hardship, but a failure for 7 years would have been a catastrophic event that could end a dynasty. The Famine Stela claims that after Djoser made a massive land grant to the temple of Khnum, the god appeared to him in a dream and promised that the waters would return. The floods resumed the following year, and the famine came to an end. The mystery for modern historians is whether this inscription records a real historical event from the Old Kingdom, or if it was a piece of clever political propaganda created by the Ptolemaic priests. In the 2nd century BC, the priests of Khnum at Elephantine were in a heated dispute with the priests of Isis at Philae over who had the right to collect taxes from the surrounding region. By discovering or carving an ancient decree from King Djoser that granted the land to Khnum, the priests of Elephantine could provide a legal precedent that dated back thousands of years. This would make their claim to the land much stronger in the eyes of the Greek kings who then ruled Egypt. Archaeologically, there is a lack of contemporary physical evidence for a 7-year famine during the reign of Djoser. Excavations of 3rd dynasty settlements show no signs of mass starvation or sudden abandonment that would typically accompany a crisis of that magnitude. However, ice core samples and climate data from other parts of the world show that the Earth did experience several periods of extreme drought during the Bronze Age. It is possible that the story on the Famine Stela is a distant memory of a real environmental disaster that was passed down through oral tradition for 2 millennia before finally being carved into the granite of Sahel. The text on the stela is written in a late form of Middle Egyptian, which was a classical language used by the Ptolemaic scribes to give their writing an air of ancient authority. This is similar to a modern writer using Victorian English to make a document look like it was written in the 19th century. The scribes were very careful to include the names of Djoser and Imhotep to ground the story in a time of great architectural and spiritual prestige. Despite the late date of the carving, the technical quality of the hieroglyphs is excellent, showing that the traditions of Egyptian stonework were still being maintained even under foreign rule. Another point of interest is the description of the source of the Nile. The stela describes the flood emerging from 2 caverns located beneath the island of Elephantine, While we now know the Nile originates from Lake Victoria and the Ethiopian highlands, the Egyptians believed it rose from a subterranean abyss. The stela provides a detailed look at this theological geography, showing how the priests understood the relationship between the physical river and the gods who controlled it. For the Egyptians, a drought was not just a weather event. It was a sign of a broken relationship between the pharaoh and the divine. The Famine Stela remains a primary example of how the ancient Egyptians used their history to solve contemporary problems. Whether the 7-year drought happened exactly as described or not, the stone served its purpose as a legal and religious document. It allowed the Temple of Khnum to survive and prosper during a time of transition. The inscription serves as a reminder that for the people of the Nile, history was a living tool that could be called upon to provide stability in an uncertain world. The boulder on Sihel Island is still a site of active study today. Epigraphers, specialists who study ancient inscriptions, continue to analyze the grammar and vocabulary of the stela to find more clues about when it was composed. By comparing the text to other decrees found in the region, they are piecing together a map of the complex political rivalries that define the late stages of Egyptian civilization. In the quiet pyramid field of Abusir, a site known primarily for the monuments of the 5th dynasty, a discovery in 2015 forced historians to rethink the royal family tree of the Old Kingdom. A team from the Czech Institute of Egyptology was excavating a small mastaba tomb near the funerary complex of Pharaoh Neferefre when they encountered a burial that had remained hidden for over 4,000 years. As they cleared the sand from the limestone walls, they found the name and titles of a woman who had never appeared in any known king list or historical chronicle. This unknown queen, identified as Khentakawess III, appeared to be a figure of immense power during a pivotal moment in Egyptian history. The tomb, designated as AC 30, was built in the shadow of the unfinished pyramid of Neferefre, which suggests a close personal connection to that specific ruler. Inside the burial chamber, the archaeologists discovered a collection of 24 travertine vessels and 4 copper tools, along with skeletal remains that belonged to a woman approximately 25 to 30 years old. The most significant finds, however, were the inscriptions carved into the limestone walls of the tomb. These hieroglyphs provided the woman's name and 2 highly specific titles: Wife of the King and Mother of the King. The discovery of these titles created an immediate puzzle for Egyptologists. Before 2015, the record for the mid-5th dynasty was thought to be relatively complete, yet Khentakawess III was nowhere to be found. The presence of the title Mother of the King is particularly important because it indicates that her son eventually ascended to the throne. Based on the location of her tomb and the timeline of the 5th dynasty, researchers believe she was the wife of Pharaoh Neferefre and the mother of Pharaoh Menkaure-Kayu. This fills a significant gap in the succession line and explains how the royal bloodline was maintained during a period of short-reigned kings. Looking at the context of the 5th dynasty provides a better understanding of why a powerful queen could be lost to history. This was a time when the sun temples of Abu Gorab were being constructed, and the royal court was becoming increasingly decentralized. Bureaucracy was expanding, and for the first time, high-ranking officials began building elaborate tombs that rivaled those of the royal family. In such a complex political environment, the specific identities of royal wives were sometimes overshadowed by the monumental achievements of the kings themselves, especially if their reigns were brief or overshadowed by more famous successors. The archaeological team also recovered several small funerary statuettes and fragments of pottery that provide a glimpse into the burial customs of the time. These objects were standard for an Old Kingdom royal burial, but the fact that they were found in a tomb that had been partially disturbed by ancient looters makes their survival notable. The remaining artifacts allowed scientists to date the tomb with a high degree of accuracy to the middle of the 25th century BC. This precision helped confirm that Khentakawess III lived during the transition between the reigns of Neferefre and the later, more established pharaohs of the dynasty. Forensic analysis of the skeletal remains offered more personal details about the life of this unknown queen. The state of her bones suggested she lived a life of high status with a diet rich in protein, though her relatively young age at death points to the ever-present risks of the ancient world. There were no obvious signs of trauma, leading researchers to believe she likely died of natural causes or complications related to childbirth, which was a common occurrence even for the royal elite. Her burial in Abusir, rather than at the more prestigious site of Saqqara, indicates that the royal court had a specific and local attachment to the Abusir plateau during this generation. The existence of Khentakawess III also highlights the recurring use of the name Khentakawess among the women of the Old Kingdom. Two earlier queens with the same name are already well known to history, both of whom played critical roles in the transitions between dynasties. This suggests that the name may have been more than just a personal identifier. It might have been a title, or a name taken by women who held a specific regency power. Finding a third Khentakawess suggests that this lineage of powerful women was a stable and recognized part of the Egyptian political system for over a century. The recovery of this queen's identity from the sands of Abusir serves as a reminder that the archaeological record is far from finished. Even in sites that have been studied for over 100 years, significant figures can remain hidden just a few meters below the surface. In the northeastern suburbs of modern-day Cairo, beneath the bustling neighborhoods of Mataria and Ain Shams, lies the remains of what was once the most influential religious center in the ancient world. Known to the Egyptians as Yunu and to the Greeks as Heliopolis, or the City of the Sun, this site was the primary center for the worship of the sun god Ra. For over 3,000 years, every major pharaoh sought to leave their mark here, commissioning massive obelisks, towering statues, and expansive temple complexes. However, unlike the stone structures of Upper Egypt that still stand against the desert sky, the monuments of Heliopolis have largely disappeared, leaving behind an archaeological puzzle that is being solved one piece at a time. The history of Heliopolis begins at the very dawn of Egyptian civilization. The Egyptians believed this site was the location of the primeval mound, the first piece of land to emerge from the chaotic waters of creation. It was here that the Benben stone, a mysterious pyramid-shaped object, was said to have landed, serving as the physical focus for the solar cult. The theology developed by the priests of Heliopolis, known as the Ennead, became the foundational belief system for the entire nation. Because of this spiritual prestige, the city grew into a massive university and religious hub where priests studied astronomy, medicine, and philosophy. During the New Kingdom, Heliopolis was a sprawling complex of stone and mud brick that rivaled the size of the Great Temple of Karnak in Luxor. The Sun Temple was filled with dozens of red granite obelisks, which the Egyptians called Tekenu, designed to catch the first rays of the morning sun. These needles of stone were not just decorative. They were functional religious objects intended to channel the power of Ra into the physical world. The sheer density of monumental stone at this site made it a wonder of the ancient world. Yet by the time of the Roman occupation, the city had already begun to fade into ruin. The disappearance of the city was a combination of systematic dismantling and the shifting geography of the Nile Delta. As the capital moved to other cities like Alexandria and later Fustat, Heliopolis became a convenient quarry. The high-quality limestone and granite were stripped away to build the walls, mosques, and palaces of medieval Cairo. While this explains the loss of the upper structures, a second, more difficult mystery involves the foundations of the city itself. Over the centuries, the water table in the area began to rise, and the Nile's annual floods deposited layers of silt that eventually buried the temple remains several meters below the modern street level. Archaeologists working at the site today face a significant technical challenge: the groundwater. In many areas of Mataria, the remains of the sun temples are submerged in a thick, salty brine that is both difficult to pump out and corrosive to the stone. This rising water table is caused by a combination of modern urban expansion, ancient shifts in the Nile's path, and the natural basin-like shape of the region. As a result, much of the City of the Sun has been swallowed by the earth, creating a situation where researchers must use specialized diving equipment or complex pumping systems just to see a few feet into the past. In 2017, a breakthrough occurred that demonstrated just how much still remains hidden beneath the mud. A joint Egyptian-German team discovered a massive quartzite statue submerged in groundwater in an area where local residents had been building houses. The statue, originally thought to be Ramses II, but later identified as Psamtik I, stood over 8 meters tall. Finding a colossus of this size in a residential neighborhood proved that the core of the ancient temple was still there, preserved by the very mud and water that made it so difficult to find. The recovery of the statue required heavy machinery and careful engineering to lift the multi-ton fragments out of the swampy ground without causing damage. The technical skill required to build Heliopolis is perhaps best reflected in the obelisks that were taken from the site. Most of the famous Egyptian obelisks standing in cities like Rome, London, and New York originally stood in the courtyards of the Heliopolis sun temples. For example, the pair known as Cleopatra's Needles were commissioned by Thutmose III for this city. The fact that these monoliths were moved across oceans and remained intact for thousands of years shows the durability of the granite and the precision of the original Egyptian masons. While the city itself has been dismantled or submerged, its vertical monuments have become the most widely traveled artifacts of the ancient world. Current research focuses on mapping the temple's original footprint using ground-penetrating radar and satellite imagery. These tools allow archaeologists to see through the layers of modern buildings and silt to identify the locations of buried walls and fallen statues. This non-invasive approach is essential because the density of the modern city makes large-scale excavation nearly impossible. The data gathered suggests that the Temple of Ra was part of a much larger industrial and residential zone that supported the thousands of priests and craftsmen who lived and worked in the service of the sun. The sinking of Heliopolis serves as a physical record of the environmental changes that have shaped the Nile Delta over the millennia. It is a site where the spiritual history of Egypt meets the practical realities of a changing landscape. The City of the Sun may no longer dominate the horizon with its granite spires, but the fragments recovered from the mud continue to provide a wealth of information about the solar religion that defined the Egyptian worldview. Every block pulled from the groundwater adds another chapter to the story of a city that was once considered the center of the universe. On the eastern bank of the Nile, just across the river from the famous pyramids, the white limestone cliffs of Tura served as the primary source for the highest quality stone in the ancient world. While the massive cores of the pyramids were built from local yellow limestone found nearby, the gleaming white casing stones that once made the monuments shine like beacons were quarried here. The logistical feat of moving millions of tons of this stone across the river is a central highlight of Old Kingdom engineering. It required a deep understanding of the Nile's natural rhythms and a highly organized team that operated with the precision of a modern shipping company. The history of the Tura quarries spans nearly the entire duration of the Egyptian civilization. The limestone found here is exceptionally fine-grained and bright, making it the preferred material for royal sarcophagi, temple linings, and the outer shells of the pyramids. To get to the best stone, ancient miners followed the high-quality layers deep into the cliffs, creating massive underground galleries rather than simple open pits. These caverns were held up by thick stone pillars left in place by the workers. Many of these caves still feature the original red paint marks used by surveyors thousands of years ago to guide the cutting process. Once a block was detached from the rock using copper saws and wooden wedges, the real challenge began. Many of these casing stones weighed between 5 and 15 tons. Transporting them over land to the riverbank required a system of wooden sleds and tracks. Evidence from ancient tomb paintings shows that the Egyptians used water or oil to slick the path in front of the sled, which made the heavy stone glide much more easily. However, moving the stone across the desert was only the first stage of a journey that relied entirely on the seasonal behavior of the Nile. The secret to this transport system was the annual flood. Every year, between July and October, the Nile would rise and flood the valley, bringing the waterline much closer to the base of the quarries and the pyramid construction sites. The Egyptian engineers used this as a natural hydraulic lift. They built a series of harbors and canals designed to fill up during the flood, allowing heavy cargo ships to pull right up to the edge of the quarry. By timing their work with the flood cycle, they could move massive amounts of stone with a fraction of the effort it would take during the dry season. The mystery of exactly how these crews managed their schedule was partially solved by the discovery of a logbook in 2013. Known as the Diary of Merer, this papyrus was written by a team leader during the building of the Great Pyramid. It provides a daily account of a crew transporting limestone from Tura to Giza. Merer describes how his team would load the blocks onto large wooden boats, sail across the flooded valley, and deliver them to a specific harbor at the construction site. The logbook reveals that a single crew could make several trips a month, showing that the moving of these stones was a constant, high-speed operation. Technically, the boats had to be remarkably strong to carry such a heavy, concentrated load. Ancient Egyptian shipbuilders used a unique method where thick planks of cedar were joined together and then cinched tight with heavy ropes. These ships did not have a central beam like modern boats. Instead, they used a system of internal ropes to keep the hull from snapping under the weight of a 10-ton block. The design allowed the boats to sit very shallow in the water, which was essential for navigating the temporary canals and flooded fields. The scale of this work is hard to imagine. For the Great Pyramid alone, it is estimated that over 500,000 tons of white limestone were moved across the river. Across the entire era of pyramid building, the amount of stone moved from the eastern to the western bank reaches into the millions of tons. This required a permanent setup of docks, repair yards, and housing for thousands of sailors and quarrymen. The landscape of the Nile Valley was effectively reshaped to make this possible, with canals being dug and banks being built to control the flow of the floodwaters. Archaeological surveys of the Tura area have identified the remains of these ancient harbors, now buried deep under modern soil and buildings. By drilling into the ground and using mapping technology, researchers can trace the path of the ancient canals that once linked the quarries to the river. These findings show that the Egyptians were masters of water management, capable of using the largest river on Earth to help achieve their building goals. They didn't try to fight against the environment, they worked in harmony with the natural cycles of the river. Today, the white limestone that once covered the pyramids is mostly gone, having been stripped away centuries ago to build the palaces and mosques of Cairo. But the few blocks that remain at the base of the monuments are a testament to the skill of the ancient logistics teams. The movement of the Tura limestone remains a primary example of how the ancient Egyptians combined simple tools with a deep knowledge of nature to move literal mountains across the Nile. In the Valley of the Kings, among the grand monuments of the New Kingdom, lies the tomb of Pharaoh Ramses III. While this tomb is famous for its size and colorful wall paintings, one specific side chamber has earned it a unique nickname: the Tomb of the Harpers. Within this small room, archaeologists found two large, detailed paintings of musicians playing arched harps. These figures are distinct because they are shown as being blind, wearing simple white robes, and sitting in a posture of deep concentration. These images point to a specialized tradition of music that existed in Egypt for thousands of years. The history of these musicians goes back even further to the Old Kingdom, where blind harpers were frequently shown performing at banquets and religious festivals. The harp was one of the most respected instruments in Egypt, often carved from fine wood and decorated with the heads of gods or pharaohs. The musicians in this tomb are playing harps that are almost as tall as they are, with many strings that would have allowed for complex melodies. The fact that these performers were often shown as blind has led to a debate about whether they truly lacked sight, or if the artists were using blindness to symbolize their deep connection to the music. In the daily life of ancient Egypt, music was seen as a way to communicate with the gods. It was used to create a peaceful atmosphere during temple rituals and to provide comfort to the deceased in the afterlife. Some researchers believe there was a specialized guild of blind musicians who were trained from a young age within the temple complexes. In a world where most people did heavy physical labor, those with visual impairments could find a respected and essential role as keepers of the nation's songs. They were the ones who memorized the long hymns and the philosophical lyrics performed during the most important ceremonies. One of the most interesting things about these harpers is the harper's song, a type of poem often found written next to the musicians on the tomb walls. Unlike many religious texts that focus on the certainty of the afterlife, some of these songs express a rare sense of doubt. They encourage the listener to make holiday and enjoy life while they can, noting that no one has ever truly returned from the dead to describe what it is like. This suggests that the harpers held a unique position, where they could share deep and sometimes challenging ideas through their performances. The technical design of the instruments shown in the tomb reveals a lot about Egyptian acoustic knowledge. The arched harp featured a hollow wooden base that amplified the sound of the strings. By the time of the New Kingdom, these instruments had evolved to include more strings and stronger frames, allowing for a wider range of notes. Archaeologists have recovered several actual harps from tombs, and while the original strings have decayed, the wooden frames show evidence of very skilled woodworking and tuning mechanisms. These physical finds confirm that the artists were painting real, functioning technology. The mystery of the harpers also involves the loss of the music itself. Because the ancient Egyptians did not have a system for writing down musical notes that we can read today, the actual sounds and rhythms of their songs are unknown. We can see where the harpers placed their fingers on the strings and read the words they sang, but the melodies themselves have vanished. Some experts have tried to guess what the music sounded like by studying traditional songs from the Nile Valley that might have been passed down through the ages, but we can never be entirely sure. Evidence for a harpers guild is found in the way these musicians were grouped in temple records. They are often listed alongside other professionals like scribes and doctors, suggesting they had a formal status and were supported by the state. This organized structure would have allowed teachers to pass down musical secrets and techniques from one generation to the next. The fact that blind performers appear so often in these records suggests that this was a recognized career path that provided a high quality of life and a meaningful role in society. Exploring the Tomb of the Harpers provides a view of a more human and artistic side of the ancient world. It moves the focus away from massive stone buildings and onto the invisible culture of sound. The images of the blind musicians remind us that the Egyptians valued the sensory experiences of life and wanted to keep those experiences alive even in death. While the physical harps have mostly turned to dust and the songs have gone silent, the paintings on the walls ensure that the memory of these specialized performers remains part of the story. The study of these figures continues as researchers use new imaging technology to reveal faded details in the tomb paintings. By comparing the lyrics of the harpers' songs across different dynasties, they are learning more about how the Egyptians thought about life and the power of sound. The harpers remain some of the most relatable figures in Egyptian art, representing a professional class that dedicated their lives to an art form that was just as essential to their world as the building of the pyramids. Among the thousands of artifacts recovered from the burial chamber of Tutankhamun, one small object stands out for its material rather than its gold. Tucked into the wrappings of the young king's right thigh, Howard Carter discovered a beautiful dagger housed in a sheath of gold. While the handle was decorated with intricate granulation and cloisonné, the blade itself was made of a dark, rust-free metal. In an era known as the Bronze Age, where iron smelting was still centuries away from becoming common, the presence of a high-quality iron blade was a significant technical anomaly. This weapon, now famously known as the Iron Dagger of Tutankhamun, has provided a rare look at the advanced metallurgical knowledge of the ancient world. The history of this dagger is rooted in a time when iron was far more valuable than gold. Because the technology to reach the high temperatures required to smelt iron from ore had not yet been developed, any iron found in the 14th century BC was treated as a precious gemstone. For the Egyptians, this metal was known as iron from the sky, a term found in religious texts that suggests they were fully aware of its celestial origins. They did not dig this metal out of the ground. They harvested it from the remains of meteorites that had fallen across the desert. In 2016, a team of researchers from Italy and Egypt used a technique called X-ray fluorescence spectrometry to analyze the chemical composition of the blade without damaging it. The results confirmed what historians had long suspected. The metal contained high levels of nickel and cobalt. This specific chemical signature is characteristic of iron meteorites. By comparing these levels to known meteorite falls in the region, the team was even able to narrow down the likely source to a meteorite named Karga, which was found on a limestone plateau about 150 miles west of Alexandria. The manufacturing process of the dagger represents a mystery of craftsmanship. Iron from meteorites is notoriously difficult to work because it is brittle and prone to cracking when hammered. To produce a blade as thin and symmetrical as the one found in the tomb, the ancient smiths would have needed to understand how to heat and fold the metal with extreme precision. The blade shows no signs of the impurities or slag typically found in early smelted iron, suggesting that the maker was a master of their craft. This level of skill has led some researchers to believe the dagger may not have been made in Egypt at all, but was instead a high-status diplomatic gift from a neighboring kingdom. Contextual evidence for this theory is found in the Amarna letters, a collection of clay tablets that record the correspondence between the Egyptian pharaohs and the rulers of the Near East. One tablet mentions a gift sent from the king of Mitanni to Amenhotep III, Tutankhamun's grandfather, which included several daggers with blades made of iron. At the time, the Mitanni and the Hittites were among the few cultures beginning to experiment with ironwork. If the dagger was indeed a royal heirloom passed down through the family, it would explain why such a rare and exotic weapon was placed so close to the king's body for his journey into the afterlife. The design of the dagger also tells us about the aesthetic values of the 18th dynasty. The gold hilt is decorated with a pattern of lilies and feathers, while the pommel features a circular design of ropework. The golden sheath is equally impressive, showing a scene of wild animals, including a lion and a jackal, hunting in a thicket. This style is typical of the international art style of the Bronze Age, where motifs from Egypt, Crete, and the Levant were often blended together. The dagger was a symbol of the pharaoh's status as a global leader, possessing a weapon made from a material that literally came from the heavens. Archaeologists have found other examples of meteoric iron in Egypt, but none are as well preserved or as finely worked as the Tutankhamun blade. For example, a set of iron beads found in a tomb at Gerza dates back to the Pre-Dynastic period, showing that the Egyptians had been collecting sky metal for thousands of years. However, these earlier items were mostly shaped through cold hammering and were used as jewelry. The transition from making small beads to forging a functional, sharp-edged weapon like the dagger represents a significant leap in technical capability that occurred during the New Kingdom. The presence of the dagger also provides insight into the Egyptian view of the cosmos. They believed the sky was a physical iron ceiling that occasionally shed fragments. To possess a blade made from this material was to hold a piece of the divine realm itself. This religious significance is likely why the iron was not allowed to rust. The high nickel content of meteoric iron naturally resists corrosion, which the Egyptians would have seen as a magical property. In their eyes, the blade was eternal and incorruptible, much like the spirit of the pharaoh. For nearly 400 years, a city named Taui served as the beating heart of the Egyptian Middle Kingdom. Founded by Pharaoh Amenemhat I around 1900 BC, its name literally translates to Caesar of the Two Lands, reflecting its strategic location between Upper and Lower Egypt. It was a place of sprawling palaces, busy administrative offices, and grand temples that controlled the wealth of the Nile. Yet, despite its long history as a national capital, Taui is one of the only major Egyptian cities that has never been physically uncovered. It exists in hundreds of written records and inscriptions, but its streets and buildings are currently buried deep beneath layers of river silt in the Fayum region. The history of the city begins with a political shift. During the Old Kingdom, the capital was at Memphis, but after a period of internal conflict, the 12th dynasty pharaohs wanted a fresh start. They chose a site near the entrance to the Fayum Oasis, a fertile depression that was being transformed into a massive agricultural zone through innovative irrigation projects. By moving the capital to Taui, the pharaohs could keep a close eye on the rebellious northern delta while staying connected to the traditional power centers in the south. It was a masterpiece of urban planning, positioned at the exact spot where they could best manage the country's resources. In the daily life of the Middle Kingdom, Taui was a hub of artistic and literary achievement. This was the era when some of Egypt's most famous stories, like the tale of Sinuhe, were written. The city would have been filled with scribes, artisans, and high-ranking officials who lived in large villas made of mud brick. Because the city was built on the floodplain of the Nile, the Egyptian architects had to account for the annual rising of the river. They likely used a system of raised embankments and stone foundations to keep the most important buildings dry. However, it was this same proximity to the river that would eventually lead to the city's disappearance. The mystery of Taui's location is tied to the changing path of the Nile. Over thousands of years, the river has naturally shifted its course, migrating eastward and depositing meters of thick, heavy silt over everything in its path. When the Middle Kingdom eventually collapsed and the capital was moved back to Thebes, Taui was slowly abandoned. Without constant maintenance of the levees and canals, the Nile reclaimed the land. Today, the city is likely buried 5 to 10 meters underground, hidden beneath modern farm fields and palm groves. This makes traditional excavation extremely difficult, as digging a simple hole often leads to hitting the water table before reaching the ancient structures. In recent years, archaeology has turned to technology to solve this problem. Dr. Sarah Parcak and her team have used high-resolution satellite imagery to look for the city from space. By using infrared sensors, they can detect subtle differences in the soil's moisture and density. Because mud brick walls retain moisture differently than the surrounding silt, they leave behind ghost images that are only visible from a distance. These scans have revealed the outlines of large buildings, street grids, and even ancient canal systems buried near the Pyramid of Amenemhat I at Lisht. These shapes suggest that the core of Taui is located just a few hundred meters away from the royal tombs. The archaeology of the nearby cemeteries at Lisht provides an indirect look at the wealth that must have existed in the capital. The tombs of the high officials who served at Taui are filled with beautiful jewelry, finely carved statues, and detailed models of daily life. These artifacts show a society that was highly organized and possessed a refined aesthetic. By studying the titles and careers of the people buried at Lisht, researchers can piece together the social hierarchy of the lost city, from the royal bakers to the viziers who managed the treasury. The city itself was a massive engine of bureaucracy that kept the Middle Kingdom functioning at its peak. One of the challenges for researchers is the sheer size of the area to be surveyed. The Fayum entrance is a vast landscape of green fields and small villages. To pinpoint the exact center of Taui, teams use ground-penetrating radar and core drilling. By taking soil samples from deep underground, they can identify layers of pottery fragments, charcoal, and organic waste that mark the presence of a living city. These trash layers act like a fingerprint, telling scientists exactly when a site was occupied and what kind of activities were taking place. So far, the samples confirm a massive settlement dating to the 12th dynasty, exactly where the historical records say Taui should be. The logistics of an eventual excavation would be a monumental task. Because the site is located under active farmland, any large-scale dig would require coordination with local communities and the installation of complex pumping systems to keep the water out. However, the potential rewards are significant. Since the city was buried by silt rather than being destroyed by war, the remains are likely in a high state of preservation. Taui could provide a complete look at a Middle Kingdom capital, offering insights into the domestic lives of the Egyptians that we cannot get from tombs or temples alone. The search for the lost capital continues to be a primary focus for many international teams. It represents the holy grail of Middle Kingdom archaeology, a chance to walk through the streets of a city that was the center of the world 4,000 years ago, finally brought back into the light. Standing tall in the desert of Dashur, the Red Pyramid is the first successful, smooth-sided pyramid ever built in Egypt. Constructed by Pharaoh Sneferu, the father of Khufu, it earned its name from the reddish tint of the limestone blocks used for its core. While its exterior represents a major milestone in engineering, the interior of the pyramid holds a technical secret that has only recently become a focus of scientific study. The three main chambers of the Red Pyramid possess unique acoustic properties that amplify low-frequency sounds, leading researchers to explore whether the builders intentionally designed these spaces to interact with human voices or ritual music. The history of the Red Pyramid is one of trial and error. Before its construction, Sneferu's architects struggled with the structural integrity of their monuments, famously seen in the shifting angles of the nearby Bent Pyramid. When they began the Red Pyramid, they used a much shallower angle of 43 degrees, which provided the stability needed to build large open rooms deep inside the stone mass. These rooms were constructed using a technique called corbelling, where each layer of stone sits slightly inward from the one below it. This creates a high, vaulted ceiling that looks like an upside-down staircase, reaching a height of over 12 meters. The context for the acoustic mystery lies within these high, corbelled ceilings. Archaeologists and sound engineers have noticed that the specific dimensions and the hard, reflective surfaces of the limestone create a powerful resonance. When a person speaks or hums at a low frequency within the central chamber, the sound waves bounce off the angled stone walls in a way that amplifies the tone, making it feel as though the entire room is vibrating. This is not a common echo like you might find in a cave. It is a sustained resonance that seems to hang in the air, creating a deep humming sound that can be felt in the chest. In recent years, acoustic researchers have visited Dashur with specialized microphones and frequency generators to map the audio fingerprint of the pyramid. They discovered that the chambers are particularly sensitive to frequencies between 57 and 110 Hz. This range coincides with the deeper tones of a male human voice. The shape of the corbelled vault acts as a natural amplifier, focusing the sound energy into the center of the room. This has led to a theory that the chambers were not just designed to look impressive, but were crafted to enhance the chanting of priests during the pharaoh's funeral or subsequent rituals. The mystery of whether this was intentional or a side effect of the construction remains a topic of debate. From a purely structural perspective, the corbelled ceiling was necessary to prevent the pyramid from collapsing under its own weight. However, the Egyptians were masters of their environment and were very observant of how different materials reacted to sound and light. Given their use of music and chanting in almost every aspect of their religious life, it is plausible that the architects noticed these effects during construction and refined the room's proportions to maximize the resonant quality. Archaeological evidence for the importance of sound in Egyptian ritual is found in the opening of the mouth ceremony and the various hymns recorded on temple walls. Priests often used sistrums, harps, and rhythmic chanting to create a specific atmosphere. If the Red Pyramid was used for a period of ritual before it was finally sealed, the acoustic resonance would have made a simple chant sound like a massive, multi-layered chorus. This would have added a powerful sensory element to the ceremony, reinforcing the idea that the pharaoh was undergoing a transformation into an eternal being. The logistics of the pyramid's interior also suggest a high degree of planning for human presence. The passages leading to the chambers are narrow and steep, but the rooms themselves are surprisingly spacious and well ventilated. The air remains relatively fresh compared to other pyramids, which might have been a requirement for priests spending long periods of time inside. By studying the way sound moves from the entrance down into the heart of the pyramid, researchers are finding that the passages act like a waveguide, funneling external noise away and allowing the internal resonance to remain pure and undisturbed. Technical analysis of the limestone itself has provided more clues. The Tura limestone used for the chamber walls is very dense and has a high calcium carbonate content, which makes it an excellent reflector of sound. Unlike softer sandstones that might absorb noise, this hard rock ensures that the sound waves lose very little energy as they bounce between the walls. The precision with which the stone blocks were fitted together also minimizes the amount of sound that escapes through gaps, keeping the acoustic energy trapped within the room. The Red Pyramid remains a primary example of how the ancient Egyptians combined physical science with spiritual goals. While we often focus on the visual beauty of their monuments, the acoustic properties of the Red Pyramid remind us that they were creating a total environment for the senses. Whether the resonance was a planned feature or a fortunate discovery, it remains one of the most interesting aspects of Sneferu's greatest achievement. In 1954, an Egyptian archaeologist named Kamal el-Malek was clearing debris from the south side of the Great Pyramid of Giza when he noticed a long, slender wall made of limestone. Beneath this wall, his team discovered a series of 42 massive limestone blocks, each weighing about 15 tons, covering a deep rectangular pit. When the first block was lifted, the team was met with the distinct scent of ancient cedar wood. Resting in the darkness below was a full-scale ship, dismantled into over 1,200 pieces, and preserved so well that the organic ropes and wood remained in near-perfect condition after 4,500 years. The history of the Giza solar ship is tied directly to Pharaoh Khufu, the builder of the Great Pyramid. The ship is an impressive example of naval engineering, measuring 43 meters in length and made almost entirely of Lebanese cedar. What makes its discovery particularly interesting is that the ship was never intended to be seen by the living. It was placed in its airtight pit as part of the pharaoh's funerary equipment, serving a role that was more spiritual than practical. The Egyptians believed the sun, god Ra, traveled across the sky in a celestial boat, and by providing Khufu with his own vessel, the priests ensured he could accompany the god on this eternal journey. The reconstruction of the ship was a task of extreme patience, taking nearly 14 years to complete. Because the ancient builders had dismantled the ship before burying it, they left behind a puzzle of massive proportions. The ship was built using a shell-first technique, meaning the hull was constructed without an internal frame or a central keel. Instead, the thick cedar planks were joined together using a complex system of mortise and tenon joints, and then cinched tight with miles of vegetable fiber rope. When the wood got wet, it would expand, causing the ropes to tighten and making the hull completely watertight. A central mystery of the ship is whether it ever touched the water. When the wood was analyzed during the reconstruction process, researchers looked for signs of erosion, barnacles, or water damage that would typically be found on a functional Nile barge. To their surprise, they found no such evidence. The wood was clean, and there were no traces of the river silt that usually coats ancient timber. This led many to believe that the ship was a solar bark, a symbolic vessel built specifically for the tomb. However, some researchers noticed slight wear marks on the wood, where the ropes had rubbed against the hull, suggesting it may have been assembled and tested on land, or perhaps used for a single ritual voyage before being taken apart. The context of the ship's burial is also significant. Khufu's pyramid complex originally included 5 ship pits, but the one discovered in 1954 contained the only fully intact vessel. The logistics of moving over 40 tons of cedar and limestone to the pyramid site shows the immense resources available to the 4th dynasty. Cedar was a luxury import, brought by sea from the mountains of Lebanon. To dedicate such a massive amount of this rare wood to a subterranean pit highlights the priority the Egyptians placed on the king's transition into the afterlife. Technical studies of the ship's design have revealed that it was a highly stable and seaworthy vessel. It featured a flat bottom and a shallow draft, which would have been perfect for navigating the shifting sandbars of the Nile. The ship also had a large cabin in the center and a smaller canopy at the bow for a lookout. The presence of 12 large oars suggests that it was designed to be rowed by a crew, further supporting the idea that the design was based on real, functional ships used by the royal court. The builders were not just creating a symbolic toy, they were recreating the highest technology of their age. Archaeologists have compared this ship to other vessels found in Egypt, such as the older and smaller boats at Abydos. While those earlier boats were built with simpler techniques, the Giza ship represents a peak in ancient naval architecture. It shows that by the time of Khufu, the Egyptians had mastered the physics of buoyancy and structural tension. They knew how to build a ship that could carry significant weight without a heavy internal skeleton, a method that allowed the vessel to be flexible and resilient against the currents of the river. The search for more information continues as a second ship pit, located right next to the first one, was excavated in recent years. This second boat was found to be in a more decayed state due to a leak in the limestone seal, but its remains are providing a wealth of new data for chemical and botanical analysis. By comparing the two ships, researchers hope to understand if they were meant to serve different roles, perhaps one for the day journey of the sun and one for the night. The data gathered from the wood fibers and the residue in the pits is helping to reconstruct the environment of the Giza Plateau at the time the pyramids were built. In 2017, an international team of researchers published a discovery that fundamentally changed how we look at the internal structure of the Great Pyramid of Giza. Using a high-tech imaging method called muon radiography, they identified a massive, previously unknown space deep within the stone. This feature, often called the Big Void, is at least 30 meters long and sits directly above the Grand Gallery. Its existence had gone undetected for thousands of years, primarily because it is completely sealed off from the known passages and chambers. This discovery was the first major finding inside the monument since the 19th century, sparking a new wave of scientific interest in the building techniques of the Old Kingdom. To find these hidden areas, the Scan Pyramids team relied on subatomic particles called muons. These particles are created when cosmic rays from deep space strike the Earth's atmosphere and rain down on the planet at nearly the speed of light. While muons can pass through solid objects, they are absorbed or deflected by dense materials like limestone. By placing sensitive detectors inside and around the pyramid, scientists can count how many muons pass through specific sections. This process works much like a medical X-ray, allowing researchers to see the internal density of the pyramid without having to drill or move any stones. When the data from the detectors was processed, it showed a significant increase in muon counts in the area above the Grand Gallery. This meant that the particles were passing through less matter than expected, indicating a large, empty space. The team used 3 different types of muon detectors to confirm the results, ensuring that the finding was not a technical error. The Big Void appears to be roughly the same size as the Grand Gallery itself, which is one of the most impressive architectural features of the entire 4th dynasty. Its orientation remains a topic of study, as researchers try to determine if it is a horizontal hall or a slanted gallery. The Great Pyramid, built for Pharaoh Khufu over 4,500 years ago, has always been known for its complex internal layout. Unlike other pyramids that have simple burial chambers at ground level or underground, the Great Pyramid features several rooms high within the masonry. The King's Chamber, the Queen's Chamber, and the Grand Gallery are all connected by a system of narrow shafts and corridors. The discovery of a new void of this scale suggests that the internal engineering is even more complicated than historians originally thought. It raises questions about how much of the pyramid remains hollow and what purposes these hidden spaces might have served. One prominent theory regarding the function of the Big Void is that it served a structural purpose during construction. Some engineers suggest it might have been used as a relieving chamber to take the weight of the stone off the ceiling of the Grand Gallery. Others believe it could have played a role in a counterweight system used to pull the massive granite blocks of the King's Chamber into place. If the void was part of the building process, it may have been left empty once its specific job was finished. This would make the space a permanent architectural ghost of the construction phase, rather than a room meant for use after completion. There is also the possibility that the space holds religious or symbolic significance. In ancient Egyptian theology, the pyramid was a machine for the pharaoh's transformation, and every internal feature had a spiritual role. Some researchers speculate that the void could contain a hidden burial chamber or a repository for royal grave goods that have never been disturbed. However, without a physical entrance, it is difficult to confirm whether the space was ever intended to be accessed by humans after the pyramid was completed. The mystery of its function continues to drive new research into the ritual life of the 4th Dynasty royal court. In 2023, the team announced the discovery of another, smaller void behind the main entrance on the north face. This space, called the North Face Corridor, is about 9 meters long and 2 meters wide. Unlike the Big Void, researchers were able to get a physical look inside this corridor using a tiny telescopic camera inserted through a small crack in the stone. The images showed a room with a gabled ceiling, similar to the relieving chambers found above the King's Chamber. This was the first time in millennia that anyone had seen inside a previously unknown part of the Great Pyramid. The findings from the North Face Corridor have provided vital clues about how the rest of the pyramid might be structured. The presence of a gabled ceiling in such a small space suggests that the builders were very concerned about distributing the weight of the stones above. This discovery has encouraged archaeologists to refine their search for other hidden corridors that might link these voids to the known parts of the pyramid. The project demonstrates that even after centuries of study, the most famous monument in the world still has untapped archaeological potential. It also shows that modern technology can reveal secrets that traditional excavation might have missed. Current research is focused on developing even more sensitive muon detectors that can provide higher resolution images of the Big Void. Scientists hope to determine the exact shape and orientation of the space, which might reveal if it is one continuous hall or a series of smaller rooms. They are also looking for any signs of doorways or staircases that might have been hidden by the masonry. This non-invasive approach is the only way to explore these areas without causing damage to the structural integrity of the pyramid. The use of muons has opened a new chapter in Egyptology, where particle physics meets ancient history. The internal voids of the Great Pyramid represent a new frontier in the study of ancient engineering. They show us that the architects of the 4th Dynasty were working with a level of foresight and technical skill that is still being understood. While the exact function of these spaces remains a topic of ongoing investigation, their presence confirms that the Great Pyramid is far more than just a solid pile of stone. It is a sophisticated piece of architecture that continues to provide new data about the people who built it. As technology improves, we are getting closer to understanding the true layout of Khufu's final resting place. In the northern granite quarries of Aswan, a massive needle of pink stone lies partially carved out of the ground, looking as if the workers simply stepped away for a break and never returned. This is the unfinished obelisk. Had it been completed, it would have been the largest single piece of stone ever handled by the ancient Egyptians. It stretches nearly 42 meters in length and weighs an estimated 1,200 tons. Because it was never finished, it provides a rare, frozen-in-time look at the industrial techniques used to create the great monuments of the New Kingdom. The history of this obelisk is generally linked to Queen Hatshepsut, a ruler famous for her ambitious building projects. She ordered several massive obelisks for the Temple of Karnak, but this specific project was likely intended to be her greatest achievement, pushing the limits of what was physically possible. However, as the workers were carving the stone out of the earth, a massive crack appeared in the granite. This flaw made the stone weak, and the project was immediately abandoned, leaving the obelisk attached to the bedrock for over 3,000 years. The way the stone was carved is revealed by the marks left on its surface. Unlike the softer limestone found in the north, granite is an incredibly hard rock that metal tools of the time could not easily cut. Looking at the trenches around the obelisk, we see rounded, scooped-out hollows. These weren't made by saws or chisels. Instead, the workers used balls of dolerite, a stone even harder than granite, to literally pound the rock away. Teams of laborers would stand over the stone and repeatedly strike it with these 5-pound balls, slowly turning the granite into dust, centimeter by centimeter. The scale of this labor is difficult to imagine. To create a trench wide and deep enough to free a 1,200-ton block, hundreds of workers would have had to pound the rock at the same time for many months. Archaeologists have found the remains of the workers' camps nearby, showing that this was a massive, state-sponsored mission. These people were skilled laborers who were well-fed and housed, proving that quarrying an obelisk was a high-priority job for the Egyptian government. One of the biggest mysteries is how the Egyptians actually planned to lift the obelisk out of the pit and get it to the river. Once the stone was freed from the ground, it would need to be raised and moved onto a massive wooden sled. Moving 1,200 tons over uneven ground is a mechanical challenge that engineers still debate today. Some theories suggest using a giant ramp filled with sand which would be slowly drained away to lower the obelisk onto a barge. Others propose using a system of levers, but the weight of the granite was so great it likely would have crushed almost any wooden support. Getting the stone down the Nile was another hurdle. To carry a single block of this size, the Egyptians would have needed to build a boat of enormous proportions. Drawings from ancient temples show 2 large barges being tied together to carry smaller obelisks, but the unfinished obelisk would have required a vessel over 90 meters long. Navigating such a heavy load down the river, especially through shallow areas and strong currents, would have been a dangerous and complicated operation. Archaeology also suggests that the workers might have used fire to help clear the stone. By lighting large fires on the granite and then pouring cold water over the hot rock, they could cause the surface to crack and flake away more easily. However, this was a risky move, as the heat could cause the very cracks that eventually ruined this obelisk. The abandoned stone serves as a reminder of how delicate the balance was between the craftsmen and the raw materials they were trying to master. Technical analysis of the crack shows that the workers didn't give up immediately. When the first small break appeared, they tried to salvage the project by attempting to cut a smaller obelisk out of the remaining solid stone. But as they carved deeper, the crack spread further through the heart of the block, and they finally had to walk away. This tells us that the Egyptians had very high standards. A monument meant for the gods had to be perfect, without a single flaw or weakness. The unfinished obelisk is a primary source of information for researchers who try to recreate ancient techniques today. By using dolerite balls on modern granite, they have been able to calculate exactly how fast the ancient laborers worked, proving that the pounding method was slow but very effective. The bent Pyramid of Zawyet is famous for its unique silhouette, but to architects and engineers, its most impressive feature is the stone skin that still covers its sides. While the Great Pyramid of Giza has lost almost all of its smooth outer casing to time and looters, the bent pyramid remains largely wrapped in its original white limestone. This preservation is not a matter of luck. It is the result of a specific and innovative construction technique that the builders used to ensure the outer blocks remained locked in place, even as the massive structure shifted under its own weight. The history of this pyramid is tied to Pharaoh Sneferu, the father of Khufu. During the 4th dynasty, Egyptian architects were in a period of intense experimentation, moving away from the step designs of the past towards smooth, true pyramids. The bent pyramid was their first major attempt at this new form, but it faced significant structural challenges. As the builders stacked the millions of tons of stone, the ground beneath the pyramid began to settle unevenly. This caused cracks to form in the internal chambers and forced the architects to change the angle of the slope halfway up. This adjustment created the bent appearance we see today, but it also led to a breakthrough in how the casing stones were applied. In most Egyptian pyramids, the outer casing stones were laid horizontally, sitting flat on the steps of the inner core. While this was easier to build, it relied entirely on the friction between the blocks to keep them from sliding off. At the bent pyramid, the architects tried something different. They tilted the casing stones inward toward the center of the pyramid. By angling the blocks slightly into the body of the structure, they ensured that gravity would pull the stones tighter against the core, rather than allowing them to pull away. This technique transformed the outer skin into a self-locking shell that reinforced the entire building. The context of this design choice is found in the unstable geology of the Dashur Plateau. Unlike the solid limestone bedrock of Giza, the ground at Dashur is composed of softer clay and shale. When the massive weight of the pyramid was applied, the foundation compressed, causing the base to expand outward. If the casing stones had been laid flat, they would have popped off as the pyramid shifted. The inward slanting blocks allowed the stone skin to move with the structure, acting almost like a flexible armor that could absorb the stress of the settling foundation without shattering. Archaeologists have spent decades studying the bond between these casing stones and the inner core. They found that the builders used a very fine, high-quality mortar made of gypsum and lime to fill the tiny gaps between the blocks. This mortar was not just a glue, it acted as a lubricant during the placement of the stones and then hardened into a rock-like substance that was often stronger than the limestone itself. Because the blocks were so precisely cut and angled inward, very little of this mortar was exposed to the wind and sand, preventing the erosion that usually causes pyramid casings to fail. The mystery of why this technique was not used for the Great Pyramid at Giza is still a topic of debate. One theory is that by the time Khufu began his project, the architects had found a more stable location on the Giza plateau. Because the bedrock there was so solid, they believed they no longer needed the inward slanting casing to hold the structure together. They returned to the traditional horizontal layout, which was faster and required less complex stone cutting. However, this decision made the Giza casing stones much easier for later generations to remove and use for building houses and mosques in Cairo. The technical skill required to cut thousands of blocks at a precise inward angle is significant. Each stone had to be shaped with a specific bevel to ensure it fit perfectly against its neighbors while maintaining the overall slope of the pyramid. The workers at Dashur were clearly masters of geometry, using simple tools like plumb bobs, set squares, and leveling trenches filled with water to maintain their alignment. The fact that the casing has survived for over 4,000 years is a testament to the accuracy of their measurements and the durability of the Tura limestone they harvested from the other side of the Nile. Evidence for the strength of this construction method can be seen in the sections of the pyramid where the casing has actually fallen away. In those areas, you can see that the inner core blocks were left rough and uneven, while the back of the casing stones was carefully shaped to hook into the core. This toothed connection provided an extra layer of stability, preventing the outer shell from peeling off in large sheets. It shows that the builders were thinking about the pyramid as a unified system where every part worked together to support the whole. The archaeology of the site also includes the remains of the massive ramps used to lift these casing stones into position. Because the blocks had to be laid with such precision, The ramps had to be extremely stable. Researchers have found traces of mud brick and limestone rubble embankments that once wrapped around the pyramid, allowing the workers to slide the blocks into place, one level at a time. The logistics of coordinating the delivery of these angled stones from the quarries to the exact spot on the pyramid face shows a high level of administrative organization. Standing as lonely sentinels on the western floodplains of the Nile, across from the modern city of Luxor, are two massive stone figures known as the Colossi of Memnon. These 18-meter-high statues, carved from single blocks of quartzite sandstone, are all that remain of what was once the largest mortuary temple in ancient Egypt. While their size is impressive, their most famous attribute was a mysterious acoustic phenomenon that drew travelers from across the Roman Empire. For several centuries, the northern statue was known to sing or groan at sunrise, a sound so distinct that it was recorded by numerous ancient historians, including Strabo and Pausanias. The history of these statues begins with Pharaoh Amenhotep III, who ruled during the height of the 18th dynasty. He commissioned the Colossi to stand at the entrance of his funerary temple, a building that originally covered nearly 35 hectares. Because the temple was built on the floodplain, it was eventually destroyed by the annual rising of the Nile and several powerful earthquakes. By the time the Greeks and Romans arrived in Egypt over 1,000 years later, the temple was a field of ruins, but the two statues still stood, though the northern one had been badly damaged and cracked by a major tremor in 27 BC. The mystery of the singing sound began shortly after this earthquake. Ancient witnesses described the noise as a sharp twang, similar to a breaking lute string or a light blow on a piece of metal. This sound occurred almost exclusively at dawn, as the first rays of the sun hit the cold stone. The Greeks, hearing this sound, associated the statue with the mythical figure Memnon, a king of Ethiopia and son of Eos, the goddess of dawn. They believed the sound was Memnon, crying out to his mother every morning. This legend turned the site into an ancient tourist attraction, with hundreds of visitors carving their names and poems into the stone bases as proof of their visit. The context of this singing is found in the physical changes the earthquake caused to the statue. The tremor had split the upper half of the northern colossus, creating deep fissures and porous openings in the rock. Scientific analysis suggests that during the cool Egyptian nights, dew and moisture would collect inside these cracks. As the morning sun rose and began to heat the dense quartzite, the moisture would rapidly evaporate, and the air trapped inside the fissures would expand. This movement of air through the narrow, irregular cracks likely created the vibrating sound that sounded so much like a human voice or a musical instrument to ancient ears. In the 2nd century AD, the Roman Emperor Septimius Severus visited the site. He was reportedly disappointed when he failed to hear the statue sing, and in an effort to show respect to the god, he ordered a full restoration of the monument. Workers used large blocks of sandstone to rebuild the shattered upper half of the statue, filling in the cracks and stabilizing the structure. Paradoxically, this act of preservation silenced the monument forever. By sealing the fissures and removing the porous gaps where the air had previously expanded, the singing mechanism was destroyed. Since the Roman repairs, the Colossi of Memnon have remained silent. The logistics of building these statues were a feat of incredible engineering. The quartzite used for the Colossi was not local to the Luxor area. It was quarried at Gebel el-Ahmar, near modern-day Cairo, over 400 miles to the north. Each block weighed over 700 tons before being carved. Transporting these massive weights against the current of the Nile would have required enormous barges and a deep understanding of buoyancy and river navigation. The fact that the statues were successfully moved and erected shows that Amenhotep III had access to a level of labor and technical skill that was unmatched in the ancient world. Archaeologists working at the site in recent years have uncovered the foundations of the vanished temple behind the statues. Using ground-penetrating radar, they have mapped a vast network of courtyards, pylons, and smaller statues that once surrounded the Colossi. These findings show that the singing statue was just one small part of a much larger landscape designed to celebrate the pharaoh's connection to the sun. The temple was built to be flooded intentionally by the Nile as a symbol of the primeval waters of creation, a design choice that eventually led to the building's structural collapse, but left the Colossi as the sole survivors of the site. The technical study of the quartzite itself reveals why the sound was so clear. Quartzite is a metamorphic rock that is extremely hard and resonant. When struck or vibrated, it rings more like a bell than a piece of limestone or granite. The natural properties of the stone, combined with the specific way it was fractured by the earthquake, created a set of conditions that turned a massive piece of art into a giant acoustic instrument. It was a rare alignment of natural disaster and geological property that captured the imagination of the ancient world for nearly 200 years. The Colossi of Memnon are a primary example of how archaeology and legend often intersect. While the singing has a logical scientific explanation, the impact it had on ancient culture was profound, bridging the gap between Egyptian history and Greek mythology. Today, the statues sit in a quiet field, and although they no longer call out to the dawn, they remain a powerful record of the scale and ambition of the 18th dynasty. In the history of ancient Egypt, few figures carry as much cultural weight as Queen Nefertiti. As the great royal wife of the pharaoh Akhenaten, she lived during the mid-14th century BC, a period of radical religious and artistic change known as the Amarna period. Nefertiti is famously depicted in art as a figure of near equal status to her husband, shown wearing the distinctive tall blue crown and participating in rituals that were traditionally reserved for kings. However, despite her prominence in the archaeological record of her lifetime, her final resting place has never been identified. This absence has created one of the most significant gaps in our understanding of the 18th dynasty. The context of Nefertiti's disappearance is tied to the chaotic end of the Amarna period. When Akhenaten died, the revolutionary sun-worshipping capital he built was abandoned, and the royal family returned to the traditional religious centers. During this transition, several short-lived rulers occupied the throne before the young Tutankhamun began his reign. Some historians believe that Nefertiti did not simply pass away as a queen, but reigned independently as a pharaoh under the name Nefer-Neferuaten. If this is the case, her burial would have been one of incredible wealth and status, yet no tomb in the royal wadi at Amarna or the Valley of the Kings bears her name. The search for her tomb took a technical turn in 2015 when British Egyptologist Nicholas Reeves proposed a theory that Nefertiti might be hidden in plain sight. After examining high-resolution laser scans of the walls in the tomb of Tutankhamun, Reeves noticed subtle linear marks beneath the painted plaster. He suggested that these lines indicated the presence of two sealed doorways leading to undiscovered chambers. His theory proposed that Tutankhamun's famous tomb was originally intended for Nefertiti, and that when the young king died unexpectedly, he was buried in the outer section of his stepmother's much larger funerary complex. This theory led to a series of ground-penetrating radar surveys inside the tomb. The initial results were promising, suggesting that there were indeed hollow spaces behind the north and west walls. These findings sparked a global conversation about what might lie behind the stone. If Nefertiti's burial remained intact, it would likely contain treasures that rivaled or even surpassed those of Tutankhamun. However, follow-up scans by different teams using more advanced radar equipment produced conflicting data. Some sensors showed no evidence of voids, suggesting that what had been interpreted as rooms might actually be natural geological fractures in the limestone bedrock. Archaeology in the Valley of the Kings is often a process of re-evaluating what has already been found. Another theory suggests that Nefertiti's mummy may have already been discovered, but remains unidentified. In a side chamber of the tomb of Amenhotep II, researchers found a group of several mummies that had been moved there by ancient priests for protection. One of these, known as the Younger Lady, was confirmed by DNA testing to be the mother of Tutankhamun. While some researchers believe this could be Nefertiti, others point out that the genetic evidence shows the Younger Lady was a sister of Akhenaten, whereas historical records do not explicitly state that Nefertiti was of royal blood. The logistics of finding a hidden tomb in the Valley of the Kings require a deep understanding of the local geology. The valley is composed of layers of limestone and shale that have been carved by flash floods over thousands of years. Ancient tomb builders often had to adjust their plans when they hit a layer of poor quality stone or an existing tomb. This makes detecting man-made chambers difficult, as the radar signals must filter through uneven rock densities and ancient debris. Current teams are using satellite thermal imaging to look for hotspots in the valley walls, which can indicate air circulation from a hidden cavity below the surface. Looking at the broader archaeological landscape, some scholars believe the search should move away from the Valley of the Kings and back to the city of Amarna. While Akhenaten's royal tomb at Amarna was found looted and damaged, there are several other unexplored wadis in the surrounding cliffs. Nefertiti may have been buried in a private, well-hidden location to protect her from the religious backlash that followed her husband's death. The restoration of the old gods involved a systematic attempt to erase the memory of the Amarna royals, which would have included desecrating their monuments and perhaps even their burials. Technical analysis of the inscriptions from the late Amarna period continues to provide new clues. Recent discoveries of stone blocks at Hermopolis, which were reused from Amarna buildings, mention a Queen Nefertiti, in context that suggests she was still alive and powerful late into the reign of her husband. These fragments help build a timeline of her life, but they do not solve the mystery of her death. Without a physical tomb or a confirmed mummy, Nefertiti remains a figure of great artistic presence but archaeological silence. The search for Nefertiti's tomb represents the intersection of traditional Egyptology and modern technology. It shows how much we still have to learn about even the most famous periods of ancient history. Whether she lies behind a hidden wall in the Valley of the Kings or in an undiscovered shaft in the sands of Amarna, the pursuit of her final resting place remains a primary objective for researchers. The discovery would not only provide a wealth of artifacts, but would finally clarify the political role of a woman who helped reshape the religious and artistic identity of Egypt. In the middle of the 14th century BC, the Egyptian state undertook a project that was as massive as any pyramid construction, but with a goal of destruction rather than creation. Following the death of Pharaoh Akhenaten, the royal administration began a systematic campaign to remove his name, his face, and his religious legacy from the physical landscape of Egypt. This practice, often referred to as a damnatio memoriae, involved thousands of workers traveling across the country to chisel away inscriptions and dismantle entire cities. The mystery lies in the thoroughness of this erasure and what it reveals about the deep religious and political trauma caused by Akhenaten's 17-year reign. The history of this conflict began when Akhenaten, originally known as Amenhotep IV, ascended the throne and initiated a radical shift in Egyptian theology. He closed the traditional temples of Amun and the other gods, moving the capital from Thebes to a brand new city in the desert called Akhenaten, or modern-day Amarna. He introduced a form of monotheism focused on the Aten, the physical disk of the sun, and portrayed himself and his wife, Nefertiti, as the only intermediaries between the people and the divine. This effectively stripped the powerful priesthood of its wealth and influence, creating a rift that would lead to a national backlash once the pharaoh was gone. The context for the erasure became clear shortly after Akhenaten's death. Under the rule of the young Tutankhamun and later Horemheb, the state issued decrees to restore the old gods and the traditional priesthood. However, simply reopening the temples was not enough. To the Egyptians, the written name and the carved image were essential for the survival of the soul in the afterlife. By destroying Akhenaten's name, his successors were not just punishing a dead king. They were attempting to delete his spiritual existence and prevent his ghost from ever returning to haunt the living world. The archaeology of this erasure is most evident in the way the city of Akhenaten was treated. Instead of being slowly abandoned or inhabited by new residents, the city was systematically leveled. Statues were smashed into thousands of fragments, and the limestone blocks of the temples were pulled down. These blocks, known as talatat, were small and standardized to make them easy for workers to carry. Rather than destroying the stone entirely, the later pharaohs used them as internal filling for massive new pylons and walls at sites like Karnak. This practice unintentionally preserved the records of the heretic king, as modern archaeologists have been able to unbuild these later structures to recover the original Amarna scenes hidden inside. Technical analysis of the damage on Akhenaten's monuments reveals a very specific pattern. In many cases, only the name of the king and the image of the Aten were targeted, while other parts of the scene were left alone. This shows that the work was carried out by literate stonemasons who knew exactly which hieroglyphs to strike. They were following a precise set of government orders. In some instances, the face of Akhenaten was hacked away with such force that the surrounding stone was shattered, reflecting the intense emotional and religious anger that motivated the workers who had lived through his reign. The logistics of this campaign were immense, because Akhenaten had placed his name on monuments from the southern border of Nubia to the northern reaches of the Levant. The erasure crews had to be mobile and well coordinated. This was a national project that took decades to complete, extending through the reigns of Tutankhamun, I, and finally, Horemheb. Horemheb in particular went as far as to omit Akhenaten, Tutankhamun, and I from the official king lists, attempting to bridge the gap between his own reign and that of Amenhotep III, as if the heretic era had never happened. A significant mystery in this story involves the royal burials. While Akhenaten's sarcophagus was found smashed into pieces at Amarna, a body discovered in Tomb Cave 55 in the Valley of the Kings has been the subject of intense debate. Genetic testing has confirmed that the individual was the biological father of Tutankhamun, which strongly suggests it is Akhenaten himself. However, the coffin had been desecrated, the face mask removed, and the royal names chiseled off. This indicates that the erasure crews eventually found the royal remains and performed a ritual execution of the mummy to ensure the king would have no peace in the next world. The archaeology of the Amarna period also highlights the struggle to recover what was lost. Because the erasure was so effective, for centuries, the story of Akhenaten was unknown to the modern world. It was only in the 19th and 20th centuries, with the excavation of the Amarna letters and the recovery of the Talatat blocks, that the history of this period was pieced back together. The very efforts to hide him, by burying his temple blocks inside newer walls, actually shielded them from the wind and rain, leaving them in a much better state of preservation than many legitimate monuments. The Akhenaten Erasure remains a primary case study in how a state can use its architectural and artistic resources to rewrite its own history. It shows that in ancient Egypt, the past was not a fixed record, but a political tool that could be edited or erased to suit the needs of the present. While the later pharaohs succeeded in removing Akhenaten from their official chronicles for thousands of years, the physical evidence of their efforts eventually provided the very clues needed to rediscover him. In the 4th century BC, a young Macedonian king named Alexander the Great built one of the largest empires in history before dying suddenly in Babylon at just 32 years old. While we know a lot about his life and his battles, what happened to his physical body is one of the greatest mysteries of the ancient world. After he passed away, His body was carefully mummified and placed in a spectacular golden coffin. This started a long and dramatic journey that eventually ended in a magnificent tomb in Egypt. But by the end of the 4th century AD, both the tomb and the king's remains had completely vanished. The story of Alexander's burial is full of political drama. After he died, his generals actually fought over who got to keep his body, because owning the remains of the world's greatest conqueror gave a leader enormous power. The original plan was to send him back to his home in Macedonia, but a general named Ptolemy, who later became the first Greek pharaoh of Egypt, intercepted the funeral procession. He redirected the gold-covered carriage to Egypt, first burying Alexander in the ancient capital of Memphis. This was a strategic move to show the world that Egypt was the true heart of Alexander's former empire. Later, the body was moved to the newly built city of Alexandria and placed in a grand mausoleum known as the Sema. This tomb was located right at the center of the city, where its 2 main streets crossed. It was a place of incredible luxury. At one point, the king was even moved into a crystal or glass coffin after a later ruler melted down the original gold one to pay for a war. For hundreds of years, the tomb was a famous landmark. Famous Roman leaders like Julius Caesar and Augustus traveled there just to pay their respects to the legendary king. The mystery of how it all disappeared begins during a time of great chaos in the Roman Empire. During the 4th century, Alexandria was hit by several natural disasters, including a massive earthquake and a tsunami that destroyed much of the coast. Around the same time, the rise of new religious movements led to the destruction of many ancient monuments and shrines. By the year 390 AD, travelers noted that the exact location of Alexander's tomb was no longer known to the public. It seemed as though the city had simply grown over its most famous resident. Finding the tomb today is a difficult task because ancient Alexandria is buried beneath a modern city of millions of people. Over the centuries, the land has also slowly sunk, and the rising sea has claimed large parts of the old royal district. Many researchers believe Alexander's tomb might now be underwater in the harbor, hidden under layers of mud and sand. Underwater excavations have found statues and palace ruins belonging to Alexander's successors, but the specific structure of the tomb itself has yet to be identified among the sunken stones. There are other interesting theories about where he might be. Some believe his followers might have moved the body to a secret location to protect it from being destroyed during the religious riots of the late Roman period. This has led archaeologists to search everywhere, from the remote Siwa oasis in the deep desert to the dark crypts beneath modern mosques in Alexandria. Even with high-tech equipment like ground-penetrating radar, no physical evidence of the tomb has ever been found in these land-based sites. One of the most unusual theories involves the city of Venice. Some historians have wondered if the body of Alexander was actually mistaken for the remains of Saint Mark and smuggled out of Egypt by Venetian merchants hundreds of years ago. This theory comes from the fact that the legend of Saint Mark's body appearing in Alexandria happened at the exact same time that Alexander's body disappeared from the records. While we don't have scientific proof for this, it's a possibility that continues to spark debate among researchers. Today, archaeologists use historical descriptions from ancient writers to try and map out exactly where the tomb would have stood in the old Greek city. These maps point to an area that now sits near a modern cemetery. Small digs in the region have found massive foundations and expensive marble, but because the modern city is so crowded, it's very hard to do a full-scale search. It is a slow and careful process of trying to look beneath the streets and houses of the present to find the secrets of the past. The missing mummy of Alexander remains the ultimate prize for archaeologists. It is a story that connects the history of Greece and Egypt with the modern-day search for lost treasures. Whether he is resting in a forgotten room under a busy street or hidden beneath the waves of the Mediterranean, the search for Alexander's final resting place continues. Until he is found, the story of the man who conquered the world will remain without its final chapter. Among the ancient scrolls held in the Museo Egizio in Italy, there is a fragmented piece of papyrus that challenges our understanding of how the ancient Egyptians viewed their own origins. Known as the Turin King List, or the Turin Royal Canon, this document dates back to the reign of Ramses II in the 13th century BC. While most king lists found in temples were designed for religious worship, this specific papyrus appears to be a practical administrative record. Its contents are remarkable because they do not start with the first human kings of the early dynastic period. Instead, the list begins thousands of years earlier, detailing a long succession of divine and semi-divine beings who supposedly ruled Egypt before the dawn of recorded history. The history of the Turin Papyrus is a story of accidental discovery and meticulous reconstruction. It was found in the early 19th century by an Italian traveler named Bernardino Drovetti in the Theban necropolis. Unfortunately, the papyrus was not handled with the care required for such a fragile object and arrived in Europe in over 160 small fragments. Since then, generations of scholars have worked to piece the puzzle back together. What they found was a highly detailed chronicle written in a cursive form of hieroglyphs called hieratic. The list includes the names of hundreds of kings, the exact length of their reigns down to the day, and most surprisingly, a dedicated section for the divine kings. In the context of the Egyptian worldview, the transition from the world of the gods to the world of humans was a gradual process. The Turin Papyrus categorizes these early rulers into distinct groups. First are the primary gods, such as Ra, Geb, and Osiris, who are credited with establishing the basic laws of civilization. Following the gods are a group of beings known as the Shamsu-Hor, or the followers of Horus. These were described as semi-divine spirits, or demigods, who governed the land for several millennia. The papyrus suggests that these spirits bridge the gap between the purely celestial realm and the physical reign of King Menes, the first human pharaoh who united the country. The mystery of these divine rulers lies in the staggering lengths of their reigns. While human kings in the list are given plausible reign lengths of 10, 20, or 40 years, the divine kings are said to have ruled for hundreds or even thousands of years each. For example, the list attributes over 900 years to some of the spirits of the Shamsu-Hor. This has led to various theories about what these numbers actually represent. Some researchers believe the ancient Egyptians were using a different calendar or a symbolic numbering system to denote the immense antiquity of their culture. Others suggest that these long reigns were a way to fill the dark ages of prehistory with a sense of order and divine purpose. The archaeology of the pre-dynastic period has provided some interesting parallels to these ancient records. Excavations at sites like Hierakonpolis and Abydos have uncovered evidence of powerful local chieftains and complex social structures that existed long before the first official dynasty. These proto-dynastic rulers used symbols like the falcon and the mace head, which are closely associated with the god Horus. This has led some historians to theorize that the Shamsu-Hor mentioned in the Turin Papyrus might be a memory of these real prehistoric leaders who laid the foundation for the Egyptian state. Over time, the stories of these early kings may have been elevated to the status of myth and legend. Technically, the Turin Papyrus is considered the most accurate king list ever found. Unlike the lists carved on temple walls at Abydos or Karnak, which often omitted illegitimate rulers like Akhenaten or Hatshepsut. For political reasons, the Turin list includes almost every pharaoh. It even lists the foreign Hyksos kings, although their names were not given the traditional royal cartouche. The fact that the list is so objective and thorough in its human section gives researchers a reason to take its divine section seriously. If the scribes were so careful to get the days and months right for the later kings, it is unlikely they would have simply invented the earlier sections without some kind of historical or religious precedent. The logistics of maintaining such a record show how much value the Egyptians placed on continuity. The papyrus was originally the back of a tax document, which indicates it was likely used in a government office or a temple library as a reference tool, keeping a chronological record that stretched back over 10,000 years allowed the Egyptians to anchor their society in a deep and stable past. It provided the pharaohs with a lineage that connected them directly to the creators of the universe. This connection was essential for their authority, as it meant the laws of the land were not just human inventions, but were part of a divine order established at the beginning of time. Current studies of the Turin Papyrus involve high-resolution digital imaging and chemical analysis of the ink and fibers. Because the document is so fragmented, researchers are using computer algorithms to match the fibers of the papyrus and the handwriting of the scribe to ensure each piece is in its correct place. This work has revealed several previously unreadable names in the divine section, helping to clarify the hierarchy of the spirits who supposedly ruled before Menes. While the physical ruins of these demigods have never been found, their names and the lengths of their reigns are now more clearly documented than ever before. The Turin Papyrus divine kings represent a different way of thinking about history. For the Egyptians, the line between myth and reality was not as sharp as it is for us. They saw their civilization as a living continuation of a divine plan that began with the gods themselves. The broken fragments in Turin are a record of that belief, serving as a map of the distant past that continues to provide clues about how the world's first great nation understood its own birth. The list remains a primary source for understanding the transition from the tribal world of prehistory to the organized empire of the pharaohs. In a small desert valley on the west bank of the Nile, nestled between the Valley of the Kings and the Valley of the Queens, lies the remains of a village called Deir el-Medina. Unlike the grand stone temples or the towering pyramids, this site was a residential community. For nearly 400 years during the New Kingdom, it served as the home for the specialized craftsmen, stonemasons, and artists who carved and decorated the royal tombs. These were not common laborers. They were a highly literate, elite class of workers who lived in a state-sponsored, gated community and left behind thousands of records that provide a rare view of daily life in the Pharaonic age. The history of Deir el-Medina began during the reign of Thutmose I, as the pharaohs moved away from building pyramids and toward hidden rock-cut tombs. To keep the locations of these tombs secret and the work of the highest quality, the government established a permanent village for the servants, in the place of truth. The state provided these workers with everything they needed: housing, water, medical care, and rations of grain, fish, and beer. Because their work was so sensitive and specialized, the villagers were kept somewhat isolated from the rest of the population, creating a unique subculture with its own traditions and social rules. In the context of ancient Egypt, where literacy was often restricted to the highest levels of the priesthood and bureaucracy, Deir el-Medina was an anomaly. Evidence from the site suggests that a significant portion of the population could read and write. Archaeologists have discovered over 10,000 ostraka, pieces of broken pottery or limestone used as scratch pads, littered around the village. These fragments contain everything from grocery lists and personal letters to legal complaints and rough sketches of tomb paintings. They reveal a society that was deeply concerned with fairness, property rights, and the details of their professional contracts. The mystery of this community centers on the events of 1159 BC, during the 29th year of the reign of Ramses III. For the first time in recorded history, the state's well-organized system of support began to break down. Due to grain shortages and administrative corruption, the rations for the workers were not delivered on time. After waiting for 18 days without their wages, the craftsmen did something unexpected. They laid down their tools, walked away from the royal tombs and marched toward the local grain storehouses, shouting, "We are hungry." This was the first recorded labor strike in human history. The logistics of the strike were documented in detail by a scribe named Amenakte on a document now known as the Strike Papyrus. The workers didn't just stop working, they organized a series of sit-ins at various temples and government buildings. They argued that if the pharaoh expected them to prepare his eternal resting place, the state had a moral and legal obligation to provide for their families in the physical world. This was a bold challenge to the authority of the pharaoh, yet because the workers were so vital to the religious life of the nation, the local officials were forced to negotiate and eventually deliver the missing grain. Technically, the village itself was a masterpiece of urban planning for its time. Each house was built of mud brick on a stone foundation, typically featuring a reception room, a central living area with a wooden pillar to support the roof, and a small kitchen at the back. Beneath the floors, the workers often carved out small storage cellars or private family shrines. The layout was dense, with narrow streets designed to provide as much shade as possible from the intense desert sun. The fact that many of these houses stood for centuries shows the durability of their construction and the constant maintenance performed by the residents. Archaeology has also provided insights into the health and social welfare of the villagers. Examination of the human remains in the nearby cemeteries shows that the workers had access to relatively advanced medical care. There is evidence of successfully set bone fractures and even a prosthetic toe made of wood and leather. Furthermore, the ostraca records show that the workers were granted sick leave and that their colleagues would often cover for them if they were too ill to work in the heat of the valley. This level of social support was centuries ahead of its time and highlights the value the state placed on this specific workforce. One of the most significant finds at Deir el-Medina is the Great Pit, a deep shaft that was originally intended to be a well. When the workers failed to hit water, they used it as a refuse heap for centuries. For modern archaeologists, this pit has been a treasure trove of information. By sifting through the layers of ancient trash, researchers have recovered the daily business records of the village, including details about marriages, divorces, and even petty thefts. It is from this pit that we learned about the internal rivalries and the complex legal system the villagers used to settle their disputes without always involving the central government. Throughout the temples and tombs of ancient Egypt, a recurring floral motif appears more frequently than almost any other, the blue lotus, or Nymphea caerulea. While it is often viewed as a simple decorative element or a symbol of the sun and rebirth, a growing body of archaeological and botanical evidence suggests it played a far more active role in Egyptian society. The plant is frequently depicted in intimate party scenes, religious rituals, and funerary art, where it is often shown being held to the nose or submerged in jars of wine. This has led researchers to investigate the possibility that the blue lotus was used as a psychoactive substance to induce altered states of consciousness during high-level rituals. The history of the blue lotus in Egypt is deeply intertwined with the creation myths of the Nile Valley. The Egyptians observed that the flower would open its bright blue petals during the day to reveal a golden center and then submerge or close at night, only to reappear the next morning. To them, this was a living representation of the sun, god Ra, and the cycle of eternal life. Because of this connection, the lotus became a primary ingredient in the perfumes and ointments used by the elite. However, its presence in medicinal papyri suggests that the Egyptians were also well aware of its internal chemical properties. In the context of Egyptian banquets and religious festivals, the flower is almost always associated with wine. Scenes from the New Kingdom show servants adding the blue petals to large ceramic vessels or handing the flowers to guests who appear to be in a state of deep relaxation or euphoria. Modern chemical analysis of the blue lotus has identified two primary alkaloids, aporphine and nuciferine. These compounds act as mild sedatives and can produce a calm, dreamlike state when consumed. When the plant material is soaked in alcohol, these alkaloids are extracted more effectively, potentially creating a drink with distinct narcotic effects. The mystery surrounding the Blue Lotus involves the extent to which it was used for spiritual vision quests. In some temple reliefs, particularly those at Dendera and Edfu, the lotus is shown in association with the Eye of Horus and other symbols of divine perception. Some scholars theorize that the priests and priestesses of the higher orders used a concentrated form of the lotus to reach a state of trance. This would have allowed them to communicate with the gods or undergo the symbolic journey through the underworld that was so central to their theology. This was not recreational use, but a controlled, technical application of botany to achieve a specific religious goal. Archaeological finds have provided physical evidence for these theories. In the tomb of Tutankhamun, researchers found numerous floral collars and dried remains of the blue lotus. More importantly, residues found in ancient wine jars have been tested using liquid chromatography, revealing traces of the specific alkaloids found in the lotus. This confirms that the artistic depictions of flowers being added to wine were accurate records of a real practice. The logistics of harvesting enough flowers to support large-scale festivals would have been a significant agricultural task, requiring dedicated lotus ponds within the temple estates. Technical studies of the plant's preparation show that the Egyptians were sophisticated pharmacists. The Ebers Papyrus, an ancient medical text, lists the lotus as a treatment for various ailments, including inflammation and liver problems. However, the dosage was key. In small amounts, it acted as a medicine, but in larger, concentrated quantities, its sedative properties became much more pronounced. The fact that the flower is often shown being held to the nose suggests that the aromatic oils also played a role. Inhaling the concentrated scent may have provided a mild stimulant effect that preceded the sedative state when the petals were later ingested. The archaeology of the lotus hallucinogens also touches on the international trade of the Bronze Age. The blue lotus was so highly valued that it became a major export. Depictions of the flower began to appear in the art of the Minoans in Crete and the Mycenaeans in Greece, often in contexts that suggest it was used in similar ritualistic ways. This indicates that the knowledge of the plant's psychoactive properties was a closely guarded secret of the Egyptian priesthood that eventually spread across the Mediterranean, making the blue lotus one of the first known ritual drugs in human history. One of the challenges in this research is determining the potency of the ancient plants compared to modern varieties. Over thousands of years, the chemical composition of the Nymphaea caerulea may have shifted due to environmental changes or selective breeding. To solve this, some scientists are using ancient DNA extracted from seeds found in tombs to try and resurrect the original Egyptian lotus in a controlled laboratory setting. This would allow them to measure the exact alkaloid content and better understand the intensity of the experiences described or hinted at in ancient texts. The study of the blue lotus reminds us that the ancient Egyptians were not just builders of stone, they were masters of the natural world. Their religion was a sensory experience that involved sight, sound, and smell, and perhaps even altered chemistry. While the singing statues and grand pyramids capture our attention, the small blue flower provides a more personal look at how the Egyptians sought to bridge the gap between the physical and the divine. The Great Sphinx of Giza is arguably the most recognizable statue in the world, carved directly from the natural limestone bedrock of the Giza Plateau. For generations, the standard historical view has been that it was built by Pharaoh Khafre during the 4th dynasty, roughly 4,500 years ago. This traditional dating is based on the fact that the Sphinx sits right next to Khafre's pyramid and its accompanying temple complex. However, a major mystery has developed over the last few decades that suggests the statue might be a relic from a much older era. This theory is centered on the unique way the stone has worn away, showing patterns that some geologists believe could only have been made by heavy rain. The history of this scientific debate gained momentum in the early 1990s when a geologist named Robert Schoch took a close look at the stone surfaces of the Sphinx. He noticed that the weathering on the body of the lion and the walls of the surrounding ditch was very different from other monuments nearby. Most of the structures on the Giza plateau show horizontal wear, which is caused by wind and blowing sand hitting the stone. The Sphinx, however, is covered in deep, vertical grooves and wavy patterns. In the study of geology, these specific shapes are known to be caused by rainwater running down the stone over an incredibly long period. The context of this mystery involves a deep look into the ancient weather patterns of North Africa. During the time of Pharaoh Khafre, the climate in Egypt was already very dry and looked much like the desert we see today. For the Sphinx to have developed such deep rain-washed channels, it would have needed to be exposed to frequent and heavy downpours. Geologists know that the last time Egypt saw that kind of rainy climate was at the end of the last ice age, during a period called the Green Sahara. This suggests that the statue might have been carved as early as 7,000 or even 10,000 years ago, long before the first recorded dynasties of Egypt. This idea creates a massive mystery because it challenges everything we know about the timeline of human civilization. If the Sphinx was already standing thousands of years before the pyramids, it means there was a highly organized group of people capable of massive engineering projects way earlier than the history books say. Most traditional archaeologists find this hard to believe because we haven't found the remains of their houses, tools, or pottery from that older time. They argue that perhaps the stone just crumbled this way because it is a lower quality of limestone, or that salt in the air caused the surface to flake off in a way that just looks like rain damage. Technical studies of the limestone layers provide more pieces to the puzzle. The Sphinx is carved into 3 distinct layers of rock, with the middle layer being a mix of soft and hard stone. Some researchers have used seismic technology to measure how deep the weathering goes into the bedrock under the Sphinx. These tests measure the density of the stone to see how much it has been affected by the environment over time. The results showed a very deep layer of weathering, which Schoch and others believe supports the idea that the statue has been sitting out in the elements for much longer than 4,000 years. The logistics of how the Sphinx was carved also help us understand its age. When the workers created the statue, they didn't just carve a shape out of a hill. They dug a giant U-shaped ditch into the plateau, leaving the center block to be shaped into the Sphinx. The massive limestone blocks they pulled out of that ditch were used to build the Sphinx temple right in front of it. Some of these blocks weigh as much as 200 tons. Interestingly, these giant temple stones show the same rain-washed weathering as the Sphinx itself. This proves that the temple and the statue were definitely built at the same time, making the mystery of their age even more significant. Many people have noticed a strange detail about the Sphinx that might support the idea of a much older statue. The head is too small for the body. In ancient Egyptian art, proportions were usually very precise, but the head of the Sphinx looks like an afterthought. A popular theory among those who believe in an older date is that the Sphinx was originally carved with the head of a lion. Over time, as the lion's head became weathered and damaged, a later pharaoh, perhaps Khafre, had it recarved into a human face. This would explain why the head looks much newer and has almost no rain damage compared to the heavily eroded body. Today, researchers are using even more advanced tools like satellite thermal imaging and chemical testing to study the stone's surface. They are trying to create a more accurate geological clock by figuring out exactly how fast this specific type of limestone decays in the Egyptian heat. By understanding the speed of the erosion, they hope to narrow down the date when the Sphinx was first uncovered from the bedrock. This is a difficult task because the Sphinx has been repaired and covered in protective stones several times throughout history, which can hide the original ancient marks left by nature. The mystery of the water erosion on the Sphinx remains a primary focus for anyone interested in the true origins of human civilization. It is a perfect example of what happens when two different sciences, geology and archaeology, see two different stories in the same piece of stone. Whether the Sphinx is a relic from a lost reigning era or a masterpiece of the pyramid building age, those deep vertical grooves on its back are a physical record of a past we are still learning to read. In the traditional view of Egyptian history, the Great Pyramid of Giza was built by tens of thousands of laborers who quarried, transported, and hoisted millions of massive limestone blocks into place. However, a significant scientific debate has emerged that proposes a very different method of construction. Known as the geopolymer theory, this idea suggests that many of the stones were not carved at all, but were instead cast in place using an ancient form of concrete. This theory, first introduced by materials scientist Joseph Davidovits in the late 1970s, argues that the Egyptians possessed a sophisticated knowledge of chemistry that allowed them to turn crushed limestone into a liquid slurry that would harden into solid rock. The history of this theory is rooted in the physical perfection of the pyramid blocks. Davidovits noticed that many of the stones are so tightly fitted together that even a thin blade cannot be inserted between them. Furthermore, some blocks have a chemical composition that differs slightly from the natural limestone found in the nearby quarries. To explain these anomalies, he proposed that the builders used a mixture of soft limestone, water, and binders like lime and natron, a naturally occurring salt found in the desert. This mixture would be carried up the pyramid in buckets and poured into wooden molds, where it would undergo a chemical reaction to become a hard synthetic stone. In the context of the Old Kingdom, the logistics of such a method would have been incredibly efficient. Instead of carving a 5-ton block and dragging it up a massive ramp, workers could have transported the raw materials in smaller, more manageable loads. Once at the desired height, the liquid stone would take the exact shape of the mold, naturally creating the perfect tight joints that are so difficult to achieve with hand-carved stone. This theory would also explain why there is so little evidence of the massive copper tools that would have been required to carve millions of blocks with such high precision. The mystery of the geopolymer theory was put to the test in the early 2000s by a team of researchers from Drexel University. Using scanning electron microscopes and X-ray analysis, they examined several small fragments of stone from the Great Pyramid. They discovered that the internal structure of the samples contained tiny air bubbles and a chaotic arrangement of minerals that are not typically found in natural sedimentary rock. In natural limestone, minerals are usually layered over millions of years by the pressure of the ocean. The presence of these amorphous structures suggested to the researchers that the stone had formed quickly, possibly as a result of a man-made chemical process. However, the archaeology of the Giza Plateau provides a strong counter-argument to the concrete theory. Most Egyptologists point to the clear evidence of ancient quarries found just a few hundred meters from the pyramids. These quarries still show the negative imprints of blocks that were cut directly out of the bedrock. Additionally, researchers have found thousands of discarded copper chisels and wooden wedges in the debris around the construction sites. For traditional historians, these physical finds prove that the Egyptians were using mechanical carving and splitting techniques rather than chemical casting. Technical analysis of the binders used in the proposed geopolymer has also been a point of contention. To create a successful concrete that would last for thousands of years, the Egyptians would have needed a precise recipe and a way to produce high-quality lime in massive quantities. Producing lime requires heating limestone to very high temperatures, which would have demanded an immense amount of wood or charcoal. Critics of the theory argue that there is no evidence of the giant kilns or the massive deforestation that would have been necessary to support such a large-scale concrete operation over the 20 years it took to build the Great Pyramid. A fascinating piece of evidence that Davidovits uses to support his theory is the Famine Stela, an inscription found on Sahel Island. The text, though written much later, claims to be a record from the reign of Pharaoh Djoser. It describes a list of mineral ores and chemicals that were used to build a great monument. Davidovits argues that this list is actually a recipe for the geopolymer concrete. While most scholars view the stela as a religious text meant to praise the god Khnum, the specific mention of crushing stones and mixing them with other substances remains a primary source of intrigue for those investigating the chemical construction theory. The search for a middle ground has led some researchers to suggest that perhaps both methods were used. It is possible that the vast majority of the pyramid was built using quarried stone, but the very top levels or the complex corner pieces were cast in place to ensure a perfect finish. This would have saved the architects from the difficulty of hoisting heavy, oddly shaped stones to the highest reaches of the structure. By using a small amount of liquid stone for the most technical parts of the build, they could have achieved the level of precision that still amazes modern engineers today. Current research continues to focus on a wider variety of stone samples from different parts of the pyramid. Scientists are using more advanced isotopic testing to compare the chemical signature of the pyramid blocks with the rock in the local quarries. If the blocks were indeed cast, they should show traces of the water and the organic binders used in the mix. So far, the results remain inconclusive, with some samples appearing purely natural, and others showing strange chemical traits that are hard to explain. This suggests that the Great Pyramid may be a much more complex and varied structure than we originally realized. Deep beneath the sands of Saqqara, just a short distance from the Step Pyramid, lies a subterranean complex that challenges our understanding of ancient engineering. Discovered in 1851 by French archaeologist Auguste Mariette, the Serapeum of Saqqara consists of a series of long, dark tunnels carved directly into the limestone bedrock. Within these narrow corridors are 24 massive granite sarcophagi, each one a masterpiece of stoneworking. These boxes are so large and heavy that they seem almost out of place in the confined space of the tunnels, leading to a long-standing mystery about how they were transported and positioned with such high accuracy. The history of the Serapeum is linked to the cult of the Apis bull, a sacred animal believed to be the living manifestation of the god Ptah. When an Apis bull died, it was mummified with the same level of care as a pharaoh and transported to Saqqara for burial. While the earliest bull burials were in individual tombs, the New Kingdom pharaohs, specifically Ramses II, began the construction of the greater vaults that we see today. For hundreds of years, the complex was expanded by successive rulers, including the Ptolemaic kings, creating a vast underground necropolis dedicated to these divine animals. The context of the engineering feat begins with the material itself. The sarcophagi are made of solid rose granite, diorite, and basalt, stones that are among the hardest in the world. These materials were not found in Saqqara. They were quarried in Aswan, over 600 miles to the south. Each box was carved from a single block of stone, weighing approximately 70 to 80 tons, with a lid that added another 30 tons of weight. Moving these objects from the quarry to the Nile, then down the river, and finally across the desert to the tunnels, required a logistical operation of incredible scale and coordination. The mystery deepens when you step inside the tunnels. The corridors are only slightly wider than the sarcophagi themselves, leaving very little room for a large workforce to stand or use long levers. Furthermore, the sarcophagi are located in deep alcoves that sit several feet below the floor level of the main tunnel. This meant that the 80-ton boxes had to be lowered into their final resting places within a very restricted space. The fact that they are perfectly leveled and aligned suggests that the Egyptians used a highly controlled method to manage the descent of the stone. One of the primary theories regarding the movement of the boxes involves the use of sand as a hydraulic tool. Engineers suggest that the alcoves were filled with fine, dry sand, and the sarcophagus was slid on top of it. Workers would then slowly remove the sand from beneath the box through small side tunnels, allowing the massive weight to settle into place, millimeter by millimeter. This sand-lowering method was a common technique in Egyptian construction and would have provided the necessary control to position the boxes without the need for large machines or thousands of men pushing simultaneously. Technical analysis of the sarcophagi has revealed a level of precision that is often described as machine-like. Researchers using precision squares and light gap tests have found that the internal and external surfaces of the boxes are remarkably flat, and the corners are almost perfectly square. The joints between the lids and the boxes are so tight that they create a near airtight seal. While some suggest this required advanced technology, most archaeologists point to the use of abrasive powders like emery and quartz sand combined with flat stone rubbing blocks, which allowed the Egyptians to achieve a mirror-like finish through thousands of hours of patient labor. Archaeology has also provided clues about why these boxes were left empty. When Mariette first entered the tunnels, he found that nearly every sarcophagus had been broken into and looted in antiquity. Only one remained sealed, but when it was opened, it contained no bull mummy, only a few fragments of bone and resin. This has led to a theory that the Serapeum was more than just a cemetery. It may have been a site of symbolic burials, or a place where the divine energy of the bulls was stored. The sheer size of the granite boxes suggests they were designed to protect something of immense spiritual value for eternity. The logistics of the site also reveal the importance of the Apis cult to the Egyptian state. Excavations around the entrance of the Serapeum uncovered a grand avenue lined with sphinxes and several temples dedicated to the bull's worship. This was a major pilgrimage site that attracted visitors from across the Mediterranean world. The state invested heavily in the maintenance of the tunnels, providing light, ventilation, and a permanent staff of priests and guards. The Serapeum was a public statement of the pharaoh's commitment to the gods and the stability of the natural order. For over 200 years, the Valley of the Kings has been the most famous archaeological site in the world. This desert canyon is where the pharaohs of the New Kingdom were laid to rest in deep rock-cut tombs. Since the discovery of Tutankhamun's tomb in 1922, many people believed that the valley had given up all its major secrets. However, new technology is starting to show that we might only be looking at a small part of what is actually there. High-tech radar scans and surveys of the ground have found many hidden spaces and anomalies that don't match any known tombs. These findings suggest that a large portion of the valley's history may still be tucked away underground, protected by layers of stone and ancient flood debris. The history of the valley is a story of clever camouflage. Starting around 1500 BC, the pharaohs stopped building large, obvious pyramids, and instead chose to have their tombs carved into the cliffs of a remote valley near the city of Thebes. The goal was simple. They wanted to protect their mummies and their treasures from grave robbers. To do this, the workers would hide the entrances at the base of cliffs and cover them with piles of rocks and dirt, so they blended perfectly into the natural desert. This worked so well that many tombs stayed hidden for thousands of years, which is why researchers today are so convinced that more are waiting to be found. The way we explore the valley has changed from physical digging to using non-invasive tools. In the past, archaeologists had to spend months moving tons of limestone rubble just to find a single staircase. Today, teams use ground-penetrating radar to see through the rock without moving a single stone. These tools send signals into the ground that bounce back when they hit a hollow space, like a room or a hallway. In several areas of the valley, these scans have found large rectangular shapes that look exactly like the burial chambers of a king. One of the biggest mysteries is the location of the missing pharaohs. While we have found the tombs of many famous rulers, there are still several powerful kings, queens, and princes who have never been found. The radar data has highlighted specific hotspots where the ground has been flattened by humans or where the stone has been worked deep below the surface. This has led to a theory that the valley was much more crowded than we thought, with tombs possibly built on top of each other or hidden behind the walls of tombs we already know about. The logistics of exploring these new areas are quite a challenge. The Valley of the Kings is a very fragile place, and any digging could accidentally damage the beautiful paintings in a nearby tomb. On top of that, the valley has been hit by powerful flash floods over the millennia. These floods washed down massive amounts of mud and rocks, burying the original ancient ground level under several meters of dirt. This means that any hidden entrance would be located far below the paths where tourists walk today. Archaeologists have to be incredibly careful to make sure they are digging in the right spot. Technical analysis of the radar signals is a very slow and careful process. One of the hardest jobs is telling the difference between a man-made room and a natural cave. This region is full of natural limestone caves that can look like a tomb on a radar screen. To get it right, researchers look for straight lines and perfect right angles, things that nature doesn't usually make. In recent years, surveys in the Western Valley have found a group of small connected rooms that look very much like they were carved by human hands rather than formed by water. The archaeology of the valley also includes smaller finds that tell us a lot about daily life. In 2006, a new chamber was found that wasn't a royal tomb, but a mummification cache. It was filled with jars, linens, and supplies used to prepare a body for burial. The radar scans suggest there are many more of these small storage pits and secondary chambers hidden around the valley. Each one provides a wealth of information about how the ancient Egyptians handled the practical side of their funeral traditions. There is also a theory that some of the largest tombs might have secret extensions. Ancient builders were masters of creating false walls and hidden pits to trick anyone who broke in. Researchers are now rescanning the back walls of famous tombs to see if the stone continues into a hidden set of rooms. This idea is based on the fact that the valley's builders were always trying to stay one step ahead of anyone looking to disturb the pharaoh's rest. The search for these hidden chambers is a primary goal for modern researchers. By combining radar data with satellite maps and old records, they are building a complete 3D map of everything beneath the surface. This allows them to plan exactly where to dig, making sure they don't disturb the site more than necessary. The lost tombs of the Valley of the Kings are the next big chapter in the story of Egypt, reminding us that even the most famous places on Earth can still hold on to their secrets. As technology gets better, the stone of the valley is slowly becoming transparent to us. The hidden chambers are no longer just a guess, they are a physical reality that we are slowly mapping out. Whether these spaces hold the treasures of a lost queen or just the records of the ancient workers, they are a direct link to a world that was meant to stay hidden forever. It is only a matter of time before these secret rooms are finally brought back into the light of day. Located just behind the Grand Temple of Seti I in Abydos is one of the most unusual buildings in all of Egypt, the el-Aryan. Discovered in 1902 by the famous archaeologists Flinders Petrie and Margaret Murray, this structure is a massive underground complex built from giant granite blocks. What makes it so strange is its depth. While the main temple of Seti sits on the desert surface, the el-Aryan is tucked away much lower in the ground, almost as if it belongs to an entirely different era of construction. This has sparked a long debate among researchers about how old the building really is and what it was originally used for. History usually credits Pharaoh Seti I with building the el-Aryan in the 13th century BC. Most Egyptologists believe he designed it as a symbolic tomb for Osiris, the god of the afterlife. The layout is very specific. There is a central island surrounded by a deep channel of water that is fed naturally by the ground. This was meant to represent the very beginning of the world in Egyptian mythology. where the first piece of land rose out of a vast chaotic ocean. However, because the building is so different from the temples around it, some people believe Seti didn't build it from scratch, but rather found and restored a much older structure. In terms of its design, the el-Aryan is a bit of a technical puzzle. It is built using enormous pillars of red granite, some of which weigh over 100 tons. This style of megalithic building, using giant heavy stones with no decorations, is very rare for the time of Seti I. In fact, it looks much more like the Valley Temple at Giza, which was built during the time of the pyramids, thousands of years earlier. Because there are no original carvings on the main blocks, it is very hard to prove exactly when they were placed. The few hieroglyphs that do exist seem to have been added long after the main structure was finished. The mystery of why the building is so deep in the ground is one of the most interesting parts of the site. To build it, the workers had to dig a massive pit deep enough to hit the water table. This is a strange choice because most Egyptian builders tried to stay away from areas that could flood. Some researchers suggest that when the el-Aryan was first built, the water level was much lower, as was the desert floor. Over thousands of years, sand and silt might have built up around the building, eventually burying it, until the Egyptians of Seti's time rediscovered it and built their own temple on top of the new ground level. Over the years, people have been fascinated by the flower of life symbols etched into some of the granite pillars. These are beautiful geometric patterns made of overlapping circles. While some people think these are ancient mathematical secrets, archaeologists have found that the red paint used to draw them is similar to the graffiti left behind by Greek and Roman travelers much later in history. This suggests that while the symbols are very old, they were likely added by visitors who came to see the ruins long after the pharaohs were gone. The logistics of building the el-Aryan were incredibly difficult. The red granite had to be brought from Aswan, which is about 200 miles away. This type of stone is very hard, yet the blocks in the el-Aryan are cut so perfectly that they fit together with almost no gaps. Moving and lifting 100-ton blocks into a deep, wet pit required a master-level understanding of physics and weight distribution. The builders created a stone fortress that has remained strong, despite the heavy pressure of the earth and water pushing against it for millennia. Engineers have also found that the el-Aryan is connected to the Nile by a hidden underground pipe. This was a very clever bit of engineering, designed to make sure the central island was always surrounded by water, even when the river was low. This artificial lake shows that the builders were experts at managing water. However, this same water makes modern study very difficult. Today, the site is often half full of water, and archaeologists have to use powerful pumps just to keep the area dry enough to look at the lower levels. The area around Abydos has always been a deeply spiritual place. It was the burial site for the very first kings of Egypt and was known as the home of Osiris. By placing his own temple right next to the el-Aryan, Seti I was likely trying to connect his name to a place that was already ancient and sacred. He wanted his monument to be linked to the very beginning of Egyptian history. It was a way of making his reign feel as though it was part of a divine plan that had started at the dawn of time. Current research involves using radar and drilling to see if there are more rooms hidden beneath the el-Aryan. Some scans have shown hints of a long hallway that goes even deeper into the ground. This has led to the theory that the el-Aryan is just one part of a much larger underground network that hasn't been found yet. The goal is to see if there is a main burial chamber hidden somewhere that might hold the treasures or the remains of a prehistoric ruler. The Pyramid of Khafra is the second largest of the Giza monuments, often recognized by the lingering patch of smooth limestone casing stones still clinging to its peak. While the Great Pyramid of Khufu has been explored extensively, Khafra's pyramid has long been considered much simpler in its internal design. It features two known entrances on the north side that lead down to a single burial chamber carved into the bedrock. However, this perception of simplicity has been challenged in recent years by a series of geophysical surveys. Reports from teams using ground-penetrating radar have indicated the presence of a massive, previously unknown underground complex, situated directly beneath the pyramid's foundation. The history of exploration at this site dates back to 1818, when the Italian explorer Giovanni Belzoni became the first person in the modern era to locate the entrance and reach the burial chamber. He found the room nearly empty, containing only a large granite sarcophagus sunk into the floor with its lid broken. Since Belzoni's time, the pyramid was largely viewed as a solid mass of stone sitting atop a relatively basic subterranean layout. This stood in stark contrast to the complex network of shafts and galleries found inside the Great Pyramid nearby. The discovery of potential hidden chambers suggests that Khafre's architects may have been just as secretive and technically skilled as those who worked for his father, Khufu. In the context of the Fourth Dynasty, the pharaohs were obsessed with protecting their remains and ensuring their safe passage to the afterlife. They often utilized decoy chambers and hidden corridors to mislead potential intruders. The discovery of large voids beneath the pyramid floor suggests that the burial chamber Belzoni found might not be the final destination. If a massive underground complex exists, it could contain the actual royal treasures, or even a secondary, more secure burial suite that has remained undisturbed for over 4,000 years. This would align with the Egyptian concept of a house of eternity, where the physical body was hidden as deeply as possible. The mystery surrounding these hidden spaces gained momentum during several international research projects, including the Scan Pyramids mission. Using muon radiography and thermal imaging, researchers began to see hotspots and density shifts that didn't align with the known map of the pyramid. Ground-penetrating radar specifically showed a series of large rectangular anomalies deep in the limestone bedrock beneath the main structure. These shapes appear to be man-made, featuring the sharp 90-degree angles that are rarely found in natural geological formations. The size of these detected spaces is substantial, with some reports suggesting they may rival the known burial chamber in scale. Archaeologists have spent significant time trying to understand how such a complex would be accessed. One theory suggests that the entrance to this underground network is not located inside the pyramid itself, but rather in the surrounding courtyard or even from within the nearby Sphinx temple. It was common for Egyptian funerary complexes to have subterranean links between different buildings. If these chambers exist, they might be connected by a long, sloping tunnel that was filled with massive limestone blocks and hidden under the pavement of the pyramid's base, making it extremely difficult to detect without high-tech sensors. The logistics of building such a subterranean complex would have been a significant undertaking. To carve large rooms out of solid limestone bedrock requires incredible precision and a massive labor force. Unlike the blocks of the pyramid, which were stacked on top of each other, these chambers would have been hollowed out from the inside. This process creates immense pressure from the millions of tons of stone sitting directly above. The architects would have needed a deep understanding of structural physics to ensure the ceilings of these hidden rooms did not collapse under the weight of the pyramid. This level of engineering suggests that the project was planned from the very beginning of the construction phase. Technical analysis of the radar data is ongoing, as scientists work to rule out natural features. The Giza Plateau is made of limestone, which is prone to developing natural caves and fissures over millions of years. Critics of the hidden chamber theory argue that the radar might simply be picking up these natural pockets in the rock. However, the alignment of the voids with the pyramid's central axis suggests a deliberate design. Researchers are now using more sensitive equipment to look for corridor-like connections between the voids, as the presence of a hallway would be a clear indicator of human construction. The potential contents of such a complex are a topic of much archaeological speculation. In other royal burials, large underground rooms were used to store funerary boats, religious furniture, and vast quantities of food and drink for the afterlife. Some theories suggest that the complex beneath Khafre's pyramid could be a symbolic tomb for the god Osiris, similar to the Osirian at Abydos. If this is the case, the chambers might be designed to be partially flooded by groundwater, representing the primeval waters from which the world was created. This would add a new layer of religious significance to the entire Giza site. Current efforts are focused on obtaining permission for non-invasive micro-drilling, or the use of fiber optic cameras to get a physical look inside the detected voids. This is a delicate process, as the structural integrity of the pyramid must be maintained at all times. Similar work in the Great Pyramid resulted in the discovery of the North Face corridor, and many believe that a similar success is just a matter of time at Khafra's monument. The goal is to verify the radar findings without causing any damage to the 4,500-year-old masonry. The hidden chambers of Khafra remain one of the most promising frontiers in modern Egyptology. They remind us that even the most famous and well-studied monuments on Earth still have the capacity to surprise us. As our technology becomes more refined, the solid stone of the pyramids is slowly revealing its internal secrets. Whether these underground spaces contain the treasures of a king or are simply masterworks of ancient architectural engineering, they provide a wealth of new data about how the people of the Old Kingdom prepared for eternity. In the middle of the 14th century BC, the Egyptian landscape witnessed the rise and fall of a city unlike any other. Known today as Amarna, but originally called Akhenaten, this capital was built from the ground up in a single decade. It was the centerpiece of a religious revolution led by Pharaoh Akhenaten, who abandoned the traditional gods of Egypt to worship a single deity, the Aten, or the sun disk. For 17 years, Amarna was the heart of the empire, a sprawling metropolis of sun-drenched temples and palaces. Then, almost as quickly as it appeared, the city was abandoned and left to rot in the desert, creating a time capsule of a short-lived and radical period in history. The history of Amarna begins with Akhenaten's decision to break away from the powerful priesthood of Amun in Thebes. He sought a location that had never been dedicated to any other god, eventually choosing a virgin site on the east bank of the Nile in Middle Egypt. The area was a natural amphitheater of desert, surrounded by high limestone cliffs. By his 5th year on the throne, the pharaoh had moved his entire court and thousands of citizens to this new capital. To mark the territory, he carved 14 massive boundary stelae into the surrounding cliffs, declaring that the city would forever belong to the Aten. In the context of ancient urban planning, Amarna was a marvel of rapid construction. Unlike other Egyptian cities that grew organically over centuries, Akhenaten was a master-planned environment. To build so quickly, the architects used standardized limestone blocks, known as talatat. These were small enough for a single worker to carry, allowing temples and palaces to rise in record time. The city featured a great Aten temple that was unique because it had no roof. The sun's rays were intended to fall directly on the hundreds of stone altars within. This architectural choice was a physical manifestation of the new religion, where the god was not hidden in a dark sanctuary, but was visible to everyone in the sky. The mystery of Amarna lies in the daily lives of the people who were uprooted to live there. For a long time, historians believed the city was a paradise of artistic freedom and religious devotion. However, recent archaeology has painted a more complicated picture. Excavations of the worker cemeteries at Amarna have revealed skeletal remains that show signs of extreme physical stress, malnutrition, and high mortality rates among children and young adults. This suggests that the rapid construction of the Dream City came at a heavy cost to the laborers who built it. The beautiful art showing the royal family and scenes of domestic bliss stood in contrast to the reality of the people living in the residential districts. Archaeological finds at the site include the famous Amarna letters, a collection of clay tablets found in the city's administrative quarter. These documents are a primary source for understanding the international politics of the Late Bronze Age. They contain diplomatic correspondence between the Egyptian pharaoh and the rulers of neighboring empires like the Hittites, Babylonians, and Mitanni. The letters show a world of complex alliances, royal marriages, and constant requests for Egyptian gold. They also reveal the growing instability of the empire, as Akhenaten focused his attention on his religious reforms at home. sometimes ignoring the pleas of his allies for military support. The logistics of providing food and water for a city of perhaps 30,000 people in a desert environment were immense. The city relied on a narrow strip of cultivated land along the Nile, and massive granaries were built to store the harvests. Archaeology has uncovered a network of wells and irrigation systems that kept the city functioning. Despite these efforts, the city was inherently fragile because it was tied so closely to the life and will of a single man. When Akhenaten died, the religious experiment lost its momentum. His successor, the young Tutankhamun, was pressured by the traditional priesthood to return the capital to Memphis and Thebes. The abandonment of Amarna was a systematic process. The royal court departed, followed by the bureaucracy and much of the population. Within a few years, the city was a ghost town. To ensure the heresy of Akhenaten was erased, later pharaohs ordered the dismantling of the temples and palaces. The standardized talatat blocks were hauled away to be used as internal filling for new buildings at other sites. This practice inadvertently protected the city's history, because the blocks were turned inward and hidden inside newer walls. Many of the original carvings and inscriptions were shielded from the elements and preserved for thousands of years. Modern archaeology at Amarna is a race against time and the elements. The mud brick houses and palaces are incredibly delicate, and the expansion of modern agriculture and housing poses a constant threat to the site. Researchers use satellite imagery and ground-penetrating radar to map the city without digging, revealing the layout of entire neighborhoods, gardens, and industrial areas where glass and pottery were made. These studies show that the city had a vibrant middle class of craftsmen and officials who lived in well-appointed homes, reflecting the complex social structure of the Amarna period. One of the most famous locations within the city is the workshop of the sculptor Thutmose. In 1912, archaeologists found a collection of plaster casts and unfinished statues there, including the world-famous bust of Queen Nefertiti. The fact that these masterpieces were left behind suggests that the departure from the city was relatively hasty. The workshop serves as a snapshot of the Amarna style of art, which was more naturalistic and fluid than the rigid styles of earlier dynasties. The elongated faces and realistic depictions of the human body were a radical departure from tradition, mirroring the religious changes happening in the temples. In July 2018, construction workers in the Zagreb district of Alexandria made an unexpected discovery 5 meters below the street level. While clearing the ground for a new building, they struck a massive block of dark stone that turned out to be the largest sarcophagus ever found in the city. Carved from solid black granite and weighing nearly 30 tons, the box had remained sealed since the day it was lowered into its tomb. Because of its impressive size and the fact that it was made of expensive granite rather than local limestone, rumors immediately began to spread that it might hold the remains of a major historical figure, perhaps even Alexander the Great. The history of Alexandria is a dense layering of Greek, Roman, and Islamic civilizations, with much of the ancient city now submerged or buried under modern infrastructure. Finding an intact, sealed sarcophagus from the Ptolemaic period is a rare occurrence because the city has been heavily looted and rebuilt over the last 2,000 years. The tomb was found alongside a weathered alabaster head, which likely represented the person originally intended for the burial. However, the facial features had been worn away by time, leaving the identity of the owner a blank slate. This set the stage for a high-stakes opening that was broadcast to a global audience. When the Egyptian Ministry of Antiquities finally raised the 5-ton lid, the mystery took a turn that few had predicted. Instead of a golden king or a hoard of royal treasures, the interior was filled with a pungent reddish-brown liquid. This was not a deliberate part of the burial. Rather, it was sewage that had seeped in through a small crack in the stone over the centuries. Submerged within this liquid were the skeletal remains of 3 individuals. The presence of multiple bodies in a single massive sarcophagus was unusual for a high-status burial, suggesting that the tomb's history was more complicated than a simple royal funeral. The context of the burial was clarified through a detailed osteological analysis, the study of bones, conducted by a team of Egyptian researchers. They determined that the skeletons belonged to a woman in her early 20s and two men in their 30s and late 40s. The bodies were not buried at the same time, but were likely placed in the sarcophagus in successive layers. This practice was common in families or military units where a single tomb was reused over several years. The lack of any inscriptions, names, or titles on the granite made it difficult to determine the social standing of the trio, though the quality of the granite itself suggested they were not common citizens. One of the male skeletons provided a specific clue that fueled intense archaeological debate. A small circular hole was found in the back of his skull, measuring about 17 millimeters in diameter. Initially, some observers speculated that this was a battle wound from an arrow or a spear, fitting the theory that the men were soldiers. However, closer scientific inspection showed that the bone around the hole had partially healed. This indicated that the man had survived the procedure, proving it was a case of trepanation, a sophisticated form of ancient brain surgery intended to relieve pressure or treat head injuries. The logistics of the burial also raised questions about the status of the individuals. Black granite is an extremely hard material that was quarried in Aswan, hundreds of miles to the south. Transporting a 30-ton block to Alexandria and carving it with such precision was an expensive undertaking. This has led some researchers to suggest that the sarcophagus may have been recycled. It is possible it was originally carved for a high-ranking official or a member of the royal court during an earlier dynasty, and then repurposed by a later family or a group of officers during the Ptolemaic era when the original owner's memory had faded. Technical analysis of the red liquid inside the box was also conducted to rule out any biological hazards. Despite internet petitions at the time asking to drink the fluid, scientists confirmed it was merely a mix of groundwater and decomposed organic matter. There were no traces of mummification chemicals like resin or natron, which suggests the bodies were either never mummified or the process was very basic. This lack of elaborate preservation stands in contrast to the high cost of the granite container, creating a mismatch between the quality of the coffin and the treatment of the deceased. Archaeologists also looked at the small gold foil artifacts found alongside the bones. These included tiny pieces of gold etched with images, such as a snake and a branch of a plant. In ancient Egyptian symbolism, the snake was often associated with rebirth, while the plant may have represented the poppy or a similar medicinal herb. These small tokens were the only treasures found in the tomb, further suggesting that these individuals were wealthy enough to afford a granite burial, but were not part of the top tier of the Alexandrian aristocracy. They may have been high-ranking military officers or successful merchants who lived during a period of transition in the city's history. Current research on the black sarcophagus is focused on DNA testing and strontium isotope analysis. By studying the chemical signatures trapped in the teeth of the three individuals, scientists hope to determine where they were born and where they spent their lives. This data will reveal if they were native Egyptians, Greeks who had migrated to the new capital, or perhaps soldiers from a different part of the Mediterranean. This scientific approach is the only way to give a voice to these anonymous figures and understand how they ended up sharing a single stone box in the heart of ancient Alexandria. In 1799, a group of French soldiers under the command of Napoleon Bonaparte were strengthening the defenses of Fort Julian near the town of Rashid, also known as Rosetta. While dismantling an old wall, they discovered a slab of dark granodiorite covered in 3 distinct bands of writing. This stone eventually became the key that allowed scholars like Jean-François Champollion to decipher Egyptian hieroglyphs, reopening the door to thousands of years of history. However, a major mystery often overlooked is that the artifact sitting in the British Museum today is not the complete monument. It is actually a broken fragment of a much larger stela, with over half of the original text and its decorative top missing. The history of the Rosetta Stone begins in 196 BC, during the reign of Pharaoh Ptolemy V. It was created as a royal decree to announce the king's generosity and his rightful place on the throne following a period of civil unrest. At the time, Egypt was ruled by a Greek dynasty, so the decree had to be readable by different groups of people. It was inscribed in 3 scripts: hieroglyphic for the temple priests, Demotic for the everyday administration, and Ancient Greek for the ruling government. This specific stone was just one of many copies set up in temples across Egypt, designed to be seen by the public. In the context of ancient monuments, the original stela would have been a tall, impressive slab with a rounded top, often called a lunette. Based on the proportions of other similar decrees from the same period, experts estimate that the original Rosetta Stone was about 149 centimeters tall. The fragment we have today is only about 112 centimeters tall. This means that a significant portion of the hieroglyphic section, the most famous part, is gone. The missing top probably featured a carved scene showing the young King Ptolemy V standing before the gods of Egypt, a standard artistic feature of these types of royal proclamations. The mystery of how the stone was broken and where the other pieces went has kept archaeologists searching for over 200 years. The stone was not found in its original temple setting, but was built into the foundations of a 15th century fortress. This suggests that several hundred years after it was carved, the temple where it stood fell into ruin or was dismantled. Medieval builders, looking for strong material to construct defensive walls, likely smashed the stela and used the largest, flattest piece as a structural block. The remaining shards and the decorative top could still be hidden within the walls of Fort Julian or buried deep in the silt of the Nile Delta. Archaeology in the Delta region is particularly challenging because the high water table and the changing course of the river have buried ancient sites under meters of mud. Despite this, several sister stones have been found that help us understand the missing sections. In 1881, a similar decree, known as the Decree of Canopus, was discovered. This stela was found in much better condition and contains almost the same 3-script structure as the Rosetta Stone. By comparing the two, scholars have been able to reconstruct the likely content of the lost lines of the Rosetta text, providing a clearer picture of the political and religious situation in Ptolemaic Egypt. The logistics of finding the lost pieces involve a massive amount of modern technology. Researchers have proposed using muon radiography and ground-penetrating radar on the ruins of Fort Julian to look for stone blocks that might contain inscriptions. Because the Rosetta Stone is made of granodiorite, a very hard, dense volcanic rock, it stands out against the softer limestone and mud brick typically used in the area. If a large piece of granodiorite is detected inside the walls of the fort, there is a chance it could be the missing top or the base of the world's most famous translation key. Technical analysis of the stone's surface has revealed more about its journey. The back of the Rosetta Stone is roughly hewn, which confirms it was meant to be set against a temple wall or inside a niche. There are also traces of a reddish pigment in some of the characters, suggesting the letters were once brightly colored to make them easier to read in the dim light of a temple. The fact that the Greek section is the most complete allowed researchers to work backward to the Demotic and eventually the hieroglyphic. If the hieroglyphic section had been found in its entirety, the decipherment might have happened even faster, as more characters and grammar patterns would have been available for study. Current research is also looking into the possibility that other copies of this specific decree exist. Ancient records state that these stelae were to be placed in every first, second, and third-class temple in Egypt. This means dozens of versions of the Rosetta Stone were once scattered across the country. In recent years, fragments of similar decrees have been found in the ruins of Bubastis and other Delta cities. While none of them are an exact match for the Rosetta fragment, they provide a wealth of data about the standardized language used by the Ptolemaic state to communicate with its subjects. The missing sections of the Rosetta Stone remind us that archaeology is often a game of luck and fragments. While the piece we have changed the world, it is only a shadow of the monument the ancient Egyptians actually saw. The search for the remaining parts continues to drive interest in the archaeology of the Nile Delta, a region that likely holds many more broken keys to the past. The health and medical treatment of the young pharaoh Tutankhamun have been subjects of intense scientific investigation ever since Howard Carter first entered his tomb in 1922. While much of the early focus was on his cause of death, modern forensic technology has shifted the conversation toward the advanced medical knowledge of his court physicians. One of the most intriguing discoveries made during CT scans of the royal mummy was a specific circular opening in the skull. This finding has led researchers to investigate whether the ancient Egyptians practiced trepanation, a form of surgery where a hole is made in the skull to treat head injuries or neurological conditions, on their most high-status individuals. The history of Egyptian medicine is remarkably well documented through several surviving texts, such as the Edwin Smith Papyrus. This document, which dates back to the 17th century BC, is essentially a surgical manual. It lists 48 different medical cases, many of which deal with trauma to the head and spine. The text provides a technical, step-by-step approach to diagnosing and treating skull fractures and brain injuries, showing that the Egyptians were already moving away from purely magical cures and toward an observational, scientific method of healing. In the context of the 18th dynasty, the royal physicians were among the most educated members of society. They had a deep understanding of human anatomy through the practice of mummification, though surgical intervention on a living patient was a much more complex task. Forensic analysis of Tutankhamun's mummy revealed not one, but two distinct bone fragments found loose inside the skull cavity. This led to a mystery regarding whether these holes were made during his life as a medical procedure or occurred after his death during the embalming process. The mystery deepened when researchers compared Tutankhamun's skull to other mummies from the same period. In several cases, including a high-ranking official found in a nearby tomb, circular holes were found with clear evidence of bone healing. This is a primary indicator in paleopathology. If the edges of the bone are smooth and show new growth, it means the patient survived the surgery and lived for months or years afterward. In the case of Tutankhamun, the evidence is more ambiguous. Some experts suggest the hole in his skull lacks the telltale signs of healing, which might mean the procedure was performed as a final, desperate attempt to save his life, or was part of the ritualized removal of the brain during mummification. The logistics of performing neurosurgery in the 14th century BC were surprisingly sophisticated. The Edwin Smith Papyrus describes the use of copper drills and bronze chisels to carefully remove pieces of bone. To manage pain and prevent infection, the Egyptians used a variety of natural substances. They were known to use honey as a natural antibiotic to dress wounds, and they utilized poppy and mandrake as sedatives. The precision required to penetrate the skull without damaging the underlying protective layers of the brain shows a level of technical control that was not equaled in Europe until many centuries later. Technical analysis of the brain removal process also provides context for these skull openings. During the New Kingdom, the standard method of removing the brain was through the ethmoid bone in the nose, using a hooked bronze tool. However, in some elite mummies, researchers have found that the brain was removed through the base of the skull, or through a trepanation hole. This variation suggests that medical knowledge and mummification techniques were constantly evolving, and the practitioners were willing to use more invasive methods if the standard ones were not feasible. Archaeology has also looked at the tools found in medical kits discovered in various tombs. These kits often included bronze needles, lancets, and specialized pincers. One famous set of instruments carved on a temple wall at Kom Ombo shows tools that look remarkably similar to modern surgical equipment. This archaeological evidence supports the idea that the houses of life, which were centers of learning attached to temples, were places where medical students studied the successes and failures of past surgeries to refine their techniques. The investigation into Tutankhamun's skull has also considered the possibility of a traumatic injury that required surgery. CT scans showed a significant fracture at the base of the skull, which some historians originally thought was the result of a blow to the head. However, more recent analysis suggests this damage might have occurred long after death, perhaps during the rough handling of the mummy by early excavators. Disentangling the damage caused by ancient surgeons, ancient embalmers, and modern archaeologists is a primary challenge for forensic Egyptologists. Current research involves using three-dimensional digital reconstructions to map the exact path of the tools used on the royal mummy. By simulating the surgery, scientists can determine if the angle and force of the cuts were consistent with a life-saving medical procedure. They are also comparing the DNA of the royal family to look for genetic conditions that might have caused pressure in the skull, which would have been a primary reason for a physician to recommend trepanation. The evidence of advanced surgery in ancient Egypt changes our perspective on the history of medicine. It shows that the people of the New Kingdom were capable of performing some of the most delicate procedures known to man. The medical history of ancient Egypt is often viewed through the lens of ritual and magic, but a closer look at their medical papyri reveals a level of clinical observation that feels surprisingly modern. Long before the invention of the microscope or the formalization of germ theory in the 19th century, Egyptian physicians were practicing a form of medicine that emphasized extreme cleanliness, wound care, and the use of natural antibiotics. This has led to a fascinating archaeological discussion about whether these ancient doctors had a practical understanding of how unseen factors could cause infection and disease, even if they described these factors in the religious language of their time. The history of this knowledge is preserved in documents like the Ebers Papyrus and the Edwin Smith Papyrus, which date back over 3,500 years. These texts serve as primary evidence that Egyptian medicine was a highly organized profession. Doctors, known as SWNW, were trained in specialized schools and often focused on specific parts of the body or types of ailments. While they frequently attributed the cause of a disease to spirits or gods, their prescribed treatments were grounded in a very technical and physical approach to healing. They understood that a wound needed to be cleaned and protected to prevent what they called the rot, a condition we now recognize as a bacterial infection. In the context of the Egyptian environment, the Nile River provided both life and significant health risks. The stagnant pools left after the annual floods were breeding grounds for parasites and bacteria. Egyptian doctors were among the first to mandate the washing of the body and the shaving of hair to prevent the spread of lice and other pests. This focus on hygiene extended to their surgical practices. Before performing a procedure, a physician was required to wash their hands and clean their copper or bronze tools. While they may not have known about microbes, they clearly observed a direct link between dirt and the failure of a wound to heal. The mystery of how they achieved such high success rates in surgery lies in their choice of topical treatments. One of the most common prescriptions for an open wound was a mixture of honey, grease, and lint. From a modern scientific perspective, honey is a natural antibacterial agent that creates a barrier against infection and draws moisture out of bacteria, effectively killing them. Grease provided a waterproof seal, and lint acted as an absorbent bandage. By using these materials, the Egyptians were practicing a primitive but effective form of antiseptic medicine. They didn't need to see the bacteria to understand that this specific recipe stopped the breath of the plague from entering the body. Archaeology has also uncovered evidence that the Egyptians used moldy bread to treat infections, a practice that mirrors the modern use of penicillin. While this might seem like a superstition, certain types of fungi that grow on bread produce antibiotic substances. Inscriptions in medical texts specifically mention applying moldy breadstuff to surface wounds that were red and swollen. This shows a high level of experimental observation. where doctors noticed that specific natural growths had the power to fight off the symptoms of infection. This practical knowledge was passed down through generations of medical students in the houses of life, the research centers attached to major temples, the logistics of maintaining a healthy workforce for massive projects like the pyramids, also required a proto-germ theory approach. At the workers' village of Deir el-Medina, researchers found that the state provided large quantities of garlic and onions to the laborers. These plants contain high levels of sulfur and other compounds that boost the immune system and have natural antimicrobial properties. Records on ostraca, broken pieces of pottery, show that if a worker became ill, they were often isolated from the rest of the group until they recovered. This early form of quarantine suggests an understanding that certain illnesses could move from person to person. Technical analysis of Egyptian mummies has provided further data on their medical successes. Scientists have found mummies with successfully amputated limbs where the bone had completely healed, showing no signs of the massive infections that typically followed surgery in the pre-modern world. This indicates that their methods for keeping a surgical site clean were effective even by today's standards. They also used copper salts and malachite as eye ointments, both of which have mineral properties that kill bacteria and protect against the eye infections common in the dusty Egyptian climate. Another important piece of the puzzle is found in the Egyptian concept of wehedu, a term used in medical papyri to describe a type of morbid principle or internal decay that could travel through the blood. Egyptian doctors believed that if this decay was not cleared from the system, it would cause inflammation and disease. Their solution was the use of emetics and laxatives to purify the body. While their explanation was based on their understanding of the circulatory system and digestion, the result was a practice that removed toxins and pathogens from the patient, showing a functional understanding of internal medicine. The archaeology of ancient Egyptian medicine reminds us that human observation can often identify the what and how of a problem long before technology can explain the why. These doctors were masters of their environment, using the resources of the Nile Valley to create a medical system that was both practical and effective. They identified the symptoms of infection and developed a sophisticated set of tools and recipes to fight it. Their inscriptions provide a record of a society that valued hygiene and health as the foundation of their civilization, proving that the struggle against disease is as old as history itself. The goal of modern researchers is to continue testing the chemical properties of ancient Egyptian prescriptions to see what other forgotten medicines might still be effective. By recreating their honey and copper ointments in a laboratory, scientists are finding that these ancient remedies can sometimes kill modern superbugs that have become resistant to contemporary antibiotics. Long before the first pharaoh united Upper and Lower Egypt, a bustling urban center known as Hierakonpolis served as one of the most important cultural hubs in the Nile Valley. Known to the ancient Egyptians as Nekhen, this city was the home of the falcon god Horus and a primary seat of early royal power. Around 3600 BC, the city featured sophisticated pottery kilns, large-scale breweries, and some of the earliest known elite tombs. However, archaeological excavations have revealed a sudden and dramatic interruption in the city's development. A thick layer of waterborne silt and debris suggests that a catastrophic flood event once tore through the heart of this early civilization, fundamentally altering its path. The history of Hierakonpolis is rooted in the Naqada period, a time of rapid social and technological growth. The city was not built directly on the banks of the Nile, but was located a few kilometers away in a desert valley, or wadi. This was a strategic choice, as it provided protection from the annual Nile floods, while still allowing access to the river's resources. The city grew into a sprawling industrial complex, where hundreds of people worked to produce the goods required by an emerging elite class. It was here that archaeologists found the famous Narmer palette, a ceremonial object that records the very birth of the Egyptian state. In the context of the ancient climate, the region around Hierakonpolis was much wetter than the desert we see today. The surrounding wadis were not always dry. They were active drainage systems that could turn into raging torrents during intense seasonal rains. Somewhere between 3500 and 3200 BC, a massive weather event caused a flash flood of immense proportions. Unlike the predictable, slow-rising flood of the Nile, this was a sudden wall of water that swept down from the high desert cliffs, carrying tons of sand, gravel, and heavy boulders into the residential and industrial sectors of the city. The mystery of this flood was uncovered during the excavation of the city's industrial zones. Archaeologists found that several large-scale breweries and pottery workshops had been buried under a dense layer of flood-washed silt that was over a meter thick in some places. The force of the water was so great that it knocked over heavy ceramic vats and scoured the foundations of mud brick buildings. This layer of sediment acts as a geological bookmark, separating the earlier phases of the city from the later period. It suggests that the city was not just damaged, but partially wiped out, forcing the survivors to abandon certain districts and rebuild on higher ground. Archaeologists have spent years analyzing the HK6 elite cemetery at Hierakonpolis to see if the flood impacted the burial rituals of the early rulers. They found that some of the earliest tombs were also affected by water damage, with silt infiltrating the burial chambers. This event likely had a profound psychological impact on the population. In a culture that viewed the environment as a reflection of divine will, such a destructive force of nature may have been interpreted as a sign of cosmic imbalance. Some researchers theorize that this specific catastrophe could have been the historical kernel for later Egyptian myths about the primeval waters or the destruction of humanity by the gods. The logistics of the recovery effort show the resilience of the pre-dynastic people. Instead of abandoning the site entirely, they adapted their urban planning. The later structures at Hierakonpolis were built further away from the center of the wadi, and large diversion walls were constructed to protect the most important areas from future runoff. This early attempt at flood control is one of the first examples of large-scale environmental engineering in history. It shows that the people of Hierakonpolis were learning how to manage the volatile landscape of the Nile Valley, a skill that would eventually allow them to build the massive irrigation systems of the Old Kingdom. Technical analysis of the flood silt has provided more data on the scale of the event. By studying the size and weight of the pebbles and boulders found within the sediment, scientists can calculate the velocity of the water required to move them. The results indicate a flow of water that was far more powerful than any modern flash flood recorded in the area. Furthermore, radiocarbon dating of organic material trapped within the silt has helped narrow down the time frame of the disaster, linking it to a period of global climatic instability that affected various civilizations across the Near East. The archaeology of the Great Enclosure at Hierakonpolis also provides clues. This massive mud brick structure, built several centuries after the flood, sits on a raised platform that appears to be a deliberate defense against water. By the time this monument was constructed, the memory of the Great Flood had likely been integrated into the city's identity. The site remained a place of high religious significance for thousands of years, with later pharaohs returning to Hierakonpolis to perform ceremonies that honored their earliest ancestors. The flood was not the end of the city, but a transformative event that shaped its future as a sacred center. Another important aspect of this mystery is the potential link to the followers of Horus, the semi-divine rulers mentioned in ancient king lists. If a catastrophic event truly wiped out a significant portion of the early elite, it might explain why the transition to the First Dynasty is often described in terms of a new order emerging from a chaotic past. The flood of Hierakonpolis serves as a physical reminder that the foundations of Egyptian civilization were built in a challenging and often dangerous environment. It highlights the vulnerability of early urban centers to the forces of nature, a theme that resonates through many ancient cultures. In the 15th century BC, the Egyptian throne was occupied by a figure who challenged the very foundations of pharaonic tradition. Hatshepsut, the daughter of Thutmose I, began her political life as the great royal wife of her half-brother, Thutmose II. Upon his early death, the throne technically passed to his young son, Thutmose III. Because the boy was too young to rule, Hatshepsut initially stepped in as regent. However, within a few years, she did something that had almost no precedent in Egyptian history. She declared herself pharaoh, assuming the full titles, powers, and even the physical iconography of a male king. The history of Hatshepsut's reign is characterized by a shift toward trade, diplomacy, and massive architectural projects, rather than military conquest. One of her most famous achievements was the expedition to the land of Punt, a distant trading partner likely located in modern-day Ethiopia or Eritrea. She sent a fleet of 5 large ships down the Red Sea, which returned laden with gold, ebony, ivory, and living incense trees. This mission was so significant that she had the entire story carved in vivid detail onto the walls of her mortuary temple at Deir el-Bahari, ensuring that her success as a provider for Egypt would be recorded for eternity. In the context of Egyptian ideology, a pharaoh was seen as the physical manifestation of a god on earth. Traditionally, this role was reserved for men. To legitimize her rule, Hatshepsut utilized a sophisticated campaign of religious propaganda. She claimed that she was the literal daughter of the god Amun-Ra, who had visited her mother in the form of Thutmose I. In royal art, her transformation was gradual but deliberate. While early statues show her in female dress, later depictions portray her with a muscular chest, the traditional false beard of the kings, and the short kilt of a male pharaoh. This was a technical way of signaling that her spirit was that of a king, regardless of her physical form. The mystery surrounding Hatshepsut began decades after her death. For nearly 20 years, her reign was peaceful and prosperous, yet shortly after her stepson Thutmose III took full control of the empire, a systematic campaign was launched to erase her from history. Throughout Egypt, her names were chiseled out of temple walls, her statues were smashed and thrown into pits, and her images were covered with masonry. In several king lists, her name was omitted entirely, jumping directly from Thutmose II to Thutmose III. This massive state-sponsored effort was designed to delete her from the official timeline of Egypt. Archaeologists originally believed that Thutmose III destroyed her monuments out of personal hatred or revenge for her stealing his throne. However, recent analysis has suggested a more political motivation. The erasure did not happen immediately after her death, but rather near the end of Thutmose's own long reign. Historians now theorize that he wanted to ensure the line of succession for his own son, Amenhotep II. By removing a successful female pharaoh from the records, he was reinforcing the traditional idea that only men should occupy the throne. It was a move to protect the status quo of the dynasty rather than an emotional outburst. The logistics of this erasure were immense. Because Hatshepsut had been a prolific builder, her name and image were everywhere, from the great obelisks at Karnak to small shrines in the far south. The workers tasked with the removal were very specific. In many cases, they only chiseled away the images where she appeared as a king. Representations of her as a queen or a priestess were often left alone. This technical precision shows that the goal was not to destroy her entirely, but specifically to remove the heresy of a woman acting as pharaoh. They were editing the past to fit the requirements of the present. Technical analysis of the smashed statues at Deir el-Bahari has allowed modern conservators to reconstruct many of her monuments. In the early 20th century, archaeologists found hundreds of fragments of her statues buried in a quarry near her temple. By carefully piecing these together, researchers have been able to recover her likeness and understand the incredible quality of the stoneworking during her reign. These statues show that she favored high-quality materials like red granite and indurated limestone, which were polished to a mirror-like finish. The recovery of these images effectively undid the work of the ancient erasure crews. The archaeology of Hatshepsut's tomb also provided a final piece of the puzzle. Her original tomb in the Valley of the Kings, KV20, is one of the most complex in the valley, featuring a long curving tunnel that descends deep into the rock. In 1903, Howard Carter found two sarcophagi inside, one for Hatshepsut and one for her father, Thutmose I. However, the mummies were missing. It wasn't until 27 that Zahi Hawass used DNA testing and a specific forensic clue, a single molar tooth found in a wooden box with her name, to identify a mummy in a minor tomb, KV60, as the lost queen. The tooth fit perfectly into a gap in the mummy's jaw. Another important aspect of her legacy is her contribution to naval technology. The ships used for the Punt expedition were a significant advancement in maritime engineering. They featured a hogging truss, a heavy cable that ran from the bow to the stern to keep the hull from bending under the weight of the cargo. This allowed the Egyptians to move massive amounts of goods across open water, expanding their influence far beyond the Nile. The detailed carvings of these ships are a primary source for our understanding of ancient seafaring and show that Hatshepsut's reign was a time of great technical innovation. Hatshepsut's transition and the subsequent attempt to erase her remain a primary example of the tension between individual ambition and traditional social structures. While her successors tried to hide her existence, the very act of chiseling her name left physical scars that guided archaeologists to her story. In September 2020, an archaeological mission led by Dr. Zahi Hawass began excavating a site on the west bank of Luxor, looking for the mortuary temple of Tutankhamun. Within weeks of moving the sand, the team realized they had found something much larger than a single temple. They uncovered the walls of a massive, well-preserved urban center that had been lost for 3 millennia. Known as the Rise of Aten, this settlement dates back to the reign of Amenhotep III, the grandfather of Tutankhamun. The discovery was announced to the world in 2021, and it is now considered one of the most significant finds in Egypt since the opening of the Boy King's tomb. The history of the Lost Golden City is tied to the height of the 18th dynasty, a period of unparalleled wealth and artistic achievement. Amenhotep III ruled for nearly 4 decades during a time when Egypt's empire stretched from the Euphrates to the Sudan. This city served as a primary industrial and administrative hub for the royal capital at Thebes. It wasn't just a collection of houses, it was a carefully planned center that supported the pharaoh's nearby palace at Malkata. The walls of the houses stood up to 3 meters high, and the rooms were still filled with the tools and objects of daily life, almost as if the inhabitants had just stepped away. In the context of ancient urban life, the Golden City provides a technical look at how the Egyptians organized their society. The city was divided into distinct districts, each serving a specific purpose. There was a residential quarter for the general population, an administrative area protected by a single entrance for security, and a massive industrial zone. In this industrial quarter, archaeologists found bakeries, kitchens, and workshops for glassmaking and weaving. One of the most interesting finds was a high-security area where workers produced mud bricks stamped with the royal cartouche of Amenhotep III, which were used to build the grand temples and palaces of the era. The mystery of the city lies in its sudden abandonment. Despite the wealth and stability of Amenhotep III's reign, the city appears to have been left in a state of high activity. In many of the houses, excavators found vessels filled with dried meat, spinning tools left on the floor, and unfinished pottery. The evidence suggests that the population departed with very little warning. This departure coincides with a radical shift in Egyptian history, the rise of Amenhotep's son, Akhenaten. When the new pharaoh moved the capital to Amarna to start his religious revolution, the Golden City was likely emptied of its elite craftsmen and administrators to support the new desert capital. Archaeology has provided a rare, unedited view of the lives of ordinary Egyptians within these walls. One of the most unusual finds was the skeleton of a person buried with their arms stretched out to their side and a rope wrapped around their knees. This burial was located inside a residential house rather than a proper cemetery, which is a major departure from the strict funerary customs of the time. This discovery has led researchers to investigate whether the city faced internal social tension or a period of lawlessness during the transition between pharaohs. The city is essentially a frozen moment in time, revealing the human side of a civilization that is usually viewed through its grand monuments. The logistics of the excavation were simplified by the city's unique architectural features. One of the most striking characteristics of the site is the zigzag walls. These are undulating mud brick walls that were a popular design during the late 18th dynasty. This style provided extra structural stability and was also a visual signal of high status and state-sponsored construction. By following these distinct patterns, archaeologists were able to map out the grid of the city much faster than traditional digging would allow. This layout shows that the city was not an accidental settlement, but was built according to a specific government plan. Technical analysis of the artifacts found at the site has revealed the scale of production within the city. Thousands of scarabs, amulets, and pottery fragments were recovered, many of which were used for the pharaoh's Sed festivals, massive jubilee celebrations held to renew the king's power. The city was effectively a giant factory for royal ritual. The discovery of casting molds for jewelry and metalwork confirms that this was where the elite items for the royal court were designed and manufactured. The high level of craftsmanship suggests that the people living here were among the most skilled artisans in the ancient world. Another important piece of information recovered from the city involves the diet and health of the population. Large quantities of animal bones and botanical remains were found in the kitchen areas. By studying these samples, scientists have determined that the people of the Golden City had access to a diverse range of foods, including cattle, poultry, and various fruits and grains. However, the discovery of a large cemetery near the city shows that even in a wealthy urban center, the mortality rate remained high. Researchers are currently conducting DNA tests on the remains to see if there is a link between the city's population and the people who later moved to Amarna. Looking at the broader archaeological landscape, the Golden City fills a major gap in the history of Thebes. While the east bank of the Nile was dominated by the temples of Karnak and Luxor, the west bank was thought to be primarily for the dead. The discovery of such a massive living city proves that the West Bank was a vibrant, active part of the empire, where thousands of people lived and worked. It suggests that other cities of similar scale might still be buried under the modern villages and farmlands of Luxor, waiting for the right conditions to be found. The lost Golden City of Aten remains a primary source for understanding the transition from the traditional religion of Amenhotep III to the heresy of Akhenaten. It is a city that saw the peak of the empire and its sudden transformation. As excavations continue, the sand is revealing more about the people who built the pyramids and temples, moving the focus away from the pharaohs and toward the professional classes who made the empire function. The city is a record of a society that was highly organized, technologically advanced, and deeply connected to its king, leaving behind a wealth of data that is still being processed today.